Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. Sorry for, I guess I'm a little sorry for going over to YouTube for the past couple of days, past 2 days, but I just wanted to go to a bunch of different detractor channels and discuss it with a bunch of other YouTube people. And I had gathered a lot of clips, a lot of voiceovers. I learned a lot about channels that I might have missed or never heard of, don't know about. And I gathered them all into a video that I'm working on, thanking a whole bunch of different people, and I'm just arranging them all here so I can slot in all the clips that I recorded. But I'm just going to be busy in the background. I can't go a full stream today. I have to leave at about 1:30. It's 8 my time right now, so I got quite a few hours to go. Thank you. And thank you everybody who watched over on YouTube. People were very, very generous, very, very nice to me over there. But it's good to be back over on Twitch to another audience. I love the fact that I have all these people. I did make a few costumes, even though, you know, I did miss VTuber Tuesday. I tried to keep up with the theme of it, keep with the spirit of it, and I made a new one. I made Elizabeth. We got Elizabeth back from BioShock Infinite. That's a cool one, right? It's one of my favorite games. Get Elizabeth back. And of course I picked the cage as the necklace. And I have another one. This is one I made for I didn't say that I hate waffles! It's another one I like. This is Silk from the Spider-Man. One of the better new Spider-Man characters. I made this one. It's pretty cool, huh? I like this one. I made this one. This one's a little bit naughty, I guess. I tried to make something to celebrate the Extra Life charity. By the way, the Extra Life charity is going pretty well. But I thought this was a little bit too naughty, so I had Stable Diffusion come up with a couple different options. We're over 4,000 now with the Extra Life charity for Shrugging Cocks, thanks to a last-minute rally. Well, it's not last minute. We still got a ways to go. From Dingus. Dingus raised quite a bit of bucks with 257, and I also got a few myself. Let's see. I wanted to give a shout out. Actually, it'll be in my notifications. 3623 from Prophet Tech, one of our favorite peoples. A little more detractor help from Prophet Tech, so big ups Prophet. Charity's gone well. It's nice and fun. Oh, there's me. Hello, me. It's all choppy. Good. We got green bars. But yeah, we got the nurse one. That's his little naughty. For some reason, like, I've been using this VTuber avatar for long enough that I have like a sort of secondhand modesty when it comes to how she presents herself. I know it's some kind of weird. Excuse me. What's Pippa got? What's Pippa got to say? How's it going, Red Animator? Fuck my throat. I need the drink. Okay. Oh, Pippa's got a headache. A headache for 3 days. I think it's about time to hire a busty blonde escort to come bash my fucking skull in for $400 with a steel Hello Kitty baseball bat. Is that a reference? Is that a reference to something? BC Powder should have saved my life. Is that so she can get a better grip of the bat? Like hand chalk? What is that? Poor Pippa. Pippa's feeling down. Meerkat has been streaming since like 6 a.m. and I've been watching it as I've been working on this video. So I'm gonna keep listening to Meerkat. I'm gonna keep working on this video, keep making progress, and we can just hang out. We can chill and chat. If you got anything to talk about or bring up, feel free. I'll make a detour. In the meantime, we can chill with the Meerkat. He knows in his head.
perverted, disgusting thoughts.
What?
And they should, there should be.
I mean, just because they fucking distract me doesn't mean I want to fucking motorboat them. I don't want to do that. I never imagined doing that or thinking about that.
fucking chastised for that.
I got perverted thoughts about women.
My God.
Rather than say, oh yeah, let's make fun. What are you making fun of?
And some more effeminate men.
Making fun of your weird, fat,
we're the boys,
gross body, Phil. You know.
In his face.
I'm a normal dude with a normal build.
No, you're not. You're overweight.
No. Is that anything but normal? Literally deformed head, fucked up hairline, patchy goatee, man tits,
You walk like
gout.
a fucking
It's not
Sasquatch.
a positive build.
No, I'm not skinny, but I'm also not fat.
Yes, you are.
Overweight, though.
Mid-build.
You're overweight,
It's not
literally.
mid.
I've actually lost a
Clinically.
lot of weight. In
Since
the last
when?
2 years, I
This is
lost
so
like 20
insecure,
pounds. I used to
dude.
be
Out of
around
stress.
220,
Work out
I'm
if you're
200
so
pounds now.
fucking-
And I fluctuate between like 195
Okay.
and over 200. That's my
But that, like, if you're talking about it so much, it makes me think that you really actually care about it.
my average
Yeah.
body weight now. What am I ashamed of? I'm not ashamed at all.
Apparently you
I
are.
don't fucking care.
I don't care if you're ashamed or not. I don't care if you like being like this. I just don't want to be seeing your tits. That's my fucking problem. That is my actual problem.
Thank you,
Right?
Meerkat.
So why do you? People are just fucking really.
Because you're on camera. It's like saying people are weird for thinking that his snorts are obnoxious, even though his snorts are like a medical condition. I don't give a fuck what it is. I just think it's obnoxious that I'm exposed to it, and I got nothing to do about it.
Weird. Again, these people who obsess about me over the internet have fucking problems in their head that they obsess over this shit.
I'm not even in your chat, dude. You're
They
talking
really
to the people
are
who are
the
in your
oddest,
chat who are
most
watching your
disgusting
stream
fucking people
live.
out there, and they need
Right.
mental help.
Ironically,
Or just
he
watch
knows
you from
none
afar.
of those people, like actually
Who are you
on
talking
a
to?
semi-personal level. Those people know infinitely more about him and how fucked up he is than he knows about them.
To think about that. Who cares about me in this shirt right now?
You.
But there's people actually commenting about it in the chat and shit. It's like, what are you, a fucking loser? Who the fuck cares?
Who
It's a
cares?
sweater. It's comfy.
Okay. Why don't you wear it when you're not on camera? Because I mean, my BDSM robe is very comfy. Hold on, I'm gonna go get it right now.
I'm not fucking a runway model here for you. I don't do makeup on my fucking face. I don't care. You shouldn't either. You're a weirdo if you do. You really
Then
are
why
weird.
are you
need
dressing up
help.
in all these different
you should speak to
clothes?
someone about that. Maybe a friend, a relative, or maybe even a professional. If you care about how the streamer is wearing a shirt on a fucking stream, you need help.
Isn't he the one who's like dressing in all these
Okay.
different clothes instead of his gamer shirts because he's insecure about the way that he looks on stream? Okay, Phil. Get help.
I got the drip, go.
Nice projection there, telling people to get therapy when everyone who encounters him is telling him to go get therapy.
I got the drip, go.
Get back, Meerkat.
I got the drip,
It's
go.
like a faucet that's dripping. You can't make it stop.
So what do you want
You have to
me
hear
to
the
do?
rest of this song.
Have a mute button that every second I'm tapping the mute button just in case I'm gonna have to clear. Like,
I mean, look at it. How is this not fucking drip? How do we not pass the drip check like this? Where is it? Studio mode. Here it is. Look at this. Robe, comfortable, loose, so I can be super relaxed when I relax at home when I'm interacting by myself, chilling out. Yeah, very nice, huh? That's what I'm talking about.
Like, isn't that so fucking bizarre? He's wearing all these stupid kitty gamer shirts. LTG dunks on him and makes fun of him. And thank you, Pass the Remote. I need to customize my my YouTube side notifications too, because that one's custom, but on YouTube it's just like the zombie walking, which is embarrassing when how default it is. So like LTG dunks on this guy for dressing like a clown, like a little kid. He shows up with all these button-up shirts and like shirts that don't even really fit him and ones that are way too tight. And it's like he's digging through his closet, finding clothes that he's gotten too fat to wear. And some people are in chat are like, dude, like you can see like the outline of your giant man boobs. And he's like, why do you care? Why do you care? What? Huh? Why do you care? You should go see a doctor. You should go see a therapist because you care about how I look. It's like, you're the one who made all these changes based off of your own embarrassment of how you look. And just because people point out that you're too fat for that clothing, then you're like, oh my God, like, why are you so concerned? What a stupid douchebag.
So there
Help
we
me,
go.
Meerkat.
Now that we're done with the
Gotta
whole
work on
body
this
shaming
video.
segment- Oh no! Before we're done, Kat is also fat and most probably disgusting, and I would not like to have sex with her. Now let's move on to the next thing. That was
Yeah, that's another good point. DSP, we know one of the reasons you don't want to bring Kat up on stream is because she's fat.
we
Sure,
finished
buddy.
With the body shaming.
Blame the
Alright?
trolls.
Do we have the
That's
Scott
what I'm going to
DeWaz?
say from
Yeah, I
now
wanted to
on.
see this
Anytime
one.
anyone
I wanted to
says,
see
where's Kat,
what he
I'm
had
going
to
to
say
say,
about
go
Scott
tell the
DeWaz.
trolls to go
Well,
grow up.
let me tell you something, brother.
That doesn't make any sense, Phil.
Snort, snort,
Code.
When does it ever?
snort, snort.
I got the drip. Go.
And then flash into a gameplay segment, then flash back to bike riding, then
All right.
flash back to
so,
gameplay.
without watching the whole video, because we're not going to watch the whole video. All right. What are everyone's opinions on Scott DeWaz?
That he's better than you
he
are.
seems like a genuine positive guy who genuinely really likes what he does, and you could see it in his content because it's fun, it's refreshing. Seems like a nice, likable guy. So even if I don't watch his stuff, at least I know about it. I have some opinion of it, and it's positive.
All right. Honestly, I feel editing skills.
You know what he doesn't do?
decent.
He doesn't do that, Phil.
His
He
commentary-
doesn't go.
It's like,
And he doesn't snort into the microphone.
it's like a
That's what I
homeless
like
guy
about him.
rating people's cars, you know? Oh yeah, this guy. Oh well, he's just got like a shitty Toyota Corolla. I don't fucking like that. While you're like sitting in a fucking cardboard box. It's kind of it doesn't work judging somebody like
decent.
that, right?
Everything decent.
Everything
But
decent.
I would say, I mean, this is a 6-year-old video. For 6 years ago, do you think this video warrants 3.6 million views on YouTube? What is special about the video exactly?
It's better
What does
than
he
anything
think
you've ever made,
warrants Over
ever.
1 million views on his Homefront The Revolution video. That is infinitely worse than this one. Objectively. Absolutely.
What is he doing differently that makes him stand out?
This is such like high school
something
geek
Phil
energy.
wouldn't know about.
It's like, why do all the girls like the captain of the football team? What does he have that I don't have? I don't know, Phil. Maybe you just radiate insecurity. Maybe that's your problem.
Personality. That's all. Scott has a cool
Maybe it's
personality. You want to
again,
see
you know,
what he has to say about
girls.
fucking video
I don't
games.
get
And
it.
that's it. And
Maybe
even
it's
if you don't like
popular.
him, he doesn't give you
Why
any
does
reason
Stacy
to
like
hate on him.
Chad? I don't
He's
get
just
it.
like doing his thing, doing his gaming
Okay,
stuff,
Phil.
and just, you know, he is pretty
Everyone
much
else needs to
everything
grow
that
up, though.
the DSP claims to be, but doesn't back up with his actions.
I don't get
Better than
it.
other people who do these kind of
Can someone
countdowns.
explain to me?
Honest question.
Dude's like the fucking
Double M
Elliot
says,
Roger of YouTube.
entertaining videos, but
I'm
flat
a
humor.
supreme
Even his music
gentleman.
videos are
Why
flat.
don't you guys
Why
hang
do
out
you
with
have
me?
to cherry pick that one comment? Because a guy right before him
Fucking
said
hell.
he's pretty cool and chill.
I'm pretty cool and chill
Right?
too, right? And if you disagree
He's
with me, I
cool
would
and
ban
chill.
you.
Ah, there we go. You got a positive one.
Not bad for 6 years ago, but sucks for now.
Why does it sucks for now?
Why do all the hot Latinas
What's
like
wrong
to
with the
put
editing
football
now?
players?
Personality.
Just because they're masculine?
Oh, I'm even
Thank
like
you,
shocked
Billy.
that
That's
he
some good
read it.
lore.
So here we go. I'm just asking questions.
Call the
I'm literally
personality.
just asking, what do you guys
Literally,
think?
you're just being
right?
like, what the fuck is his problem?
I
Why
don't
do people
see
like
anything-
him? I'm just
like,
asking.
I'm
I'm
watching
just
this
being
video.
curious. Like, why do people
I can't
like
point
him?
out
I'm just
a particular
asking.
negative, right? I
Okay.
can't. Like, I don't really see anything wrong
Thank
with
you,
the
good
video.
Robert.
Good thing,
At the
usually.
same time,
I have an appointment later on.
it's kind of bland to
Get
me.
my ID
like,
finally.
I watch this and I'm like, okay, so it's a countdown of the worst games on Metacritic.
Yes,
He's not
I
really
do.
doing much commentary or anything unique that you wouldn't hear anywhere else. I mean, he could very well just be.
Well, you can just go on Metacritic then and look up the lowest rated games, and you would just get the content of the video. Like, what the fuck? Because it seems to me like he's grasping at straws to make the video look bad when it's just like a fucking video. You see on the title what it is, the worst games of all time. What do you expect is going to be? Somebody talking about the worst games of all time, why they're bad and how bad they are. That's about it. You don't need to do much.
reading right off of Metacritic, right?
But of course, the first thing he mentioned, remember, the first thing he mentioned is, you guys, do you think this is worth 3.6 million views? Do you think so, huh?
Like, I wouldn't even know. And I don't know, like, I don't get it. What is it
I don't get it.
that makes these certain
What
people
is it about Chad that
Personality.
Stacy likes so much?
popular? You know what I'm
get
saying?
it.
I'm curious.
I'm curious.
What
I'm
made
not
him
being
become
insulting.
so
I'm just
popular?
being like,
Because he's-
why do they
this is what
like
happens
him?
is over the years.
Why do people
I just
like
make my
him
own
so
content
much?
and I'm my own business, right? I don't pay attention to everyone else on YouTube or nothing. You guys know that. I
So
don't really give a shit,
insecure.
right? And then
He doesn't give a shit about others on YouTube unless he is watching like LTG and trying to want to coach him. Unless he is watching other people playing the same games he is playing.
Thank you for the
with his
raid,
life,
Broken
that's
Mailman.
him not caring about YouTube. Unless he is watching
Hello,
a
people.
drama
We're watching
documentary about
Meerkat
somebody
watch
else who is in a
DSP
worse off
videos.
position than him, so he can like ego
Turn
trip
this up.
on them.
Thank you for the burgers.
All the other times he doesn't care.
It's kind of
Like,
quiet.
everyone
huh?
knows Scott the Woz. Scott the Woz. He's such a hot guy on YouTube. Scott the Woz. The
He's
next
so
up and coming-
hot. Why does
Scott the
everyone
Woz.
say he's so hot?
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe if Scott the Woz was half naked, oiled up, and rolling around on a mat with another dude, that would make DSP interested. I'm sure if Scott the Woz was naked in like a bathhouse with a bunch of like Japanese dudes, all with like towels around their waist, that would be like DSP would watch like 6 seasons of that.
Millions of videos or views every video he puts out and everything, right? And that's great.
He's too regarded
but-
to understand that by him simply asking the question how he did is showing that he is taking his stance and showing that he thinks his content is better than Scott's.
Yes, that's a good point. And I think just simply by asking the question, he exposes how out of touch he is, which is something that he's admitting right now with his, I wouldn't even say peers, because like Scott the Woz is so much ahead of him in pretty much any fashion. I wouldn't even call him like in the same galaxy. It's like DSP has I don't know.
It's
like
good to be
Scott
back on
has
Twitch.
A house and DSP has like a
I could just
drawing of a
chill,
house. That's how
I can
different
watch
they
a video.
But
I can work on
What
Premiere
again?
in the
What
background.
stands out about this? If you were to say,
You just sit and
what is the
relax and
defining
sip my tea.
factor that makes Scott the Woz good?
Personality.
What would your
If
answer
I like
had to say
YouTube, but
one,
like
it's
I always feel like I
personality.
have to perform.
This is the first video I'm ever seeing.
And similarly to Phil, DSP's personality is the one issue that ruins
Just
him.
relax.
Because we get this question every once in a while on TBS. We get, if there was something that you could fix about DSP stream to make it better, what would you do? And the answer is always DSP. Because like that's his problem. It's not even his attitude. It's just him. It's purely who he is and what he represents and how he acts as a person in his character. So fuck him. He's never gonna learn.
And I'm saying it's solid. Like, it's a solid video to me. Like, it seems like it's solid editing, solid pacing, commentary is flowing, right?
It's got the drip going.
But what exactly makes him Mr. Popular?
Did you see him making faces and throwing arms up
I'm
at the
just
creator
asking.
of the year nominees?
Why? What makes him so popular? I'm just asking. I'm not being insulting. I'm just curious.
Of course, that's like why would you even care? Why would you even care about what he has to say? He doesn't know those people. He doesn't watch them. He doesn't engage with them.
I
He
don't know,
doesn't
Phil.
even
Why don't
know.
you ask?
Like just like in this case, he doesn't even know what makes
Go on
them
Twitter
interesting
and be
for the
like,
viewer. Because he's
"Why are
just
you
so
making
lost up
this?"
his own ass. He only thinks about Phil.
Can anyone explain?
And I know he's gonna call that a workaholic. I would call that an egomaniac. And there's a big difference.
That's so crazy. Can anyone in chat explain to me why Scott the Woz is so much popular than I am? By the way, if anyone in chat says that he's better than I am, I'm gonna ban you. Okay, now go. Explain to me in a way that doesn't make me feel like I'm not as good as he is. Okay, go ahead and try it. Try it, man. Try it. And they're like, I don't know, man. You kind of just like took away my only option to respond. So I guess I'm just going to sit here and just watch you flail a little bit until you move on. You insecure little bitch.
I genuinely would like an answer. What do you guys
Genuinely
think?
like an answer.
like an
Don't
answer.
say he's
Please
better than
feed
I
him
am,
an
then I'm going
answer.
to ban
From
you.
Reddit.
Oh, there we go then. It's not, we take away the credit for everything that Scott has done and just pinpoint it on Reddit. Somebody posted him on Reddit and he got famous. There we go.
His recent videos are a lot more trippy. He likes to destroy stuff. It's more edited and animated.
Imagine running a business and not caring what your competitors are doing. But he's a success story according to him.
Success.
Sundar, why the fuck you say compet-kitten, bro? But anyways, I don't think he thinks that doing the same things that other people do apply to him, and it's gonna work for him because of course he is special, and of course he is different, and of course he likes to see himself as the smaller guy, and that's why he can't really compare himself to other people, and that's why he just completely doesn't even want to engage with the idea of taking notes from other people because he believes they do worse content than him, but he should get the credit that they get.
I can't wait to like. It feels like he hasn't really reacted to
Made a
VTubers
whole YouTube
yet.
movie around the reason he has a
Like
blue
he's such a
border around
boomer.
his
He like
videos.
doesn't even have an
Okay.
opinion when it comes to VTubers.
But what you didn't answer the question.
What is the question?
Right.
What is the X factor? That's the question. Why is Phil a washed up, never was, and
So we
why
still
is
gotta wait
Scott the
till
Waz
his
successful? That's the
response.
question. What should Phil do to imitate him so he could get a fraction of his success?
What is it that made Scott
What
the
does he
Waz
do
popular
that
on
I can
YouTube?
do
Why
that
did he
makes
blow
me as
up?
popular
What
as
about
he
his
is?
videos makes him stand out and makes him popular?
Have you tried watching his videos and making up your mind? Because in this whole time, this 3 minutes he would have been talking about this shit, he would have gone way
Yeah, your
past the halfway
contemporaries are
point
not
of the video.
competition to push
So he
down.
would've
They're people to
maybe
be
figured out
inspired
what
by
makes
and
him
learn
special.
from.
Or
And maybe at
he
some
would just
point,
do I don't know, let's say a thought experiment and
Like,
go watch a
communicate
couple
with?
of
Who
the guy's
knows?
videos or just go through them and discuss with chat what is good about the video.
That's my question.
But he can't do that because he's not capable of it. He's just entitled. That's my question. Well, go fuck yourself.
I'll
I
see
don't
if
know.
anyone else wants to. Literally, no one's answered it yet.
because if
So,
they say
see what I'm
anything
saying?
that
Like,
makes you
and
feel
this is the
bad, you're
weird
just
thing
gonna
about
ban
YouTube.
them.
Like, you could look at stuff that's popular and be like, okay, so what is it? Why is it popular?
Buddy.
Yeah, even then, like that's the
my
closest he's
homeboy-
gotten with Yanners and Like a Dragon. But it wasn't even really a reaction. He was just like, "I don't get it. What's going on? Huh? What does she have to do with Like a Dragon?" It's like, I don't know, Phil. You have like pro wrestlers in this game. What do they have to do with Like a Dragon?
Way, Bill, if you can't figure out, and this is actually
Also, it's funny how I was watching a bunch of detractor videos to gather clips for this video that I'm working on, and one of the songs was Lil Wayne, where he was freaking out about Lil Wayne being one of the commentators in Street Fighter 6. He put so much time and effort into whining and bitching about all the guest commentators in Street Fighter 6. Did he use any of them? Did he even scratch the surface when it came to any of that when it came to SF6? No, he just ignored all of it. So all that whining and bitching, he just didn't even enable. It's like, wow, okay. What a waste.
your job, and even worse,
Lil
it has been for
Wayne, stay in your
over
lane.
15 years. You should jump off a cliff.
Oh my
buddy.
God, Lil Wayne.
You should just do it. Just end it, please. That's it. That's it for you. If you can't even do that, you can take notes like that. Goodbye.
Sometimes I swear things on YouTube
It's time.
get popular for either
Get time
luck or
jump.
popularity or just the algorithm hits it, right? And the next thing you know,
Yeah, Phil,
they're
that's
just
it.
popular
He's just
forever.
lucky. That's
They
how he
never
did it.
leave.
He just
With
got
me, I
lucky.
never hit that level of popularity.
Yeah, he
I
never
was
hit that
popular for about
popular-
4
uh-huh.
years on YouTube,
I don't know, Phil. Try making
but I
a
never
new
hit that
account
level
from
of like
scratch
immunity.
and see how
you know
well
what
you
I'm
do.
saying? I feel like there's a level on YouTube that when you hit that level of popularity, you'll never decline because you're so big it doesn't matter.
That's not true.
And if this guy has millions of subscribers and he's getting 3-4 million views a video,
And that is different than what I said about Logan Paul, that when you're good for business, you can just do whatever you want. That thing with the status of you get to a certain amount and then you can do whatever you want. It really depends, because there's some people that used to get shit ton of views, like Quebblecop, my buddy Quebblecop, who now does weird AI videos that get like a couple of thousand views. Like this dude, he got 15 million subscribers in 5,000 videos. And he did like a 250 ways to play Fortnite 4 days ago, and he got like 30,000 views, which is, like a DSP level of numbers. This guy had 15 million subscribers. 15. And we getting like extreme Roblox Jenga that gets 35K in 3 weeks. So no, it's
Jesus
you need
Christ.
some kind of business sense, or at least some kind of
How
a
do you
fucking
fall off
sense
that
to
hard?
navigate this landscape, because shit gets hard at some point, no matter how big you are.
No matter
I
what he
guess
does, he's
he's
gonna be
doing
fine
okay,
for
I
life.
guess.
You know what I mean?
He's
Like he'll
just
always be
chilling.
popular on YouTube.
It's like,
But
I'm just gonna
what
make
is
a
it that made him
shitty
stand out that made
Roblox
him
video
so
and get
popular?
30,000 views. Who
Consistency?
No one
cares?
can answer, right?
I just live
many
off
people can
residuals
answer,
from my
but not the
15
people that
million.
naturally are watching DSP because they
subs.
themselves don't even know why DSP is successful. They're mystified by that. But maybe a third party can tell you why. Somebody who fucking, I don't know, is not in DSP's chat for starters.
His videos are more down to earth than most gaming content at the time. A more legit old school YouTube feel, and it blew up.
I don't
Then
know,
someone
Phil,
says,
maybe he
"Oh, his
doesn't do that
popularity is his
shit.
comedy
Going,
and slapstick humor." You realize the two of you just contradicted each other, right?
Okay, well, maybe they like two different aspects of his videos.
One person says, "Oh, he's just
What
down
a fucking piece of shit moron Dark Side Phil is, dude. I don't even know what to say anymore.
to earth. He's a solid YouTuber." And
Because now, just because they couldn't give him a consistent answer and their answers didn't match, they were wrong.
says, "Oh, it's slapstick humor over the top."
Two random fucking people in chat. Oh my
So the two
god.
of you who are fans can't even agree.
Oh my
Do
god.
you see my point about YouTube? Like, this is the weird thing about YouTube. There's things that are popular. No one can explain it, but it just
They
is.
did
But
explain
everyone
it.
knows.
You see
They
what
just
he
don't
did?
agree on
You
what
see
they like
he
about
did?
him.
He was reading through enough comments to twist them in a way that makes him seem like he made a good point.
Yeah, that's so funny.
And now the point is that, man, there's
That how insane is that? He's like, Shelly, tell me why you like him. And then people tell him why they like him. And he's like, okay. And then someone else tells him another reason why they like him. And he's like, see what I'm saying? Like, people can't even agree why they like him. And it's like Meerkat's right. He was just, either way, if no one said why they like him, he would say, see, no one can explain why they like him. But if more than one person explains why they like him and they just word it differently, he's like, see, nobody can even explain why they like him.
there's like stuff on YouTube that
We get it, Phil. You just want to say like it's all just luck and a fluke and nothing makes sense and everything is crazy and you're smart and cool and there's nothing you can do for why you suck so much. All right, Phil. Just come up with that conclusion on your own. Quit trying to pretend like you're involving anyone else in this mental process.
that is just like popular. It just exists and make money, but I can't do it, and that's bad.
Scott the Waz, so we got
And
to
this is over like Scott the Waz, the most inoffensive, just like kind-hearted person that I can think of on YouTube.
watch this new video and give him 5 million, 7 million views. But no one even knows what's popular about him.
They don't even know.
YouTube's a weird thing, man. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
that's why I never
sure.
figured it out. He's been doing it 15 years and making over an actual $1 million from it, probably even more, if you count the tips. But he has no idea how it works. YouTube is like, I just put on the video, man, and it makes me money.
And again,
Sounds good.
I'm
What a
not
fucking
saying a negative thing about him.
subhuman
I
piece
think the
of
video
shit.
is solid. But if you were to ask me, why do you think this video got 3.6 million views? I couldn't give you a single answer. There's tons of people on YouTube, the same level of quality, who
Okay.
don't get those views.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay,
Oh
Phil.
man, this is such a fucking toxifying segment. I'm so pissed off. What is this fucking Mario rage quit that's 40 minutes long?
Such a douchebag.
What is the bitching segment after that?
I
wanna
a
see him
Michelin star
list
chef?
out how it
I
ends.
can make a creme brulee just like Gordon Ramsay can. Why don't I
What is
own a whole
this?
bunch of restaurants? Okay, it doesn't make sense. It's so cartoony. Thank you. It's like so insecure. It's just like straight up just high school energy. I can throw a
Oh,
football.
he's gonna rage
I can
quit, huh?
run. Why aren't I captain of the football
I like the
team?
game, but
He
definitely
does anything
bullshit.
special.
That final
Straight up.
stage, I would have to sit here
Oh, so now he's gonna claim he completed
Okay,
it, right?
buddy.
on a night
actually,
Keep on trucking. Keep on doing what you're doing, man. Eventually you'll
like 2
win the lotto
hours.
or something.
grinding for lives in order to even have enough to try to do it.
Feel better,
For what?
buddy.
What am I going to get as a reward for doing
Here's
that
a
stage?
$10
Nothing.
e-hug.
What do you get for doing anything in any video game? Like, what do you want to get? A fucking hand job?
That's the equivalent. If you
If you want to get something, go and fuck your wife or something. If you want to get something, what the fuck are you doing here, sitting there playing
Why
video
can't
games?
my wife be skinny?
the final
wanna
stage
get
of Super Mario
something.
Odyssey was also
Why
insanely
do people think
brokenly
that
tough. And I didn't beat that one either. I cheated. Like, you remember the game-
Argentine looks better than my
game had a
wife.
freaking-
He's got the
where
boobs.
you could just
My
go-
wife has
great.
boobs.
And I think
Sure,
wasn't it
they're
like
like
you could
covered in
infinitely
fat
float
and
or something
stuff.
like that? You could
That
break
just
it
makes
and
them
float
bigger.
up to the top of the stage where you weren't supposed to be.
Oh my
Okay,
God,
Phil,
man.
sure.
So, yeah, I'm not wasting time on it. It's good though. I love the game. I really do. I absolutely love Super Mario Brothers Wonder. It innovates in many ways that previous Mario games have kind of
Just take away all
tried
the
and
fat.
failed. Like
What's
for
the
example,
difference?
yeah, New Super Mario Brothers.
I don't know,
New
the
Super Mario
fat.
Brothers Wii, New Super Mario Brothers Wii U. Right, there's like 3 or 4 of these 2D games within like a 5-year span or so, and they really didn't innovate that much. They tried a little bit. I remember that, a couple new things, and that's why Mario kind of went away for so long. And even when he came back, he ended up coming back with Odyssey because they wanted to do something different because there were so effing many 2D games.
Odyssey was the last
So 2D Mario's been on
Mario
hiatus
game
for so long.
I played all the way
and
through.
I will definitely
It
say
really,
this.
It was really nice. It was a good
They
return
did a good job
for me.
The innovation of all those new
Dude, I completely like.
I was like, man, I'm
spaced
playing
out.
a Mario
I went in,
game
like, a
again.
coma for a second.
thing
I didn't
that
do
I
that
really
since
feel
Mario
is the
Sunshine.
negative about it.
After that, I was
is
like, yeah,
the
Mario's
music.
lame.
Out of
And then
all the
Odyssey
my
came out and I
God,
played
he
it. I was
feels
like, wow, this is
Anthony
really good.
Pantano about
Great.
video game
The
music.
gameplay challenge is interesting.
What?
The variety of stages, the new enemies, because there's tons of new enemies. The new
Oh,
elements
shit
of
sucks.
upgrading the wonder transformations and the seeds and all the
Detroit,
hidden
kill
stuff.
that die,
The one thing I
motherfucker.
just didn't feel like the music was as good as previous. No,
This dude is for real bringing up music. Anyways, what do we got here? Them begs give money to see the React show continue, and it's under 100 members. I'm not a failure. We got this segment. I think I watched that live. I think I did like an emergency stream. Then we got Mutahar and Boogie, which is the thing that I showed you in the beginning of Keemstar yelling at him.
That was funny.
yeah, I
Have
guess
you
that's it
guys
with
seen
the
that?
catch-up.
Like
I might do another
Keemstar
stream
just
tonight
basically
for the-
screaming at Boogie.
For the day stream.
Like, why the fuck are you getting into a fight on Rich
And,
Review Tech
yeah,
stream? You should have
another
saved that for your
time
own
we're gonna do something
podcast.
else.
You could
I
have
don't
made
know.
money off of
We'll
it.
see.
You didn't.
But it's nice to see that
retard.
this, which was basically kind of a test.
Oh
stream
no,
for
I
the
can't
new
say that on Twitch. I have to
internet, went pretty good.
reapply my Twitch
So
profanity
fine.
filter.
Yeah, it was a pretty chill time. Thanks everybody for swinging by.
Thank you, Meerkat.
For your positivity in interactions, and I'm gonna see you next time. Maybe today, but I don't know. Until then, enjoy this soundbite. Let me just pick it very carefully.
You piece of shit! I don't see color! Black lives matter! No shit, motherfucker!
There we go. Thanks everybody. See you around.
It's like a DSP quote. You said black guy. You said black. That therein lies the problem. What? Okay. So I re-uploaded the YouTube streams over on LWO Stream Archives, but when I downloaded was like 360p, so I downloaded again and re-uploaded it, so it's like HD quality. DSP calls out duty. I'm not. He doesn't call out duty. He just says like, you're just morons. Morons are stupid people who say shit. This is from Nixon Does It. I haven't watched a video from him in a while. Let's check this out.
So
to highlight him too, I
DSP
guess.
coped over Turkey Tom's documentary, and safe to say it is a
Baby
banger.
Biscuit.
2 hours long. It is fantastic. It doesn't really go that deep, that hard into Phil. It's more
The SOK section was pretty boring. Like, for real.
pause.
But I guess if you're someone who's like, I don't want to watch another DSP video, I already know all there is to know about DSP. I guess the SOK section is like, well, I didn't know about some of this stuff.
It's more so a literal historical timeline
This
of
has been
Phil
added
from his
value.
early days not getting that Wolverine toy till his current state of the side scrollers and rejecting
Just don't care about the
50k
SOK
for
shit.
one episode at least of the LolCow podcast, which is now out and has over 100,000 views. And Phil just the other day was laughing, saying, "Yeah, it's only cracked 30,000 views. Like, they need me for this. This is poor without me." And it's like, bro, you can barely hit a few hundred on your own videos. So I don't think you'll want to be talking about this. But main thing is the LolCow status. He and Boogie will follow. But DSP, he's not a failure because he's still online and does what he loves as his job. Now, Turkey Tom says, a decade of failure, which basically is DSP. He is a failed streamer in a sense. He's not what he thinks he is. He talks about people having delusions of grandeur, but he has delusions of grandeur, as he would say. He thinks he's better than what he actually is. This is what he actually said when he found out that Turkey Tom's doco was out.
To me, that's not sad because I like who I am today better than I was back then. It doesn't matter if you argue that, oh, there's 10 years of failure, 10 years of decline. Yeah, but I'm better now than I ever was. My content's better.
That's
it's
a
positive,
subjective measure. Of course, you're going to say you're better.
I get to enjoy time with my viewers rather than just put out content for
you don't get to enjoy time
purposes.
with what you,
know what I'm
say
saying?
you want to enjoy your time with.
I don't understand why you would think that that's a bad thing. I'm okay where I am. Unlike these other guys coming out with documentaries about how miserable they are with their lives and everything's fucked up and everything's falling apart. That's literally not happening to me. You get it? Like, I'm happier now and doing better now than I was before. So it's not a decade of failure if you're better off now than you were. How could it be failure? It's actually completely the opposite. Yeah, I don't have as much money,
redefining
but money is not the
what
determining
better
factor of success
You're
in
just
life.
redefining what it means.
If I'm
'cause it's
happily
not
married
popularity,
and I
it's
like
not
the
money,
content
it's
now
not
better than I
notoriety,
used
it's
to
not
do and everything,
reputation.
how the hell is that failure?
You're
But
just
that's what I mean. Like,
redefining
they
it
want
as, I say that
So
I feel
he
happier.
hasn't been a failure.
means better.
He's more on a decline, shall we say. He always goes on about he never wanted to make it big or anything like that, but he was a relatively big, well-known streamer at the time at least, and now things have changed since because he is DSP. Of course, he is a lolcow, and what is a lolcow? Someone who is unaware of their own actions or their surroundings, and they keep doing things thinking that they are doing it in sincerity and all seriousness, when in reality everyone's laughing at them. And as Turkey Tom said as well, this man's been given advice so many times over and over again, and he just does not want to
Every
take
day
that
there's
advice.
another channel I need
He's
to
happy
add to
being
this
where
list.
he's at, which is why he'll always be a failure,
Nixon does it.
not a decliner. The other thing is, of course, the amount of money he asks for. He always says it's all about gaming, it's for the love, it's a passion. Yeah, I don't do this for the money. But the first thing he cries about is, I'm not making enough money on my streams. I need more money. You need to tip more. You need to super chat more. I need memberships. You need to sub or become a member and gift memberships and all that sort of stuff.
Matter of factly, yeah, this month, tips would be great. This month, if you tip me, and if people tip more this month, it'll make up for the fact that my YouTube payment will be less this month. But then what happens? You guys all tip me, and then I don't get contributions via memberships, via super chats, and then I get a low YouTube payment next month, and then it's a vicious cycle. It never fucking ends. It literally never fucking ends this way. I'm tired of it. I wanted that when you come to my stream,
than he ever
you don't
was
have to
before,
hear me
but he's
say,
tired of
oh,
it.
please tip me because tipping is the best way and I get it right away. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm
But he loves
sick and
it.
tired of it. I'm the fucking streamer and I'm sick and tired of it.
But he loves
I
what
wanna
he
fucking
does.
say it ever again. But it's like, why is it that this keeps happening, right? That we get to the situation where, well,
Because you
the
can't
only way to
control
resolve this
your
is short term. I
money.
need tips again. I need tips
Thank you,
again. I need
Dirty
tips
Biscuit.
again. I'm fucking tired of this shit.
I'm fucking
if
tired
you can
of
support
it.
my streams,
Still will spin.
please do. Anything is appreciated. I mean, a
the
super
wheel
chat,
spin back.
a membership, a gifted membership, a tip, all
Seems to be
appreciated.
working consistently
I would
now.
love to get things much back on track now.
Everyone's always noticed about him. He is a
Warface.
massive
Oh,
hypocrite.
wow.
Now, Super Crazy,
I don't have that
one
one.
of the channels who I do watch, doesn't make
Let's
videos
try it
that
again.
often, but when he does, it's pretty well thought out commentary.
Hey, Super Crazy.
And he made a good point, a good observation from one of the more recent videos on DSP, basically stating that $50 a day, every day, is enough for
Testament. I
him
don't
to
have
make
that
a
one
living,
either.
to make ends meet, and to
A lot
pay
of these
his
got
bills.
lost in the hard drive
Check this
crash.
out.
What I need to make a living and everything and pay my bills, it was around,
Testament
trying to
one's
raise
rough,
that
like-
$50 a stream.
Like, Guilty Gear costumes are really tough because they're all really flat coloring because the engine of Guilty Gear... Bernadetta, okay. You can do Bernadetta.
Okay? Nothing didn't have to happen.
Like, the Guilty Gear engine, like the graphics engine, does all the shading, and the models themselves have very flat colors. So trying to make costumes out of them is tough because it's just like, where's the texture?
every stream. But, had to happen at least several times a week,
You like
to kind of make
Bernadetta.
ends meet. And the good news is, again, everything else is great. The supplemental of super chats and memberships has been pretty good.
So he's saying he needs to hit the tier 1 tips goal pretty much every stream, but at the very least once per day. Now, that wasn't the part I was talking about. He used 3 specific phrases there after every time he would mention the tier 1 tips goal. And those 3 phrases were, to make a living, to pay my bills, and to make ends meet. Now that got me thinking, gee, Phil, if you hitting the tier 1 tips goal once per day and twice if you're lucky, if that's all you need to make ends meet, then what the fuck happened to all the Vest Streak money? You guys remember the Vest Streak, right? The thing that went from April 1st to September 8th of 2020, where he was hitting the $100 goal every day, twice a day. And obviously, I'm not even talking about the rest of his income. Back then, it was cheers and subs. Now it's super chats and memberships. We're talking about straight tips here. And as most of you know, the Vest Streak went to 276, which 276 times 100 is $27,600 in tips alone in 5 months. Where did all that money go? Especially now that you're being honest with everyone and saying that as long as you're hitting the $50 tips goal, you'll be able to, quote, make a living, pay my bills, and make ends meet.
That basically summarizes DSP. Again, Turkey Tom's video, I highly recommend you check it out. It is a good watch, and a lot of people have spoken about it already. A lot of people have done reacting. Obviously, the Boogie documentary as well. That was a sad, pathetic watch, man. Like, I thought DSP is just an e-begging moron, or moron, as he says. Boogie is just sad and pathetic, to the point where you don't feel sorry for him because he does want to help himself, much like a DSP. But I mean, DSP really thinks that he's a chill, positive gaming type of dude when his own chat shits on him. When people come in and they'll just throw a nothing comment, and instead of ignoring it, he'll start talking about it. And I don't want to involve myself in drama and the trolls, but he gives them airtime. He gives oxygen to these things. Like, this dude should be ignoring this stuff altogether if it doesn't want to participate in. But it's DSP, can't help himself. He says he wants no drama and to leave him out of it, but then he'll spend 10-15 minutes on a rant about not involving himself in drama. He'll throw shade. He will be insulting in a way, in a sense, to Keemstar, to Boogie, to Low Tier God, who else? A whole bunch of others, the detractors, as he says, side scrollers nonstop all the time. He'll throw shade on there off the side and just throw a little stone over the wall every now and again for him to get a bigger stone back, and him to say, hang on a second, what's going on here? Why are people throwing stones at me? It's like, you are sometimes a provocateur, if it were. Not if it were, as it were. You are a provocateur in a sense. And it's not directly to them, but there's still shade being thrown out there. So, and then he'll claim he's done nothing wrong, did everything correct. He's being attacked by all these people, and then it's Crimea River, I'm a victim, DSP. The other thing is as well, begging for tips, as we've seen already, money, super chats, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's not a marker for success. That to me is sad and pathetic. You claim to be a 15-year career streaming veteran, or whatever the hell you claim yourself, professional gamer, professional streamer, right? Only really started paying attention in 2016, after you lost your job, and apparently that helicopter award he keeps on going on about that he got at his helicopter position was a bullshit award that they gave to people to make them feel better. And he's used this thing as though it was like some merit award where he actually, did something great and they awarded him for it. So that's what I've seen floating around anyways. I think It's a Gundam tweeted that out. So it's a nothing award in that sense there. But really, if you really want to get down to it,
TV quality.
Having a house and a wife is all good and well. But when you...
It's like, instead of trying to make movies, just make TV shows. These look like TV show budgets. Just quit trying to put shit in theaters and just make your own content channel. Make Sony TV. I mean, I guess this is where this is all going anyways. I guess they're just like, hey, let's put it in the theaters, and then we can just have this backlog of movies, and then we'll just put it all on a TV show once we're done with it. Just looking ahead.
You're struggling to make money, apparently. Struggling to make money, as we saw Super Crazy's video. Says, if I make
ads on it every
50
20
minimum
minutes.
T1 tip a day, I'll be okay. So where does all the other money go when you get 150, 200, 300 on the odd stream? Where does that go? It goes to bills. It goes towards, electricity bill, the internet bill, the phone bill, Jasper, his cats, pet foods and all these sorts of things, right? That's all good and well, but when you don't make money daily,
you don't
consistently on a regular basis, and you rely on your streams and the amount of time you spend online in order to make money and have a roof over your head and make ends meet and be able to afford the things that you afford, that to me is a model for failure. That's not a model for success. Talking about I have bills, I have groceries, this and that, blah, blah, blah. No shame whatsoever with this bloke at all. I don't feel sorry for him. I pity him. Now, Boogie is a whole different type of special. This is a man who pretty much tanked his own career through bad choices and bad investments, shall we say. He's constantly losing money. He's losing some.
Go to uBlock Origin. Don't use AdBlock Plus because I guess that one isn't good enough. Go to uBlock Origin. Go to the settings. Go to purge all caches. And update. And that should handle it. At least that's what worked with me. There we go.
And a lot of his money went on stupid, frivolous things, big houses, luxury items, an expensive Tesla when he didn't have the money for it, but he wanted to for whatever reason. But more importantly is that he spent
disable your other ad
lot of his
blockers and
money
just use that one because there might be some cross
escorts and sex workers.
Cross bugginess.
And that was over the span of 3 years. 200 grand, apparently.
Dude, I spend a lot of money on stuff.
I spend a lot of stuff on a lot of money on stuff. Yeah, just use the one.
And like it felt really compulsive.
Disable the other ones at least for the one website. I'm not afraid of YouTube coming after me for it because YouTube is eating shit for all of it.
I'm a 48-year-old man. I never.
This is what fucking. This is so wild. So this footage right here was created specifically for the documentary. I'll get past it.
Got to fuck a model?
So
this let me fuck a couple of models. Is that wrong?
I mean, I get it.
Where did you
there
get
are
this
reasons
footage
why
from?
you would pay for escorts, and someone who looks like Boogie and is of his stature and position, yeah, when you have money, you can afford it. Was it a wise decision? Probably not. Not for $200,000 over the space of 3 years, though. Definitely not. Now, apparently he's got himself a girlfriend, or apparently they broke up. I don't even know. It's hard to keep tabs with this bloke because he lies a lot. He does like to pull the sympathy card and manipulate his viewers and the like.
Oh my God,
and I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe if someone catches wind of this video, you can let me know in the comments down below. But this dude is just unreal. He's next level when it comes to asking for money and trying to be the good guy and all this. But as I said, when you don't want to help yourself, why would you expect people to help you out? It does not make sense.
Might get some good reactions
now,
from DSP
he has no
if he
work
has
skills.
to.
He has a felony charge, obviously with the whole Frank Hassel situation.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah,
He
moving
is,
on.
I believe, disabled officially. I think government recognized. Jobs are beneath him. Much like DSP, doesn't want to get himself a job. And because he's got millions of subs on YouTube, he's a 4 million sub YouTuber.
It's not really
and
twerking.
he's not going to get a job like every average Shlomo. So what he's going to do is going to go back to making videos and making money that way. Well, how did that work out?
Tell me a little bit about your background and where you think you want to go with the experience that you already have.
I did work at a small gaming store back in 2006, 2007. I am disabled. Recognized by the state of Arkansas, but also the United States government. There's that. Now, the downside to that is I am extremely depressed, so there's some mental health issues that we bring to the table.
I thought you were the happiest you've ever been with your Goblina girlfriend.
I am morbidly obese. I have
How does she feel when she hears that? Like he tells her, "I'm the happiest I've ever been when I'm with you," and then he goes and talks to this job recruiter, and he's like, "I'm extremely depressed." And then what does she think when she sees it? Oh, well, I guess I'm just not doing a good job. I mean, I thought I was like making him happy, but I guess not, since he's like still extremely depressed. So who is he lying to? Is he lying to me or is he lying to everybody else? Either way, he's a liar. What a fucking scumbag.
No work history.
I'm a low T beta.
No education. And when you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife, and I'm also a pedophile. Should mention I'm also a felon.
Hey, Mike. Listen, dude. I know we're making this documentary and everything, and I know you think I need to get a real job, but I just want to let you know I'm not going to. I'm not going to walk into some job when I have 4 million subscribers on YouTube. I'm one of the original YouTubers. What I'm going to do instead is go back to making content,
look at this.
Go back
This is
to
better
telling
visual.
stories and entertaining people and making money doing it.
What is TKB?
And you want to check back with me in a couple of months? Let's see how things are going. All right? We'll talk to you then.
Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Good job.
TKB is boobs. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, things aren't great. People are still mad at me on YouTube. My view numbers are pretty much close to zero. I'm having trouble breaking 10K on upload right now.
Kind of sad if you ask me. Man says he's not going to get a job because he's one of the original YouTubers. I mean, if you look at DSP and Boogie, they're sort of like two sides of the same coin, just on different levels. One person is keeping afloat because he has people who believe he's nonsense and will keep giving him money to keep himself going, and he doesn't do the extremities and the harmful things that Boogie has done or involve himself in those sorts of scenarios. But Boogie, on the other hand, he has, as you saw and heard, felonies, apparently, hitting his ex-wife, young girlfriend and all that sort of stuff. And he is very much...
I know it was Ethan Ralph who ate a cheeseburger out of a trash can and was like, I got a free burger bite.
Yeah, coming across like someone who's troubled, who uses their appearance, their weight, all that sort of stuff, disability, as an excuse to not do anything, to not try hard. And it's like, well, again, if you don't want to help yourself, why are we supposed to help you? He had the fight with Wings, and if you remember a few months ago, and again, they've got the LOLcow live cast, which maybe that might give him something. We'll see how long that lasts for. But, no work skills, no references, none of that sort of stuff. Is he telling people he's broke for views? Is he trying to pull sympathy cards? Because sympathy and manipulation, it's actually impressive how he thinks people feel sorry for him and give him money, much like a DSP. Like I said, two sides of the same coin, just one's more extreme than the other. But both these two guys, they had everything they could have ever wanted. They had money, they had attention, they had views, they had fame, all that sort of stuff, all relative to their sizes and their niches, whatever. But they pissed it all away. They refused to do the responsible thing, sensible thing of getting jobs, recurring stable income, as stable as can be, especially in this kind of market out there in this day and age. But, I mean, you need income to survive. You're not going to be surviving living off of tips day to day. You're not going to survive hoping that you're going to get the views you once got on YouTube and you're going to get a nice $10,000 pay packet every month or whatever it was. It just does not happen anymore these days for these two guys in particular. They pissed away their opportunity. They had their golden goose and they cut its head off and they threw it away. And where are they now? In the dumpsters, in the trash. DSP's crying about not being able to make money off streams. He lost a week's worth of money because he was sick. Save.
Okay, let's take a look at this.
2人ってことかな。いきますか。ケイさん。
ケイさん。
おっぱいでかっ。あ、どうも。
This one has English sub. God, I hate the middle mouse button always breaks.
いきますか。ケイさん。おっぱいでかっ。
おっぱい。
あ、どうも。おっぱい。ちょっと待って今。おっぱいの下見えたよ。
Oh. Really?
ケイと申し。ほなじゃあちょっといきますか。ケイさん。おっぱいでかっ。
It's okay, they have this shit on Twitch all the time.
どうも。おっぱい。
Oh boy.
ちょっと待って今。おっぱいの下見えたよ。
ケイと申します。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。すごい服着てますね。
私アメリカ生まれなので、
そうなんだ。
日本語とかちょっと発音分かりにくかったらごめんなさい。
全然うまい。日本語うますぎる。あ、 ちょん
She's not a native Japanese speaker.
思うぞ俺と話して上達すればいいちゃんと接客できるのかあつダメだろ絶対ダメなやつやちゃんと接客できるのか嫌な客
Thank you, Servant Hunter. You came at a great
俺が
time.
引っ張っていくみたいなところを見せていこう
interesting.
俺と話して
So she's just an Asian American who.
おいいね
そう言っていただけると嬉しいです。
待っておっぱいの下がやばいんだけど
I say just. You know what I mean.
めっちゃ目の中に丸い光があるですか待って待ってこのスタートやばくないこれハンカチなかったら見えとるやんパンツ
Really?
そっか
嬉しいです。
待っておっぱいの下がやばいんだけど
話しましょうね。
話しましょうめっちゃ目の中に丸い光があるですか待って
Oh my.
待ってこのスタートやばくないこれハンカチなかったら見えとるやんパンツ
DSP's reaction might be really funny, or just.
Cheers! 乾杯。
さすがアメリカ育ち Cheers!
Cheers. No.
Get a better a
Makes me
method
wanna
of
play
income.
Yakuza.
Do this
I will
stuff as
when
a
it's,
secondary, not
on
a
Game
primary.
Pass.
There are so many things you can do that people are
not skippable
told
part of
to
the main
do
plot.
things in
Hell
place.
yeah.
Boogie as well. Don't throw
can't
all your
believe
money in
you
crypto.
really
He
do
put all
it,
his money
man.
in crypto. He won
It is
some.
on Game
Cool,
Pass.
took it out,
Oh,
put it
man.
back in there. Spend money on stupid things.
I need to take
big
like a video game
houses,
break here.
mansion-like locations. Not to say they were mansions, but big, spacious houses.
I got these videos done.
$200,000 on prostitutes. Spending money on collectibles and those sorts of things. I mean, at what point do you say to yourself, I need to stop, this is not healthy? You cannot sustain this level of spending with the amount of money coming in. You were always going to fall into the red. That is the problem. Now, once big celebrities, in this case, e-celebs, shall we say, or popular YouTubers, content creators, whatever you want to call them, like DSP and Boogie, they have hard times or a struggle to accept where their fate is. Much like actors, musicians, sports stars, etc. I mean, many of them can take a regular 9 to 5 or do something different in their careers once everything else dries up. And there's nothing wrong with that. Even former YouTubers who didn't manage their funds as well, didn't save up or put anything in investments or interest and splurged hard and spent their money on dumb things, went overboard. There's nothing wrong with them taking a step back and downsizing whilst getting decent paying jobs that will stop them struggling and asking for money and sympathy and begging for people to contribute money so they can pay their bills. You earn a living to make X amount of dollars. What you put that money towards is on you. We are not responsible. We, the people, are not responsible for your income. That's on you. If you are not making enough money, doing whatever it is you're doing, I suggest, like many others suggest, finding yourselves a proper job. Leave your old $200,000 sub channel behind, your 4,000 sub channel behind, and do something that's going to benefit you in the long run. But these guys, they're too proud. They don't want to let go. They're like the old rock stars who still try and hang on to the glory days. It's just sad. It's pathetic, but this is what they are. These are the lolcows.
At least old rock
They
stars
are
still
failures.
go touring.
And we all, for better or worse, love to see it, I guess.
I mean, in a way, it's like the worst of both worlds. Like, you have the infamy, but you don't have any of the positives. Like, you're out there in the public spotlight, but nobody gives you the benefit of the doubt or any sort of credit. Oh boy, we got a lot of Rev videos to get caught up on. Oh, nice. Let's watch 3 Rev videos. Let's watch 3 of them.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev
Hey, what's
here.
up?
So today we have a pretty serious video. We're dealing with a company and an account that has been effing around a lot over the last couple of weeks, and they still really haven't found out, so we have to revisit.
Here's hoping DSP reacts so hard to the case on stuff that we get a Rev video about DSP about it. One can only hope, right? So, hey guys, so you guys might have heard of this guy, Darkside Phil. Well, he was really toxic and negative towards a famous VTuber.
Visit them and try to spread the message, okay? So
Let's
once
check
again,
out
we
his
are
Twitter.
talking about the Global VTuber Awards. This is the third video in a week I've made about this account, and that is a lot because this is a serious situation and it's ever evolving. And today we have some more updates and very concerning ones because the company that runs this account has once again falsely strucken down another popular YouTube channel that has called out their public actions, and they have doubled down on this and openly stated that they're taking down these accounts because they are criticizing them. It's a very serious situation, and we're going to get to the updates in a second, but let's remind ourselves how we got here. So about a week ago, I made this video about this account and the company that runs them because there's a lot of very concerning things. These things were discovered in this thread made by the YouTuber Curry Rinji, who makes VTuber drama-related content, and in this thread we discovered several things. Number one, that this account was run by a Swedish tech company called Logcast. Now, Logcast is very immersed into AI tech, and specifically, they have created a new program called Oshi that they're trying to push onto the market. This app essentially uses AI to clone your VTuber model, both in its design and your personality, to create your AI clone. And that is pretty concerning because we don't know the limits of how much they own. Can they use this clone VTuber model any way they want? It's not very clear, and a lot of people are concerned about that. And the reason that a lot of people are extra concerned is because this company, Logcast, is running this Global VTuber Awards ceremony, and in their TOS, you can see that not only do they confirm that Logcast is running this operation,
I'm glad
down
you like Bloodborne.
here,
You played
they
Elden
confirm
Ring,
that by
right?
participating in the competition, you grant Logcast the right to your name, likeness, and content for promotional purposes for the competition. Now, that's pretty concerning because they are using this award ceremony to butter up small independent VTubers by nominating them for various categories. And I don't blame these independent VTubers for participating. They see that they're nominated for some award ceremony, they get excited, and they join through this system here. And now this company owns their name, likeness, and content for promotional purposes, which is pretty much everything they do because they're promoting this competition and their app that is associated with it. And that is a pretty concerning thing. And I've seen literally hundreds, if not thousands, of VTubers hand over their likeness to this company because they're excited about this award ceremony. Now, there's many other concerning things that this company has done. You can see on their own Logcast site here, they have many articles.
It makes me strangely more appreciative of like Soviet culture, Atomic Heart. Even though the entire point of the game is that the government is betraying you and lying to you all the way through, it still makes me want to call people comrade.
That are using the likeness of HoloLive members like Pecora to promote their apps. And that is obviously concerning because they definitely do not have the rights to Pecora. And I would be very sure if HoloLive found out that they're using the likeness of Pecora and Fubuki, for example, they would be hitting them with a lawsuit because they do not have the right to these VTubers or the HoloLive name to promote these things. And we've even seen them use AI to promote their app and some of their related articles. And of course, as someone who's trying to get into the VTubing scene, people don't like this sort of behavior. But it got even worse when there was a part of the thread sharing a conference led by the CEO of Logcast. Now, this is something I reacted to in my video, my initial video covering the situation, because it's just that insane. In this conference, the CEO expresses her interest in VTubers and how she wants to integrate them into her app, Oshi, and to promote that further.
I want to see what Kojima wants to do with VTubers.
It becomes very clear that she knows absolutely nothing about VTubers. In fact, throughout the conference, she refers to Hatsune Miku as the first...
Can you imagine Death Stranding 2? And instead of people like Conan O'Brien and shit, we have like Pippa? That'd be so crazy.
AI VTuber, and then maybe it's a play on words or something, then mistakenly also confirms
very slottable format.
Kizuna Ai is also an AI VTuber, which both outrageously false claims, and then goes on to talk about how she wants to promote this app Oshi and to integrate more AI VTubers into the market. Pretty concerning stuff. Now, shortly after that video, Curry Renji, who made the original thread and made a video himself on the situation, was hit with a false copyright strike by Logcast.
Yeah,
and they cited
no.
specifically the conference that I reacted to in my video as the infringing content. And of course, that was a fair use of their public content. He made commentary and critiques of that video just like I did in mine. And in the days that followed, this is now, we're in the new developments here, they confirm right down here their intent behind taking down Curry's video, as pointed out by this user. The Global VTuber Awards account would reply saying, we don't discuss hate videos. We cleared up what misinformation was being spread, including said video. And they're referring to a little, what do they even call them? They're basically like spaces. They're kind of like anyone can join and talk on Twitter when someone's hosting a space. And apparently they cleared up the misinformation, and they're basically saying right here.
Yeah, Red Animator showed me that like anime intro, and it's pretty freaking crazy. Like the production value is through the roof. He's showing me a bunch of stuff. Okay. Where was that? Or maybe it was Sarah who showed it to me. Or was it Exia? I can't find it now. Oh, yeah, it was Exia. I thought it was Red Animator. He shows me a lot of anime stuff too. But it was this one. Billy. Yeah, it was this. The whole 5 minutes of just like anime quality animation. It's so wild. Like, look at all the detail. Okay, thank you, Billy. Thank you for letting me know. But like, there's a sort of just like the ink-like quality that reminds me of a lot of 90s animes. And it's just like a whole big thing. It's really cool. Why does sometimes Gura have ears? Why does she have cat ears sometimes? Is it just like a costume change? It's an outfit. It's so good. And it's like it deserves to be like an actual show, but it's just like a VTuber promotional thing. It's so wild.
That they took down the video because it's spreading hate and misinformation.
Hate?
Even if that was true, that is not a copyright issue. You can't take down someone's video through copyright because you don't like what they're saying. And that's really what it's about here. This isn't about copyright. This is a fair use issue. Whether or not Curry Renji had the ability or the actual right to react to their content, which he did.
Huh.
He used it for fair use purposes to add commentary and to critique what she was saying in that conference.
Look this up.
Just because you don't like what Curry Renji was saying doesn't mean you can take down the video. This is a very clear violation and misuse of the copyright system to strike down someone who is giving you criticism. And this is something that I saw and made a follow-up video expressing my concern about, because if they're taking down his video, I mean, why wouldn't they take down my video, right? It seems like a logical step, and I wanted to bring more awareness that they're violating the copyright system and using it to take down people who are criticizing them. And in that video, I said I was concerned about myself. Well, another video would be taken down by Logcast, and it wasn't me. As of recording this video, my video is still live. However, it was the YouTuber Depressed Nausagi who actually got the copyright strike and his video taken down. And you might be familiar with him. He talks about a bunch of
VTubers taking over
content. And here's his tweet saying, interesting maneuver, citing the strike that was filed. Again, once again, citing the conference talk by Logcast, the same video that Curry Renji was striked for, reacting to. And in the replies to this tweet, Nausagi confirms, for additional context, that the section they struck is a segment of him reacting to my video and then reacting to their VTuber AI video on their Logcast channel. So not only are they reacting to the same content, they're reacting to my video. And yet my video is still up, and Naosagi and Kuririnji have their videos taken down, which is very strange to me because I feel like if they wanted to take down my video, they would have done it already. So they're, I guess, intentionally not taking down mine as some sort of a strategy or something. I don't know. But this reminds me of a nice article here by a copyright lawyer expressing the concerns that basically any YouTuber has about the copyright system and how flawed it is, and how basically anyone can misuse the system with no punishment. I mean, there's no second layer, there's no wall, no failsafe to prevent companies like Logcast from filing malicious strikes against channels because they don't like what they're hearing and they don't like the criticism being directed at them. And we've seen big channels like the Lo-Fi Girl channel, the music channel, that got taken down through false claims, and it took a lot of effort to get that back when they were clearly malicious and false claims. And that's exactly what we're dealing with in this situation. And what's going to be the punishment? Because clearly Logcast and the global VTuber Awards are abusing the system to silence criticism, but what's going to happen to them? And honestly, the word really hasn't even got out there that much because people are still joining their award ceremony and still supporting their tweets despite all of this mountain of things that they're doing wrong, and how they're taking advantage of this whole thing to promote their app and to gain the likeness of independent VTubers for their own promotional gain. And when it comes to filing false copyright strikes, there's actual laws being violated. So if you don't know this, when you file a copyright strike against a channel, you have to provide your legal name or your company's name in a signature attached to it. And you do this under threat of committing perjury, under threat of breaking the law. You are stating that you have a good faith basis that there is a copyright violation taking place. So when you do this maliciously just to silence people who are criticizing you, you are committing perjury. You are violating the law. Now, of course, this is a Swedish tech company. I don't know the laws of Sweden when it comes
Nice. Oh. Next. Nice. Oh, なるほど. Okay, let's start here. This is just an example of where girls cried.
Girls cry, huh?
Where boys cried, Hololive English, first concert. Men cried at Bale's stream.
Bale's stream, what's happened?
Let's look at it bigger.
Men cry?
What do you think this stream is?
The mosaic.
モザイクかけてるけど。
Pokemon! What is he doing?
ゲームの名前は Genital Jousting.
Genital Jousting?
Yes! It's a game where cute looking private parts.
Private part?
And you play 男の private parts. And you move around and I don't know what you do.
Sausage parts?
Sausage parts, yeah! And then you can like cut sausage parts. Cut! And do all kinds of things with the sausage. Yeah?
Sausage cut!
Yeah, and Bale's playing it, and it became a big topic. Everybody was watching and suffering and laughing.
So Bale-chan cut every sausage?
Yes!
No way!
She played with the sausage, and she cut the sausage, and she tortured the sausage.
Oh, whoops, I was muted. Sorry. Sorry, I was muted that whole time. I was just making fun of the way they said sausage. It might be fun, just like running a clip channel. I don't know. Maybe next year.
To copyright and perjury, but I'm pretty sure it's something similar to how it is in the US and the reflection of that in the YouTube policy. And when it comes to these bad faith takedowns, this is something that is categorized in the law as a bad faith takedown. This is something that is directly addressed, and they specifically note how this is used or misused to silence critics. And when it comes to this whole issue, there is penalties too. You can be sued. You can be hauled to court over false takedowns of videos. And as they point out, fair use is what the heart of this issue is. The fair use of a copyrighted work, including such by reproduction or copies of phone records or by any other means specified by that section for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research, is not an infringement of copyright. So in this case, it's very obvious, based on these standards, that Kuririnji and Depressed Naosagi had fair use in their videos. They fairly criticized the public video on the Logcast channel. And I also want to cite this case. This is the actual case that is used for US law. This is what it's all based on. It's about phone records. So to give you an idea of how low the bar is for fair use, in that case, they were trying to determine if it was fair use for a company to take phone books. Now, I don't know if you guys are too young for phone books, but basically they're actual physical books containing the numbers of everyone living in a certain area.
Books.
So in that case, a company went around and said, hey, here's the phone book of town A, here's the phone book of town B, and here's the phone book of town C. I'm just going to take those 3 books from those 3 different towns and combine them into a compilation of phone books. And that was considered fair use. Just making a compilation of someone else's work. That's how low the bar is. Now, technically, if we're really following through with that standard, you could literally make fair use videos on YouTube by just compiling other people's content. And if it makes sense for the purposes of a compilation, that would be enough. But we know that's not going to fly on YouTube. But I just wanted to point out how low that bar is. So going forward, we have like actual sightings down here that this is all about good faith. That this whole thing revolves around good faith, and that fair use is not some sort of a loophole out of it. Fair use is authorized by the law, and it's very clear in this situation. I know I'm beating this to death, but they have violated this good faith representation that what they're filing was made with honest intent. They clearly are using the system for their own personal gain and to silence criticism. And of course, I pointed out in my reply, I made some very simple points about how, you know, as I discussed, my video is still up and it's very strange. But I tagged Team YouTube, and that was something also tagged in Kuririnji's tweet. And it's very strange to see. Absolutely nothing has happened. And it's been several days now, and YouTube has not intervened. Now, I personally think, like, Naosagi is a pretty sizable channel, but maybe things are different, because when I've had situations like this and I've made tweets, like, YouTube has actually come in and intervened and stopped the process. Now, what do these guys have to do next? Well, they're just going to have to fight this copyright strike against their channel, and they'll win, okay? There gets to a point where basically Logcast is going to have to show that they're actually bringing a lawsuit to defend their video, which I highly doubt they would waste their time on that. But still, the fact you have to fight through the system like that is totally ridiculous. And I want to end this video by pointing out one final thing. Tonight, mark your calendars, I guess, if you want. They are hosting a Ask Me Anything, a community Ask Me Anything in one of their spaces. So basically, you can drop in and ask them any question you want. Now, that's at 9 p.m. EST as the day of this video's release. And unfortunately, Sumima Sen, I don't think your boy Rev is going to be there because I have some IRL plans tonight. But if you're interested in asking them some questions, they're open. They're open tonight. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. Please share this video and this message around. We have to really get this out there because it's still not being clear to a lot of these VTubers who are participating in this Global VTuber Awards what kind of a risk that they're facing. So I appreciate you guys listening and spreading the message. And yeah, as always, share your thoughts about today's video in the comments section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, I'm still going through all of these. You can see the ones that I have arranged. All of these. And there's 7 more that I need to add to this full list. It's fine. It wouldn't be one of my videos if it didn't end up being a big, giant project. These are the ones that are arranged. And these are the ones left to separate. And then after that, I can start adding in the relevant clips to each channel. Which is what these spaces in the middle are for. These spaces are to put in the actual clips of the channel. These are the voiceover lines, like the introduction summary of the channel. And then I have this space here where I can slot in. So I'm doing it like one layer at a time, and I'm like stacking the layers one by one, trying to do it efficiently. And once I have something to work with, I'll upload it to the YouTube members only so people can see a nice little preview. Let's keep going with the Rev News. This is a very interesting looking thumbnail. A very lewd looking Megamine.
Hey, what's up guys? Rev here. So boy howdy, is today's video going to be a dumpster fire. So over the past 2 days, I've been dealing with a wave of aggression from multiple artists on Twitter who have been attempting to cancel and slander me. These are all big artists with 50 to 100,000 followers each. Now, what are they trying to cancel me for? Well, they are trying to cancel me because I defend what they claim is problematic art. Now, perhaps unsurprisingly at this point, as we'll see, every single one of these artists has this exact type of artwork in their publicly available Twitter likes, and the mental gymnastics they'll use to defend this is definitely worth looking at. And also on top of that, during this whole situation, one of the artists in question would also have an old thread about them rehashed, a thread that alleges that they have been sending unsolicited nudes to multiple women, a situation that would have never have happened if they hadn't gone after me on Twitter. Now, originally I was thinking maybe I wouldn't do this. I've had enough of a headache the last day or two because my notifications have been blown up by this stuff. But you know what? If you're going to annoy me like that, I'm going to farm you for content. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So it all began with this video I made 2 days ago. In that video, I was talking about the fact that some One Piece manga spoilers were alleging that one of the characters from that series is now confirmed to be 12 years old. And this caused a lot of infighting amongst some tourists in the One Piece community because they normally cancel and attack others for the ages of fictional characters. And now they're realizing that they've been simping for and sexualizing an underage character this whole time without actually knowing about it. And in that video, I gave an example of one of these tweets about this situation from an artist named Psy. I believe that's how you pronounce their name. So their quote said, "Oda waiting till the very end of the manga to add weird pedo stuff is one of the most insane self-sabotage things I've ever seen. Of course, this is the manga industry, so obviously no one will care." And of course, that is insinuating that Oda, the creator of One Piece, is a predator. And in the video, I did your classic, your likes are public, you can check out my video for the examples I provided there. But in their likes, they had everything from furry to lolicon and also underage characters being sexualized. And after the video went out, apparently this artist would notice this video and would make a comment. And also to clarify, they changed their profile picture like halfway through these this timeline, so in case you're confused. But they say, finally get mentioned by a large YouTuber, and it's a guy with a lolly avatar mad that I don't like sexualized art of children, which of course is a gross misrepresentation of what happened. And I would clarify this in my quote retweet. I said, "You called Oda a pedo for his underage characters. I just pointed out that your likes are public and filled with sexualized underage characters in lolicon. These screenshots are from your 2 accounts. My simple point is that you're a hypocrite." And that's really all there is to it.
Wow.
I spent a very small portion of the video talking about this. It's a classic your likes are public moment. And unfortunately for them, they made the mistake of rehashing this argument on Twitter.
What is that Spider-Gwen?
Initially, they were very smug in their response. And they were saying, you know, after I quote retweeted them, they continued to double down, insinuating that I'm a pedo and my fans are pedos. And they would say this and gained a ton of new followers today. Welcome, new folks. Like
Infamy
they're
is
basically saying,
great.
like, I'm winning this situation. Unfortunately, this smug attitude towards this would evaporate very, very quickly. Like they went through the 5 stages of grief real fast because people started questioning some of their actions. And like this user saying, you also had images of underage characters in your likes. That's hypocritical. Where Psy would respond saying, now, were they lollies or were they characters you wouldn't know were underage unless you went on a wiki page? Number one, a lot of the characters they were referring to or that were in their likes are very popular characters that everyone knows about. And here's the thing. if you're going to create this standard where you're treating drawings like real people when it comes to age, it's going to play out just like it does in real life. It's your responsibility to know the age of whatever's being sexualized. You created that standard for yourself. So this idea or this notion that basically like, I don't have to check a wiki page, that's not going to cut it. That excuse doesn't fly when you create this standard for other people. You have to follow it yourself. And this whole idea of like, Your Honor, I didn't know how old they are is not a valid excuse when you have this standard. But going further, more people would show other characters in their likes, where Sai would respond saying, notice how every single character here is drawn with extremely adult proportions. And as the user down here would reply, doesn't change their age, which is very valid because this defense of having adult proportions excuses that they're underage. That's a defense that real life predators use by saying that a child actually has adult features, therefore they're not actually a child. No, that is not the case. That doesn't justify this. And again, you don't like that. Well, that's the standard you created for other people when you were slandering and attacking them. And tell me, does this look like an adult character with adult features? In this case, you liked a picture of Megami, who everyone knows is a lolly character and also underage, and is also very petite, and this is about as graphic as it gets. And this was something I didn't even see when I made my initial commentary from the video from a few days ago. I didn't even notice some of these likes, because I didn't go very far. I got the picture quickly, but people kept digging, and they found stuff like this that is pretty much indefensible if you're an anti, right? There's no way this ends up in your likes without you being a massive hypocrite. And of course, the mental gymnastics continues, where Sai would say their age doesn't matter as these are aged up versions. And then it goes on to say multiple things that are just not true, by the way. Like Spider-Gwen is 15, I believe. And also the robot Jenny is like 5 years old, but it's a robot. But those points besides, their defense here is literally age is just a number.
But it's an
that is their defense to wriggling out of this and somehow justify liking these things despite their stance and calling other people pedos for liking underage characters. It's so insane. However, things would get worse, okay? So they would private their account. They're trying to hide from all this. But we really didn't get to the real spicy meatball in the situation. And a lot of people started digging up on this artist. And this user and many others found some archived threads from back in 2021. Now let's take a look at these archived threads. Well, the evidence you can see here, I went through it myself, and you can see this thread from a now suspended account, hence why it's archived. It says, please be alert for an artist named Synapse. They sent unsolicited nudes to people who had no interest in this, continuous sexual messages, even though I try to change the topic multiple times. When giving an aggressive hint, he blamed me for his unwanted sexual advances. And it gets even worse because, as you see, there's actual photo evidence of these DMs, but other people would step forward in response to this thread and share similar stories where they were also sent unsolicited sexual messages and nudes from this artist. And yeah, not a very good look. This is what they're alleging, but we don't really have to just believe the thread. You can believe Synapse himself because he more or less confirms this. This was a tweet made in the following days after this thread was released saying, will not be commenting on any post about drama. Y'all know I'm flawed. I don't gotta explain stuff. My actions speak for themselves. So they're clearly, in my opinion, acknowledging that these things happened. But down here, this is the crazy part. They say, however, I will not be lectured on not taking a hint by someone whose entire career is based on leading on depressed, lonely men like me for money. The CIA could not have tortured this tweet out of me, okay? So he's basically admitting he's a lonely dude, and then he's victim blaming the people he was sending these unsolicited nudes to. Absolutely insane. And the reason this thread is even being brought up after these 2 years since it happened is because this guy couldn't stop talking and slandering people on Twitter. If my video came out and he just carried on with his life, nobody would have found this thread. It would have been buried in the archive forever. But because this guy impulsively had to go out there and continue to slander
That's so
people and
funny.
then double and triple down and try to revel in the attention, this thread popped up
Let's
again.
look into this
and now
guy.
It's
Oh,
relevant news here in
oh
2023.
no.
But anyway, another artist would then throw their hat into the fray. This artist
Really
would
happy
have
about all
around
the new
50 or
follows I've been getting
60,000
lately.
followers on Twitter would quote me stating, Rev is so funny, this dude is just Keemstar for otaku Twitter, yet he acts like some internet tough guy for beefing with artists or whatever on social media.
It's not
now,
that bad.
I never claimed to be some internet tough guy, and if you're calling me that, you're probably projecting. But
Like, what's so bad about being the Keemstar of anime VTuber news? Again, that's like the highest bar you can get for that genre.
But keep in mind who they're defending. They're coming to the defense of Psy, who's not only a hypocrite by their own standards, but those standards would call someone a predator based on the fictional content in their Twitter likes. And
Wouldn't even
this
find that
is-
offensive.
Let me just clarify too. I'm not just beefing with someone in this situation. I am pointing out that this person is a hypocrite. And it's very obvious that based on their own likes, they would fail their own standards. And again, let's apply this standard that they're creating to this artist coming to Psy's defense. Here's their likes. Now, I have to censor it like very heavily. If you want to see the actual uncensored version, you can see it in the media tab on my
definitely
Twitter
wanna
account.
know.
But there is a
Not
whole
really.
wall right here of lolly characters being sexualized. And some of them are just your traditional lolly characters or underage characters as well. But there's other ones in here that they think is some sort of a loophole where it's a very clear lolly character, but then it has comedically large breasts, as if that's some sort of a little gotcha, right? Like, oh, it's not a lolly. That doesn't change the fact that it's a lolly character. And again, the side person you're defending would be saying pretty awful
Gross.
things about you if they applied their standard to you. And of course, they'll go on a series of tweets, all of them now deleted, where we have this one saying, last thing I'm going to say about Rev, I sent him direct proof that Psy got doxxed after he started beef with him, and little man has been real quiet since then. And of course, this tweet is ironically deleted. So, number one, there was this claim that the artist Psy got doxxed during this situation. And during this whole thing, this artist would be the one who would show screenshots of this happening, and they would all be deleted. And the reason they were deleted is because I think it's because people started pointing out some flaws in the timeline of events and that these screenshots didn't seem to make a lot of sense. Besides the fact that this account that posted this alleged stuff was a burner account that wasn't following me, it's not a part of my community, and anyone in my community knows that doxing someone is wrong. In fact, I don't support harassing anyone. Nobody in this video should be targeted for harassment. I am not telling anyone to harass these people. In fact, I'm telling them to do the exact opposite. If you're in my community, you should just avoid these people. And if you are following them, take the information I'm giving you and then decide whether or not you want to keep supporting artists like this who are hypocrites and attacking others over fictional content. But this whole idea that this happened is strange because as soon as people started pointing some flaws out, all of that evidence was deleted. And I don't want to show any of it because if it is true, I don't want to in any way spread that message. But these things seem a bit odd, and the fact that it's Psy stating these things, who has been proven to be pretty untrustworthy, that also leaves some doubt. This whole idea, again, calling me a little man and all these things, again, I guarantee this is projection. You don't know anything about me. And the whole thing, like, you're being real quiet. Guys, I went to bed. Like, I'm not terminally online watching my Twitter trying to get updates every second. But I know someone else who was definitely online, and it was this artist. So let's continue. Another deleted tweet saying, Lolicon Twitter is so funny. They expect you to enter a 500-hour debate with them, and just for saying you don't like drawings of toddlers getting effed or whatever, it's truly hilarious. Again, another gross misrepresentation of what's happening in the situation. I pointed out that your friend is a hypocrite under their own standards. Very basic argument, and a standard that they're pushing that you would fail under. Like, I don't understand what you're trying to prove here, and you're the one who went on a tangent for hours on end arguing with everyone. And here's another one saying, I'm 800% sure that I've liked some poontang of underage characters because I don't know every single one from an IP, and I'm not going to check that. I'm just scrolling, bro. Your Honor, I was just scrolling, bro. Again, if you're going to attack and slander people and support narratives that people like Psy are encouraging, what does this make you under that standard? You're admitting to it publicly. Here's another deleted tweet saying, unsurprisingly, my point was proven. I have been swarmed by locusts trying to get their sting in. Like any of this stuff matters. Go hit up the Battle Pass Fortnite style. So none of this matters? Then why are you tweeting about it? Why did you make like several dozen tweets about the situation and support an account that was slandering people? Why do you really not care? It's like this idea of like, I'm not owned, I'm not owned, I don't care, I'm so indifferent, while you're making dozens of tweets. And honestly, also, this does matter. When you're slandering and harassing people online over fictional content, it does matter. And like people like me have every right to point it out or to defend ourselves, okay?
We'll defend ourselves.
Following this, we get our third guest in today's video. Another artist with over 50,000 followers on Twitter would join the fray, and they would quote me saying, counter argument, stop being a pedophile. As you can see, the number of quotes versus likes, this did not go very well. This was not the comment section and the response they were expecting with this one. And as per usual, I could pretty much end the video here. You know how this is going to end, right? You know what's going to happen next. Of course, we look at their public Twitter likes. It's filled with sexualized underage characters from My Hero Academia, as well as a goblin version of Rebecca from Cyberpunk, who is a lolly. And I asked this person very plainly, can you please stop watering down the term pedophilia to drawing something that actually benefits real predators, and also stop slandering people over drawings when you have that same type of content in your likes? And they would reply, not directly to me, but to themselves, saying, I seem to have attracted the pedophiles, because this is another user on Twitter where everyone who they don't like must be some sort of a predator. And again, immediately doing exactly what I told them not to.
Watering down the word.
To water down the term to something that it's not. And then I would reply to them with a very simple point saying, these are the people you're defending. And I'm just censoring this for the sake of it. It's the screenshots from earlier in the video of the two other artists with Lolicon in their likes. You're defending them. You're friends with them.
Get to the point where you can't see anything.
Why aren't you calling them out? Why are you focused on me? Why are you making separate standards for your friends? And also, by your standard and the ones that you're supporting, they would be predators. So why are you defending what you would consider predators? It all is just so disingenuous and stupid. And I want to end this video by saying,
it is pretty stupid.
A lot of people have raised this point, not only in the last 2 days, but pretty much any time someone's angry about my defense of fictional content. They say something like, I ain't saying lolly is pedophilia, but it sure is weird. Yeah, it is weird. Like, that's totally valid. I will tell these people I am in no way angry because these people claim to not like lolicon. That's within their right. They're even within their right to say it's gross and all that stuff. But I just simply ask to not slander and call people pedophiles over drawings, especially when you're being a massive hypocrite about it. And these artists now have these public statements showing that they're antis. These things don't go away. And these likes that show that they're a hypocrite will not go away. So they have taken a stance, and for what reason? And now they're just hemorrhaging followers. None of these people benefited from the attention. The attention they got was negative, and people saw that and unfollowed them. Because I'll give you a hint, when it comes to artists who post anime art on Twitter, 99% of the people follow you for some anime titties. They don't care about your opinion, and they certainly do not want to see drama and you slandering other people over fictional content that you also make and consume, by the way. But that's going to do it for this video. I know it was a lot, so I appreciate you guys listening to my...
Thanks, Rev. That was weird and gross. I guess that's like a genre of tweeter. They're like, hey, we draw anime and a lot of it is nude and salacious. But when we're bored of drawing, we try and cancel people for not liking the right, correct sort of art. It's like, that's Twitter for you. On one hand, you make the art. On the other hand, you go after people who are liking basically the same art in the wrong way. And it's like, you know, your followers are just following you to see the art, right? They don't really care about your political opinions.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Like, if only more artists would take that seriously. It'd be like, you know, like your fan base doesn't want to hear your political opinions, right?
Guys, right here.
But they're like, but my political opinion is expertly formed, and I'm super smart, and I have all the right opinions. So let's just bask in my genius and about how I know everything, right? They're not really there for that.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So it looks like we're reaching the next...
You don't really see me, like, go on political crusades, do you? And if I do, I apologize.
Level, the slippery slope head...
someone in chat, like, when I was going through all these channels, we're taking a look at my bookmarks up here, because sometimes I hide my bookmarks, sometimes I don't. I should, you can hide them. I think it's a Shift Control B. Yeah, you can just do that to hide and unhide your bookmarks. And someone was like, oh, you've got like Trump bookmarks, and it's like, yeah, it's like a comic. It's like a really funny comic that I wanted to bookmark. Like it's just a funny like JoJo parody of the political debate between Trump and Hillary, and it's like it's really cool and funny and well drawn. That's why I have it bookmarked. And I have this, like a t-shirt that I thought about getting at one point, but like I never bought. But like I have a lot of bookmarks. These are just the ones that show up on the bar because I don't have a whole lot of other bookmarks. The My Hero Macadamia, I think I did at some point.
As fully sloped.
But now, it's like, for many... Like why do you want to shame me for like not hating Trump? It's just like it's not that deep. It's just like I don't think he's evil. Like, oh no, cancel me.
Years on this channel and many channels like mine, we've been pointing out the fact that a lot of
people
on social media have been pushing to censor things like fan service and anime, and we always claimed that it wouldn't stop with that sort of thing, and it would keep extending into other things that people want to ban and morally condemn. Well, we started with things like fan service, and now we've reached the next step, and that is the push to ban and morally condemn violence in video games. Yes, we have reached that stage once again. We have a new generation of people on places like Twitter that are putting 90s soccer moms to shame. So it all began with this news right here. Rockstar Games a few days ago announcing that they're finally going to make a new Grand Theft Auto. And you can see how culturally relevant this all is because this tweet has 1.5 million likes and 170 million views. This is a big set of news right here. And here was a tweet discussing some of the intended developments in GTA 6. So this tweet caption... One of the GTA 5 downsides is the lack of enterable buildings. I hope GTA 6 will have plenty of interiors to explore. It adds so much more depth to the world. And this tweet, much like the last one, very talked about with almost 70 million views. Now, a lot of the conversation would involve talks about violence in video games because this clip that they played involves a player shooting up the inside of a hospital in the game. And we see tweets like this saying, honestly, in today's social climate, I hope we aren't able to shoot up buildings in GTA, which is a very concerning
no, I don't want to get political.
Is this user
I don't want to.
trying to say that it'd be
stuff.
too morally troubling and too scarring for people to see this sort of violence in video games? Or are they implying that someone would see this sort of content and then replicate it in real life? Here's another tweet made by a game developer responding to the initial thread saying, "This video makes me sick," where a user replies, "It's an effing video game," where the developer says, "So?" and the user replies, "The guy is exercising the ability of what the game can do. You're a game developer. You should know this. If one man has the power to do such things in a video game, then what's..."
Just the pop-up being like, you know you're an evil person, right? And then you just click the yes button. And you're like, okay. And you just go back to shooting up everyone in the building.
Stopping him from doing that. Where the developer would respond saying, "I think they should be watched. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Like, would you take a plane and fly it into the buildings just because it's a game?
Yes.
Or the simple fact that you are a dick?" So they're basically saying that you should be on a watch list or something equivalent if you're committing violent acts in a video game. A video game called Grand Theft Auto, by the way, because imagine my shock when there's crimes being committed in a game that is quite literally named after a crime. Here is really kind of the main focus we're going to have for a couple minutes here. So
GTA
a
6
YouTuber
is gonna
named
be
G-Man
a disaster.
would reply to a user saying that they did these sorts of things in the Grand Theft Auto franchise, saying this dude should be on an effing watch list. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, fans of this channel or anime fans, does this sort of comment sound familiar where consuming fictional content is met with people saying you should be on a watch list with no proof that there's any sort of a connection to real life crimes? Does that sound familiar? Well, it's now been extended to violence in video games, much like it was in the early 90s and 2000s. And the problem with G-Man is, well, you've been engaging and consuming this content for decades at this point. This man has done reviews for games like Postal. He has actively consumed the Postal franchise, which, if you're not familiar, that series involves a whole lot of violence committed upon civilians. That's like the heartbeat of that franchise. And going further, someone would say, like you've never done that in a video game before, I never expected you to clutch your handbag regarding violence in a 15-year-old GTA game. And G-Man would respond in a now deleted tweet saying, against the cops, yeah. What? I didn't go around murdering the pedestrians. Brother.
What?
Yeah, you can see, like, there's no response needed. You can see the ratio that existed before this was finally deleted. This guy has to have a humiliation fetish at this point because I don't even see the Twitter blue logo. Like, this guy's not even making a few pennies in ad revenue from engagement bait. This guy genuinely is dying on this hill and getting made fun of. Like, this is next level. And, as I've said in multiple videos, it's been a theme really for the last couple of weeks. You reap what you sow. When you create this standard of violence in video games making you a dangerous person, when you tweet things like this celebrating the fact that Batman Arkham City is 12 years old, look at the hidden replies on G-Man's tweet. Bro, be careful with punching criminals in Batman. They have rights too. You should be killing those Arkham cops, which is the morally good thing to do. But criminals have their rights, man. You can't mistreat them. It's inhumane. Yeah. So he's hiding this. He's very, very aware of these comments, and he is very, very insecure about them to the point of using the hidden reply feature to basically pin this comment to his tweet and, make it very easy and accessible to see a tweet dunking on him. And this would continue in the hidden replies, people making fun of him. And someone pointed out a very funny little snippet here, a screenshot from Postal 2 where protesters in that game were crying about the same exact things that he is now crying about, which is ironic because he reviewed this game not that long ago. But continuing on, a lot of people were starting to point out things like this. 2023 is a very wild year where morals and standards are so inconsistent, it's actually unbelievable. So earlier this year when Baldur's Gate 3 came out, where there was an actual
I think Twitter makes people's brains
to have
rot.
sex with a bear in the game, people were saying, wow, why is that getting praised? And then why are things like a little bit of anime
exacerbates
getting
mental
condemned
illness
and censored and banned across basically the entire internet? And people are once again
leave video games alone. Instead, we should talk about the mental illness caused by tweeting.
Raising this, we're saying you applauded things in Baldur's Gate 3 like that scene with the bear.
We need to talk about tweeting and how it affects our mental illness, mental self.
For killing civilians in GTA. Like, really, 2023 is a head scratcher, man. And moving on, we have this tweet that went viral. Quote retweeting the original thread saying, GTA 5 needs more enterable buildings, commits terrorism. Now, I'm pretty sure this is a joke, but the responses to this tweet were definitely not a joke. I mean, over 300,000 likes on this tweet. And the replies were filled with people talking about violence in video games being bad. And also looking at this Kira account, like they are responsible for one of the worst tweets in Twitter history. If you know, you know. But nonetheless, here's some of the replies.
No, I don't.
This person says, GTA fanbase needs to seek actual therapy. 3,000 likes on this. And then the original post was saying, driving in GTA is literally therapy.
What?
Driving around the city, just listening to the crazy ass radio stations with the funniest commercials. I love GTA, man. So it's weird how these people are trying to like LARP as innocent civilians in GTA and then acting like shocked with a soy face when people are committing crimes in a game that is literally designed for people to commit crimes. It's so confusing, but my point that I made in my quote retweet or my tweet sharing a screenshot of that is that over 300,000 people celebrating tweets like this should be eye-opening to the current state we're in. And the idea that people thought really, the crying and the moral outrage over things like anime fan service and stuff like that, did you really think it was going to end there? This is what everyone's been saying. It's going to keep going until everything is problematic and everything is being censored. But moving on, here's another quote saying, there's a level of obscuring that the graphics on the PlayStation 2 and 3 accomplished to turn a scene like this into something more cartoonish and simple. But on PS5, with more advanced AI and animations, more realistic blood and gore, that's just a photorealistic shooter sim.
Oh no.
People advocating concern about this with moral panic in the 90s and early 2000s are missing the context of how mass shootings have become commonplace in our culture since then.
No, they haven't.
And how much additional fidelity the violence is given. So basically, unfortunately, this user is not aware that gun-related violence has been a thing ever since any GTA game has ever been created. And of course, they would scramble and have a very hard time finding any studies to support this link between violence in video games and violence in real life. But this idea that if graphics are too good, now all of a sudden it's a problem. Listen, if you see a video game and violence in video games and you want to replicate it in real life, that is because you're mentally ill. That has nothing to do with the average consumer of a video game. They're not being, warped in their mind to think these things are okay. It's people who already have mental problems that are seeing certain themes in video games and then want to replicate it in real life. That's not the average consumer, and we shouldn't tailor these things to people who have mental problems. But moving on, this person says, with 21,000 likes, by the way, no study has ever been born out of it, and I'm always against censorship, but to be honest, it is pretty easy to see why there was a moral panic about this specific game. Yeah, again, anime fans, does this sound familiar? Someone saying, I don't have any study to provide to support my claim, but I think we should be morally condemning this sort of thing that happens in fictional content. Yeah, you know what, it's just unbelievable, okay? And let me share a couple more. This person saying, in response to the original thread, can't think of a better idea. And then posting an article about mass shootings. And someone responds saying, it is a video game R word. My God, you people are insufferable. Where the poster would reply saying, I know what GTA is. My 8-year-old son plays it. I give up, dude. I give up. We have to tailor an M for mature rated game for your 8-year-old son so he can play without getting scared. Where are we right now? Is this real life? This is the fault of the parent. Why would you ever post this? And going on, this tweet just captures it, okay? This person quoting saying, the reaction to this is effed. It's so effing over. Jack Thompson won. What's the point anymore? That's pretty much the best way to sum up this entire situation. Now, for those who don't know, this is Jack Thompson. He's an American attorney who was the face of the push to ban and morally condemn violent video games and other media like GTA. He did this in the early 2000s. He was the poster child of pushing the narrative that violence in video games and other media ends up leading to violence in real life. He found real cases of people who were committing violent acts in real life and tried to blame it on GTA. This guy is actually winning right now. He has waited. Apparently it took a while, about 2 decades, for a new generation of young people.
I forget why, but I was calling out Turkey Tom for getting something wrong in a video, but he later on in the video explained that he did know what he was talking about. I was just getting ahead of myself. So I just made a joke. I pulled up Blender really quickly because I was using the Lady Maria costume. I was using this one. Let me pull this up here. I was using this one, and so I really quickly opened up Blender, and I made a version where the hat was in the hand. So it's just like, okay, here we go. I thought it'd be a funny gimmick. That's the main reason.
To completely rot their brains to the point where they think that violence in video games leads to violence in real life, and they have quite literally gone backwards. We have progressed backwards, ladies and gentlemen. It's the 90s and early 2000s moral panic once again, and this time it's being not pushed by soccer moms and Karens. It's being pushed largely by a younger generation, and that's pretty scary. But that's going to do it for this video. I know there's a lot going on here, so please feel free to share all of your thoughts about
This wheel is very perverted, you guys.
In the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. Blame the wheel. This is one perverted wheel, I gotta tell you. Damn it, wheel. Damn it. You're so fucked. Dude, if GTA 6 comes out and like it doesn't let you shoot people and like do the things you can do in GTA 4, it is gonna get so mocked and ridiculed, made fun of. Like there's a lot of YouTube channels who are gonna go viral just like dunking on how puritanical it's all become. No, what the fuck? How gross. This flag is just so disgusting. Like, it's not even a good flag. On top of every other problem it has going on with it. Tries to make up for the serious homophobia.
I hate homosexuals!
What is this?
Congratulations. That was one of the stupidest things.
Damn it, Kotaku.
That I've ever seen anybody post on the internet before.
I love Persona, but here's all the reasons why I think it's problematic. That's how every games journalist article begins. I love video games. Don't get me wrong, guys. I played a video game, so pay attention to me and take me seriously when I say that I hate everything about this video game. It's like, no, nah, I'm not gonna get. That is so dumb. It's so fucking stupid how the OBS tries to reconnect. It's like reconnecting, can't reconnect, retrying to reconnect. And it does it like 4 or 5 times and I'm like, dude, come on, just reconnect. And it doesn't. And so what I do is I go into OBS and I'm like, stop stream, start stream. And that's when it reconnects. It's like, what was the problem before? Must be like a URL issue. Okay. Well, while that was going on, the 360p version of this video had been uploaded, so I should make this one public now. Like I downloaded the stream off of YouTube, but I did it too quickly. So it had only rendered at 360p resolution, and so I uploaded that one to the archive channel. And then I was looking back on it, and I was like, man, why is this so blurry? And then I realized, oh yeah, I should have waited before downloading the stream so I could get the higher quality version. So I went ahead and uploaded that. So it should be good now. When it's done processing. It should be any day now. It should be. If it ever will. It should be saying that it's processing. Like I uploaded the right version, didn't I? Better have. Yes, I'm sighing. Well, thank you, Rev, for further deteriorating my hope in the future. I don't think DSP is going to talk about it. But it's trending on Twitter. Like, he's going to see Persona, and he's going to see homophobia, and he's like, I'm not going to talk about that. I don't know how to talk about that. So, anyways, there's, like, something with, like, Persona, and, like, something about you know? And I'm just like, what? And it's just like, these people are idiots, and they're dumb. Anyways, so, there's no news. There's no game news. It's just not going to touch it. I still think it was pretty funny how it was like, Baldur's Gate 3 is not going to win Game of the Year. Everyone's going to forget about it because it's on the PC. And it's like, dude, PC is it's the #1 gaming platform, moron. Just because you're a console baby doesn't mean that games that are PC centric don't get mainstream attention. You realize, like, the entire Witcher franchise was mainly a PC-centric game. You realize even now, today, it's really hard to play Max Payne 1 on anything but, like, a mouse and keyboard. Like, it doesn't really have controller support. It got ported over to console. DSP has been in a state lately. Call of Duty is not working out well for him. Meerkat went over that a little bit about how Call of Duty isn't bringing in the big bucks, and it shouldn't, because DSP is not a Call of Duty player. He should stick with games that he knows of, like Street Fighter, fighting games, FromSoft clones. Trying to be this variety streamer thing is just not working out for him. Help me, Gundam, make me more miserable.
But what happens when I'm finally set free? Oops.
Can you imagine how many lives this is going to be saving?
Now, I'm sure you've heard the term MCU. It's being used by some fan communities. And yes, the term is extremely offensive, but it's also becoming undeniably true.
Put another gay diverse woman in it, make it more tame.
Did you ever want to see $300 million burn? Well, you're in luck. The Marvels is here to fulfill your every fantasy. Brie Larson returns off of the smash hit film Captain Marvel. She steals every scene she's in, like a black hole, sucking all the light out of the room. Have you seen her toes? They are the MCU-made manifest. Forgive me.
Oh my God.
I'm delirious from watching this film. It was an absolute thrill ride. I found myself weaving in and out of consciousness, like a woman on a roller coaster
Why do we have to see her
ride,
toes?
passing out from sheer exhilaration. The Marvels is about a magic MacGuffin that Camilla Khan wears that gives her the ability to turn light into matter. Ignore the fact that that's not her superpower in the comic books. This is just easier to animate.
Stop him!
But not only that, she also exists to remind you just how great and how much she loves Brie Larson's Captain Marvel. And you should love Captain Marvel too. Captain, oh my Captain. These armbands are not to be confused with the ones that Marvel wore, even though technically they are. It makes a lot of sense if you don't think about it.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next products.
Camilla Khan has such an obsession with Brie Larson, it's to the point that it's unhealthy. If Camilla was a boy, she'd be labeled as an incel. Or she'd be put on a watch list. The villain Darban has been gender and race swapped, and it has absolutely nothing to do with her husband.
Don't ask questions.
This video is sponsored by Go Dark Bags. They block tracking. FBI owing entire movie from a chair. The one strong leader that .com. Nick Fury filmed this entire movie from a chair. The one strong leader that formed the Avengers in the MCU's early stages is now Space Daddy. And he has no agency other than
you're gonna have to pay me more if you want me to stand up, motherfucker.
And giving words of encouragement to our strong female leads. Don't forget to use Black Girl Magic.
Stop it, please, I beg you!
Whoever wrote this needs a pay raise. The villain in the film, Dar Ben, is running around the galaxy stealing resources from other planets. She's like a minority let loose in the streets of San Francisco. Look out, Walgreens. She's looking for reparations. By the way, they didn't rip off stealing the atmosphere from a planet from the movie Spaceballs. It's just a coincidence. Have you seen the amazing costume designs in this film? They were big budget high school musical levels. My inner theater kid is squealing with mediocre delight. The musical numbers that gave life and action set pieces filmed in a giant blue screen room. What's not to love? The ending fight scene was a delicious delight, a cornucopia for the eyes. Every kick and punch felt real and exhilarating. It wasn't like a bunch of people that barely trained for a fight scene using quick, flashing camera shots designed to fool you into believing there was some sort of impact. And let me tell you, there's more floor sliding than a Call of Duty match. Dar-Ben kills herself pointlessly and rips a hole in the galaxy when she was supposed to be stealing sunlight or something. It makes a lot of sense if you don't think about it.
Don't ask questions.
In the end, all's well that ends well. The black woman saves the entire universe from inside the rip, and then we're treated with a treasure trove of Easter eggs. The Young Avengers. Finally, now you can get a movie starring people from other movies and shows in the MCU that you didn't care about. But you will when you see this.
Tell me what to be.
I don't know, just don't be a dick.
It's too late. Look at me. I'm such a dick.
It's never too late to stop being a dick.
And we have a nod to the X-Men. Ah, fantastic. It's good to see you, Henry McCord. Oh my God, what a great film.
I don't think I could do this.
Anyway, I give the Marvels a 1.5 snorts out of 5.
Snorts. Anything else from Gundam? No. It's all terrible. Maybe he needs another editor so he can have more rants and put up more videos. You can just keep ranting and just send off the rants via email to another editor, and someone, possibly me, can edit it together so we could have more video output. I don't know, just an idea. Ew, teeth update. No, I don't want to look at King Cobra's gross broken teeth. I'll pass. Daniel Larson had a major freak out, but it's only funny if you listen to the uncensored version. Hearing it's like an Eminem song. When you hear it on the radio, it's just a whole bunch of censor bleeps, but when you hear the real album, the studio version, that's the real version of it. Oh, Daniel Larson. He's got it really bad. He's got the tism, the schizo, and the bipolar. This is a really bad combination. What is Ann Lee playing? Boglum Quest? It's a Mario hack, but with King Cobra in it. Let's check it out. Ann Lee's having fun with video games. Played Amnesia. Where's Boglum Quest? Let's see. Where is it? Is it just really short? And Mario. Huh. Is it at the beginning? Yes, it is at the beginning. Check this out.
Dinner game capture? Can it find it? It can find it. The question is, can I make it show up? Okay, if I do this, there we go. Then, yeah, we'll put him up on the mini screen over there. Doesn't matter. We don't really need him. This is the Boglum Quest. It's already looking pretty good. I like Mr. Jorsh over here. He's looking like a real peanut kind of guy.
What the?
Oh God! Okay, I don't know if it looks like really crappy on the frames up there. I mean, it's smooth down here, but oh man, we might want to choose a different way to capture this. That's fucking abrupt. That's awful. Is it? Can we do it this way? See. Is this smoother? It is smoother. A little bit weirder, but okay, this is smoother. This needs to be burned in hell. No, I don't. Oh, we don't have enough stamina. We need some fucking stamina. How do we build stamina?
You died?
Okay, huffing duster is not how you build stamina. Can we make a wand? You need wand wood. Oh shit, DSP starting.
I think King Cobra can play guitar better than his.
Open. If he does, it's gonna be weird.
It's pretty smooth. Oh no, does the gameplay get interrupted?
Oh, you can hear him clicking around too.
Good morning, everyone. Today's show.
Good morning. Oh, he is doing a cold open.
4 nominations have officially been announced. And of course, we've got a lot to talk about with all the games that are contenders for Game of the Year and more.
What?
Plus, of course, we're going to recap where I am with all the current playthroughs. And today's
Does the Boglum Chronicle music play when you're taking a piss? This is a very crazy, insane, random stream. Let's take a look at this. Let's make it more random.
OK 続きやろう英語 We did We won We got this カリもやってWe won A wiggler race A flower kingdom Stop Kari Specialty Stop そんなカリ見たくなかった OK Let's go 危ないやべ
Excuse me. No, please やめてください.
Please stop. やめてくだ stop.
やめて could you stop?
やめてくだ stop.
Not in midair. Press SR.
Shake.
No shake.
なんで Why shake?
ダサいから
ねえダサくないダサくないカリ You Shut up your mouth.
I'm so shy. Okay. Yeah.
All right, Panda Seed are going to be really useful on our adventure. Let's go get some more. どう My English.
最高。So excellent. 本当のなんか英語の声優になってほしい。お願いします。お願い。
適当すぎるだろ。ねえ、適当って英語でなんて言うの？
適当 is like whatever. Ambiguous? Half-assed.
Half-assed?
Half-assed.
Half-assed.
Yeah, かな? But ambiguous. Take half-assed.
Kariope is half-assed.
I'm half-assed. 適当 suitable, proper,
yeah.
appropriate, fit. Okay. それかカリオペ思ってたは lazy, careless, unreliable. カリオペは待って先輩 maybe
Ew.
けど死神だから大丈夫
What's me ew?
Ew? キモいって感じキモ
Ew!
Ew キモ
Ew
嫌ですねEw Let's go
Anna's taking over the castle.
これやべだでやべ
Take a breath ちゃんと息して
うるせー
Shut up now
That was random. What do I got in the history? What is this?
I hope I can help. Necromancy may be legal in Cyrodiil, but few will openly admit to practicing it now that the Mages Guild has banned it. Farewell.
Farewell.
Rest in peace.
Well. Farewell.
May you rest in peace.
That's pretty good. What is this one? My mom guesses VTuber names.
So recently I posted a video.
Yeah. Thanks, turkey. I'm not a chicken. You're a turkey.
I'm not a chicken. You're a turkey.
Where is it? What? Oh. I'm logged into the other YouTube account. That's why it's not showing in my history. Switch account. Shit, okay. Is it this one? No.
I hope I can help. Necromancy may be legal in Cyrodiil,
It's this one.
but few will openly admit to practicing it now that the Mages Guild
okay.
has banned it.
Farewell.
Farewell.
I need to. No, I didn't press the right button. Where's the music gone? There's the music gone. Today, what we are doing is. When are you moving out? Stream's over. Bye. I'm gonna show you some VTubers. You are gonna say, she looks like a Suzanne or something, and then we will all have a laugh. Okay. Okay, here are the rules. I will show you, my mother, a real VTuber. Real. Okay.
Why is real in brackets?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Some will have hints, some will not. I am quirky like that. If you can't guess the name, just guess based on vibes. I have written all the names in Western order specifically to annoy people. And 5, please don't say anything that could get us into legal trouble.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Please. This one. Here are your hints. Please. This is literally the easiest question I could have given you. Please.
Well, I obviously know who that is.
Do you? Are you
I
sure?
don't think I'm that stupid. That is John.
I can't believe. Oh God, it's John VTuber from the Rin fact. Oh, this was a mistake. Even Noodle agrees. Well, actually, the right answer was Rin Penrose, CEO of Idol. Here are some facts about Rin. Some more Rin facts.
I nearly read that CEO of Idiots.
Sorry. Okay, I see how it is.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you.
You're not sorry.
No, I'm not.
Right then.
Tawny Owl.
Like it's her full name?
Yeah, that's actually the...
I haven't even given you the hint yet.
Oh, okay, go on, sorry.
When she's not being a VTuber, she's a nurse. This is a real life thing. She's actually a nurse.
Oh, is she?
VTubers aren't all just like me, Mum. You must understand.
They have real jobs.
What is this?
Is it something to do with her outfit?
Well, maybe vaguely.
Because it's very woodland. Does she steal drugs from the rich and give to the poor?
Why would you immediately assume this? She might honestly be watching this. If you get this wrong, she will probably cry.
Potchy.
What the fuck?
Genuinely, I know who this is, and it's just literally gone out my head.
If I just move my mouse around this thing, around her hat.
Yes, the 4-leaf clover.
Where do clovers grow?
In the ground, on the grass. Green, meadow.
Green. Her last name begins with a C. A C. C is for...
Clover.
Clover...
Ground.
Clover ground?
Potchy clover ground, the Walmart version.
It's Theo Cloverfield, and she's probably crying now.
I owe Theo an apology.
You too. This one. What Japanese names do you know?
Starts with what letter?
Ah.
Rin.
Oh my god, she did it. Oh my god, she did it. With the most guidance ever. You've been Rinrod, my deepest apology. You will not.
That's Tommy. Tommy, the team player.
She shares a name with a car manufacturer, and before you ask, no, her name isn't Rolls Royce.
Right, Ferrari.
What?
Lamborghini. Testarossa. That would be a good one, Testarossa. No,
it wouldn't.
It's not a Ford Escort. Testarossa sounds a lot better.
Once again, never in a million years are you going to get this one, so I just want to see what vibes.
Brittany.
I kind of see why.
Actually, she looks a little bit like a Neapolitan ice cream.
Oh, I kind of, yeah. Oh.
She's got very long legs.
A lot of VTubers do. It is the magic of the medium.
What, you just stretch them?
Stretch, transform tools, stretch the leggy.
I can't really work out what she's wearing now.
Yeah, she's a blacksmith. I'll tell you that.
Oh. She's a penguin.
I'm not a penguin. No penguin.
No.
And one more thing, don't call me penguin.
Penelope the penguin.
Oh, no! Did you get that from chat?
Is that what they said? She's a penguin.
No! This is probably one of the most famous VTubers of all time, so this is going to be fun.
Okay, I should have done some research.
No, you shouldn't have. This makes it funnier.
That's Stella.
Like her name?
Yeah.
Stella. For what reason? Can we show your working?
She just looks mad.
What does this mean?
But in a happy way. She looks like she's enjoying herself, so she's a Stella.
Her name's Kizna I.
No, she's Stella.
No, you just said no, it isn't. You're lying.
You're lying. Her name is Stella.
Here's the final question. This might be the most difficult question I've given you.
No.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
The final question.
Go on then.
Do you remember her? I don't like how you have the exact same look.
That's John.
It's John! I set myself up for this one.
Did I get it right?
Yes, it's John VTuber. You did it. That's it. I ran out of VTubers.
How many did I get right?
None of them.
I'm up to Sufyan Al-Jamal here in the editing, at the pre-editing setup phase, which is where I begin the second wave of shoutouts. Excuse me. So I got got left, Outsider, Baxter Zevchenko, Ex Mortis, Dick Stroking Phil Vlogs, Duty Streams, Darkseid the Flow, 2K Gato, Mighty D, David Davidson, Joster Plays, Level 1 Kokichi, Darkside Becky, and then the inactive channels. So I'm getting there. Just look at all these shoutouts. They're all legends too. Like each one of them, like there's no bad channel in the bunch. It's just a Bogcron with a teeth? Sure, but I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. If you can have that play, we can do that, sure. Look away if you want to keep your sanity.
Want some fish and cheese? Yeah, man. How do you make such a weird dish? You need some of this seasoning. You need some Frank's Red Hot Buffalo sauce seasoning. You need some fish, some King Oscar Kipper snacks. And you need some Le Crème or some like nice shredded sharp rustic cheddar cut cheese. You want to microwave a small bowl of cheese in the microwave for 2 minutes. And after 1 minute, you want to add your fish to it. Microwave for the second minute. When that cheese is all nice and melted. Put like a little bit of hot sauce and the seasoning in there before you microwave it. Fish and cheese. Fish and cheese. Oh yeah, man. How long can you make this cheese pull? That is the question, isn't it, Facebook? It is glorious. Would you like some fish and cheese? I'd like some fish and cheese. I made fish and cheese. Fish and cheese, Governor. I like canned fish, like this kind of thing, so it's not actually not bad with this cheese. Fish and cheese. Fish and cheese. Fish and cheese. Okay, roll. There's the hot sauce you want to use. I only used a small couple of capfuls in the cheese, just a little bit for heat. And there's the cheddar cheese that I used to make the fish and cheese. Fish and cheese, you wankers. And then a little bit of that seasoning on top of there, yes sir. Fish and cheese. Fish and bloody cheese, YouTube, Facebook. Look at it. I want you to look at it. Fish and cheese. Maybe not a fan of cheese or fish, but I like cheese and I like fish. I like good fish and cheese.
I didn't say that I hate long
Okay, I'm back. I was very quickly trying to take the garbage out too. But then I heard the music play, and so I just ran back in with the new bags. So, I'll get that done in a second. Fish and cheese. Like Cobra, you understand? Like, British is not an ethnicity; it's a nationality. You can't be like 50% British or whatever. Oh no, what is this? Yesterday.
The first thing I'm going to do is go to those social media companies and say, you have to show us your algorithms. I want the country to see the algorithms so that you can see how these companies move. The second thing is they need to verify every single person on their outlet and I want it by name. Because when
what about Smug? Does he qualify?
I've provided them with my government.
If Smug is on your driver's license, then, and look, you can put Smug in parentheses, but I want everybody's name because guess what that does? It gets rid of the Iranian bots, the Russian bots, the Chinese bots, and the North Korean bots. When you look at the misinformation that is causing Americans to do this, who's it coming from? The Iranians and the Russians right now. TikTok, it's the Chinese. They need to verify every single person on their outlet and I want it by name.
You can't! The press!
Hey, I doubt it.
Trash! Trash! Trash!
Betrayal!
What more can be said? We need everyone verified. It's like You're just
bro, I wish I could throw this nigga through drywall.
for real. There's something here. What is this?
Did you miss out on your chance to order one of the Lolcow TCG Volume 1 packs now that they're sold out? Or maybe you did, but you're worried that you might not get your hands on the regular version of the Addendum card, let alone that nice full art version. Or even worse, you had no idea that there was finally a...
That's cool. It's a cool idea. You out of videos already. Oh no. God damn it. I'm not even doing a full stream today. I pretty much already saw these. What am I missing? I'm sure there's a lot to get caught up on. God. Isn't that so weird how DSP is like, I don't want anything to do with any of these people who make documentaries, and then the day after be
I
like,
actually don't think the game ever worked at all.
I want to talk to him. I want to interview him.
I think
It's
the
like,
only other game I
what?
have installed on here is Fallout 3, which is not going to be...
Oh, they hit the back of my
I
throat.
just booted it by accident. I don't think it's going to be any big game or anything. I actually don't think the game ever worked at all.
All right,
on
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's
console,
fucking
for
go.
whatever reason, so I got rid of that. I think the only other game I have installed on here is Fallout 3, which is not going to be...
Oh, they hit the back of my
I
throat.
just booted it by accident. I don't think it's going to be any big game. I actually don't think the game ever worked at all.
All right,
on
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's
console,
fucking
for
go.
whatever reason, so I got rid of that.
What a
I think the only other
lightweight.
game I have installed on here is Fallout 3, which is not going to be...
Oh, they hit the back of my throat.
I don't want to have anything to do with these people. Oh wait, never mind. Actually, I want to have an interview with them.
I think the only other game I
Oh
have
wait,
installed on here
it's the same one you linked to. Because I didn't click on it before. Like, how crazy is that? Like, from one day to the next, you could be like, I don't want anything to do with any of these people. They can go fuck themselves. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I want to have an interview with you. What? Huh? We could check out this Decepticon video. I've already watched it. I don't know if anyone else has.
It's Travis Keys.
Hey guys. Of course, I'm gay. So.
No, you said it. Now you said it.
See
what? You said black girl.
You said gay girl.
To the ground.
Shut the fuck up, Rich. Let me talk.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me.
Don't you fucking tell me to shut the fuck
Travis,
up.
since you are gay.
I'm not just the gay guy. You know what I'm saying?
Travis Keys went from producing and hosting a small-time right-wing podcast to having a full-blown meltdown after being accused of being a token gay. To understand what led up to this, we must understand Travis and his podcast. In his bio, Travis would describe himself as the type of guy to look for your diamond ring in dog poop because the cat ate it. Whatever the hell that means. Side-Scrollers podcast was founded by Steady and Craig, who's an infamous figure himself, and this seems to be his latest grift. Side-Scrollers itself was a gaming channel set out to change the world and wanted to stay apolitical.
Well, this is going to be really exciting because we have one goal, and it is to change the video game world. That's the idea. It's a very small goal, but it's something I think that we can all accomplish.
It's a noble goal.
That's right. Again, we go back to the number one rule, which what makes Side-Scrollers so dramatically different than every other piece of video game media in history is that no politics. No politics. Politics checked at the door, which is something that I'm very, very excited about.
Me too.
That apolitical streak would end on their second episode as they would have a guest on known for a political controversy. Their second guest on the podcast would be someone who was fired from their game industry job due to transphobic tweets. Travis would take this moment to point out that he's considered an outcast in the LGBT community due to his transphobic views.
Right. Well, you know, we are a group of outcasts here, Kara. So you are absolutely welcome to our little.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this: you're not the only person who's been called transphobic. So have I, and I'm gay. So
And this would become a pattern with Travis and the podcast to bring up his sexuality whenever it was politically convenient.
Me being gay is not my own. I'm not just the gay guy. You know what I'm saying? That there's much more things about me than me being gay, you know. And I'm gay, so I'm gay. So and I'm gay. So
Since Travis, you are gay, you know, they clearly have major issues with you being gay.
The podcast itself would quickly devolve into focusing on outrage culture and media and the gaming industry. One particular instance of this would be when the podcast focused on a game called Turfenstein, a game obviously there to be
I'm gay
rage
and that's
bait for
okay. I don't have to
publicity.
hide.
And for those who do not know what turf is, it's a derogatory term to describe trans exclusionary radical feminists.
can I just say that the name TERF?
That's way worse.
Right. Just
I already
the name.
that just
exactly.
Just made the game sound even worse.
TERF is the equivalent to calling somebody gay. Seriously.
The problem is the people with mental health that actually do play that game or read the info and be like, oh man, this is the game. I wanna live out my fantasies through this game. All right, I played the game. That's not even enough. Now I need to actually go do this.
You know what the irony of what you just said, Trav, is that like we're probably going to get flagged for you saying that.
Yeah, and
you,
I'm
a gay man saying that.
I thought about that actually.
Right.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
Sad.
like I want to be really clear. Literally everybody is welcome on this show. Right? That you will never tell us if you don't like it, don't watch it. Peace. No, everybody is welcome on Side Scrollers.
Travis would indicate some self-loathing
Am I
about
welcome?
sexuality and the community
Invite me on.
surrounding the LGBT supporting each other. His argument is saying that since being gay is more widely accepted, there's no point in supporting each other.
When I was growing up, I didn't want to be gay, right? So the last thing I wanted to be was gay. I wanted to be normal. Why is that? Because I'm being bombarded all the time. You know,
That's a weird thing to say.
And stuff like that. So it's like, why would anybody choose to be ostracized? Well, they're not being ostracized anymore. You know what I'm saying? Now we'll celebrate you, which it used to be an inter-community thing. You know, when you come out or you're trans or whatever, and you come into the LGBT whatever community, and people welcome you in. Well, that was because you used to face so many struggles and all that you needed that support. Well, now it's not that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Now everybody is being a part of the community. So if you're not ostracized, what do you need that extra support?
Yeah, it's boring. You're right. You're right. I don't know what else to put on though, because I want to work on this video. But it's even more boring to see me drag and drop bars on a timeline. Pasta? This is a pasta vid? This is I don't play Neo? What has the Eric Miller been up to? Pastor Eric Miller. Let's see. Division agent rocking the Umbra Initiative brand set tanks point blank hatchets CQC by 2 hunters. Oh wait, you can't even see that. This is the name of the video. Division Inc. He's playing video games. He's what? I'm a gaming video. I'm a gaming channel now. I'm taking all their manhoods. Your manhood's not mine. Take them out. Another manhood stolen. We got their manhood. Let's go back to the home base. What? Say something. What the hell? I guess you learned your lesson, Eric. Nice. 0 likes and 10 views. Does he really not say anything? It's just, I really like this play I made. We didn't get their manhood. We'll get him next time. Wow. Great. Woman's masculinity finally exposed and explained how all manly women validate their masculinity. You took the masculinity away from the men, now you're taking it from the women too. Oh no. Where? This guy's nuts. Like, he's legitimately crazy. He's just a crazy person. He's just mentally unwell. Which is weird. He didn't seem crazy. Like, there are... Manhood. Manhood never changes. Hey, we got a Tony One Leg. Scheduled for 11. About 15 minutes. Like... There are a lot of crazy people. Like, you can hear someone, like, talk and be articulate and talk normally. But then, eventually, it can be like, wait, they say shit that's all crazy. And you're like, oh, wait, this guy who I didn't think was crazy was crazy. The Modern Warfare Assault. God, we need Cat Troller back for the Call of Duty highlights. Who basically did that? I filled him with bullets. He says that over and over again. It's all he does. I filled him with bullets, but they killed me anyways. Did you see that? I filled him with bullets. I filled him with bullets. And you're watching it and you're like, does he even believe any of this? Because he's so weird. He's like, people like it when I rage and I get salty, and then people show up and they donate. And so he's just like playing and he's like, grr, grr, did you see that? I filled him with bullets, but he killed me anyways. And then he respawns and he runs around and he dies and he's like, grr, rah, this is dumb. This is bad. That was dumb. I filled him with bullets, but yet he killed me anyways. And at the end, he's like, well, I had fun. That was fun. Like, I'm having fun with it. Support was low, and that sucks. That's dumb. So it's like, I don't know. Is he just being really, really fake? How about this one?
Have that power or not? Nope. You'd hope that I'd be able to somehow, entertain you.
You know.
Nope. To the point where maybe you'd get a smile on your face, or get a laugh, or say, wow, that was awesome, or wow, he really sucks, or whatever it is, right? That's the whole point, is it not?
No.
Nope. I think that's the point. False. Wrong. Incorrect. To hit that tier 1 tip skull, all right? Recently, I've had some days where tips have been absolutely outstanding, and other days where they're quite slow, and some days they're just kind of in the middle. I've had a few slower days this week. And so it would be good tonight if we hit that tier 1 tip skull. I did narrowly hit it on the first stream. By the way, I realized I didn't turn on my lights or anything. I should probably do that, huh? Yeah, it would be great if tonight we could hit the tier 1 tip skull, because then it would at least make it an average day where I hit the tier 1 goal on both streams, all right? Yeah, it is concerning that we're in the busiest time of the year, and the tips have slowed down quite a bit. I don't know what to say about that, besides it's just a fact. It sucks, but what can I do about it besides just push forward? So please, if you can tonight, consider either a membership, a gifted membership, or a tip. Those would all help out the channel a lot, okay? Hopefully that means that this will translate hopefully into support, because right now it's not. I'm just being honest with you guys. This has been one of the slowest streams I've had in months. So I'm hoping that things will pick up in this next, hour 45 minutes, okay? Now, guys, remember, because we're about to start, 2 things are my goals tonight. Goal number 1,
make money.
490 members. So if you can become a member or gift a membership tonight, please do so. Number 2, I need to hit that tier 1 tip skull if possible. Please, if you can tip tonight, if you want to support, please tip tonight and allow me to hit that goal. All right, that would help a ton. Either one of those is what I'm going for tonight. Super chats are great, but those other things would help more right now. Okay, thank you. Key. And I have the beggar's nose. How nice. I'm sure my detractors fucking love that shit. All right. I fucked up. Oh, I got him anyway. Jesus, how did I get that kill? I have no idea, because I totally shouldn't have. I got another kill. Wow, these guys are terrible. These guys are absolutely atrociously bad, dude. I'm just killing them over and over. Sorry about that. They're in there, but I don't really want to go in there. Dude, are you shitting me? He ran balls first in.
RCB at this time.
I knew he was there. I saw the movement. I went for it, and I died first. Noopes. I got a noopsers. Hi. Oh, fuck. Wow. That was just like kill, kill, kill all around, right? It's fun, but I need to get much better with this gun. I need more attachments for it because I'm very slow to the draw with it right now. And these players are quite good. Like, this guy with 26 kills, that's insane. 26 kills. This guy is like a free-for-all master, basically. To have that many kills on this map. Wow, what the? I just spawned. I literally spawned, looked out where I was, took one step, and was already dead. It's a pretty bad spawn. Bad drop, and now I'm getting shot in my ass, and I'm gonna die. I'm getting shot from every direction possible. Every way I looked, there were bullets flying at me. They fucked me again, left and right. What the fuck? What the fuck? There's a second floor? I had no idea there was a higher floor in there. Wow. That's probably the guy with 26 kills. He's probably been sitting up there the whole time. I didn't even know that existed. Why do I start late? Frustrating, starting late like this. What the fuck is that noise? What is the noise? It's insanely, I can't hear. What are these sounds? I can't, what is going on?
I can't.
What the fuck is this noise? My ears! Dude, I can't concentrate. Dude, it's going again? What? Is the game glitched? It won't stop playing this in a loop. I can't concentrate at all. Yo, fuck this. I'm not gonna listen to that non-stop. Fuck that shit. Immediately executed with zero chance to react. Immediately executed even though I aimed and fired first. Still died instantly. I spawned. I didn't even know where I was and fired first. Zero chance to react. Immediately executed even though I aimed and fired first. Still died instantly. I spawned. I didn't even know where I was and I died instantly.
And after running around.
What the fuck? This mode is so stupid on this fucking map. It's so bad, man.
Watch it! Enemy securing Bravo.
What hit me? A chopper. A chopper hit me. I just spawned and the chopper murdered me again. Chopper hit me.
Enemy securing Bravo.
What hit me? A chopper. A chopper hit me. I just spawned and the chopper murdered me again.
Get it back. Changing map. They're taking Charlie. Bravo.
I didn't know what my alternate weapon was, and now I'm coughing and I can't concentrate. This is a complete waste of time, of course. Fucking domination on Rust is so stupid. So waste of a fucking match. Huh? Okay. Sure. There's only 7 million enemies in every fucking direction. I'm not supposed to catch your tails or anything going on.
Enemy securing Bravo.
Watch it. So what you do is, let's say for example, you've had a really good day.
Hey, did you not see that mine?
Watch it.
He just walks right into it.
So what you do is, let's say for example, you've had a really good day. Like let's say, I don't know, you went out to lunch and you ate the best
Of
chicken
course,
sandwich
food.
you've ever eaten in your life.
It's all about food.
And then
His happiness is
you got
determined.
like, the number of like a supermodel while you were at the sandwich shop.
You got
and
the
then
sandwich.
you went and you bought a lottery ticket and you won a scratch-off lottery for like $4,000, right? So what you do then is you go home.
Oh my god, what is this rant? It's so stupid. Lottery, ideation, gluttony. Yeah, Phil, those are the best things ever. Sure, buddy.
And you have to negate all of that fun and positivity by playing Rust. Because playing Rust is like the equivalent of taking a cactus and just smashing it into your teeth, rubbing it up and down spines, ripping your ball sack apart.
Right.
Like that's what you
Putting
need to do.
things up your
This is
butt.
negates
Sure,
anything
man.
good that's happening to you in
How
life.
funny,
And
hilarious.
omelets is making my
He's
mouth
so
water.
adult.
Yeah, I know. Whenever I talk
Everyone
about
else
food
needs
on the
to
stream,
just
people
grow
get,
up.
people get all hungry.
Good God.
And typically I do too. Sometimes I'm playing and people will mention pizza, and then I miss my pizza from back east, you know, in the United States. The pizza I used to get on the East Coast, I crave it, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm so hungry.
I can't think anymore because someone said the word pizza in chat.
Something blew me up. A fucking mosquito again, dude. Seriously? Another fucking stupid explosive mosquito killed me. Well, best player on both teams.
Such a gorilla
we lose
brain.
miserably because my team is a bunch of fucking infant morons who don't know how to play the game. There's nothing you can do about it because
Where
my
were
team
you?
is a bunch
I'm in a chat.
of fucking infant morons who don't know how to play the game. There's nothing you can do about that. If you're on a terrible team, you're on a terrible team and you will lose. All right, guys. First half of the stream done. I am going to stretch my legs and I'm going to use the restroom very quickly, and then we got another hour coming. But guys, please support the stream tonight. All right, I had 2 goals for today: 490 members and to hit the tips goal, the tier 1 tips goal each stream. Earlier today, we got a few members. Tonight we got like 1. Earlier today, we did hit the tier 1 tips goal. Right now we got an hour left, and look where we are. Please support the stream tonight. I really appreciate it if you could. All right, you know, having a series of slower streams sucks. It's not good, especially, again, I haven't made up for the fact that I was sick, and having these slower streams of new games sucks, and that's terrible. That's such a terrible thing.
Domination. Spetsnaz operatives, secure and main. We're taking Bravo. We're control Bravo.
Taking fire!
We've secured the lead.
I got one. The other one got me from the shop.
Objective Bravo is compromised. Enemy.
Oh my god, I saw him too late. I was very, very slow to react. Yikes.
We're losing Charlie. Objective Alpha.
Again, all I did was peek, and immediately I'm instantly executed. It's like, how am I instantly executed? It would be one thing if I took some damage, not instant execution. Again, what? Instant execution. Okay.
Securing objective Alpha. Securing Charlie.
Fuck you. Okay, 2 volleys and bursts of handgun fire directly to their head. Doesn't do any damage, apparently, and they just instantly kill me. Here, have that, motherfucker. Okay, instantly killed by the person who shouldn't be able to see me through the smoke from my own breacher drone. Whatever you say.
Maybe he had thermals.
Die, fuckface.
Settled the score.
Securing objective Bravo.
Look out, right there, he's on the ramp. I couldn't see too many fucking smoke effects, so I couldn't get a shot on him.
To what?
I couldn't see too many fucking smoke.
To what, Phil? To what?
Look out, right there, he's on the ramp. I couldn't see too many fucking.
Too money smoke effects. We know what's on his mind.
Smoke effects, so I couldn't get a shot on him.
Throwing a stun grenade.
Oh, all those bullets into one, no hit detection. Turn to the other one, still firing into them, no hit detection. I'm dead. Ha ha ha! What a great game. Like seriously, it's just top tier stuff, man.
Stun grenade out.
The enemy has captured your.
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking.
Alpha secure.
I just spawned. Who's shooting me?
What?
We're losing.
What the? I obviously fired first. It even showed the hits, but I die first. It's like, geez,
windows
dude,
popping
this
up
game
for
is
no
fucking
reason.
trash.
Do not lose
Complete
control.
trash. They were firing before I was in the plane. You saw that, right? They were already firing before I had stepped into the plane. There were bullets coming around the corner hitting me. That's just top tier gameplay. Top tier. I can't. Again, I can't. As soon as I get into the hallway, I'm already got bullets in my body for some fucking reason. Why? Huh? Dude, this is such trash. There's no point even playing it. Look at that! I fucking spawned with someone shooting my body. I literally spawned with someone already shooting into my body. I will not play the rest of that match. Look at that! Dude, this is such trash. There's no point even playing it. Look at that!
He spawns, he just stands around, he looks at menus, and then he gets shot at.
Dude, this is such trash.
He's just standing still.
There's no point even...
He's looking at the leaderboard. He's at the bottom, by the way, and then he gets shot. That's why he got shot, Phil, because you weren't doing anything.
Playing it. Look at that! I fucking spawned with someone shooting my body. I literally spawned with someone already shooting into my body. I will not play the rest of that match. You're a bitch. You are a bitch. Good evening, everyone. I hope that you guys will stick around for the rest of the stream. I'm playing this again tomorrow night, too, but I'm going to be honest. All right, already, I've been playing this for, what, a week? Look at the drop-off in engagement and support, right?
Look at the money you're not giving me.
What's going on? I don't know. So I guess you guys are already tired
Look
of
at this.
I spent $70
Just
on
look at it.
I want to play Warzone, but Warzone's not out yet. Warzone doesn't come out till December. I was actually going to play it this coming week, and people told me it's not out till December. And I'm like, well, I guess we're not doing that then, right? So I'm doing what I can. I'm playing the modes that are available. I'm doing different weapons, unlocks and stuff. I'm trying to do my best every night to give you guys variety. You know. So far, we have 0 tips tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I really need help with tips right now. If anything, if you can forego any other kind of contribution to tip me, please do. I need tips in the short term. So please, if you can tip me, please do. I'm hoping to hit the tips goal every single stream this week if I can. I did earlier today. So far, nothing. 0.
We've lost the lead.
He could shoot down through the ground. Now, I tried doing that before and it didn't work. There's 2 of them camping in that building, Mike. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots all emptied into their body, and then I'm just instantly down. How many do I have to kill? It's like, dude, how many? I killed one, another one comes out, I kill him, another one comes out. I can't kill the whole fucking team at once. But this is what the game expects me to be doing, I guess. Kill everyone at once. I don't know. Now I'm getting shot in my ass. Where is everybody? I couldn't even do anything. I saw him, I fired, nothing happened, and then it showed him firing after me late and me instantly dying. It wouldn't even fire my weapon. You fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. Huh? Explain that. Literally nowhere to go but straight into his body and none of the bullets connect. Huh? Body and none of the... Huh? Fuck you. Huh? Explain that. Literally nowhere to go but straight into his body and none of the bullets connect.
Not a single hit connected.
Okay. Again, getting shot through fucking vehicles and everything, still getting shot. One or 2 more left. Last chance if you would like to support the stream tonight in some way. And again, would appreciate if you would. I don't know. It's not looking good for Call of Duty. Only a week in. And having slow night streams is not good. So.
Oh, I thought it was good.
It's gross. It's for this. It's not because they love what they're doing. It's not because for the love of the game or because they're true gamers. It's for this. Oh, you saw that. They were way far away. Way far away. Must have had a damn good scope. Oh, that's good.
Taking fire!
Please, you're with her.
Just spray through the window from an insane... Look at this insane distance. Look how far away they are. Are you fucking crazy? Not even a scope on their gun, and they think that that gun is that accurate from that distance. Just spraying and hitting cover and shit. Jesus Christ, these guys who made this game, they're like children. It's like they have an imagination of how guns work or something, right? Like they're magic fucking
Okay, gun expert Phil, how many guns have you fired?
It's like we have no data of how weapons actually work in real life, so let's just make a game where they just fucking do absolutely... What the fuck? This is fucking insanity.
Look at the kill cam.
Yes, that's how guns work. Okay.
Yes, they go into your head.
Insane unrealism, nonsensical bullshit. Someone dropped from our team again. So we're starting over with someone new. Like, oh my god, man.
Oh my god.
And now they've just got the dominating spot. They've got that fucking building now, and they're sniping from it nonstop. And they took C, so now we can't get B or C because they have the controlling spot. See? There's nothing we can do.
Get fucked.
Oh, we got time for one more match.
Oh yeah, that really helps.
Let's play.
That really helps at that team. Oh man, it sucks so much that someone left the team. Now we have to leave. We have to play with a man down. You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna leave and leave my team a man down. It's like, okay, Phil, you're the problem.
One more match, and hopefully it's better than that fucking piece of shit.
You're a piece of shit.
What a complete asshole. So, all right, everyone, that's gonna be it for tonight. I am planning on playing this again tomorrow night. After that, I don't know. I might have to give it a break because it seems like this game's only been out what, a week. And it seems like you guys are already burnt out, right? And there's not much I can do about that. I did enjoy playing it this week.
Maybe not
as
suck at it.
I did a couple major
Maybe
streams
not
of
make it look so
and
boring.
Now night streams and everything. But I guess I'm gonna have to figure out what else you guys want. I don't know if you want me to bring back Street Fighter into the mix or whatever. I'm not gonna change tomorrow's schedule only because tomorrow's schedule already, you know, is kind of set. We've already done it. But I don't know what else to say. It seems like within a week we've already got fatigue and people are kind of tired of the game or whatever, and there's not much I can do about that. I can't make the game fun. I told you I want to play Warzone.
You can make it look fun.
To try a new version of Warzone, and it's not out. People are saying it's not out until freaking December. I am enjoying myself, but you can see the drop off. You can see that people, you know, the first few days were supporting, and today it's like, you know, very hard to get any kind of support. Thank you to DSP is the GOAT who did a last minute super chat there. I really appreciate that. But you know, didn't hit either goal that I had for tonight. Not even close. That sucks. What can you do, right?
What the
fuck? All right, guys.
God, these people are so fucking ridiculous. Like, what kind of troll is that? Hey, I know he's begging, literally sitting here begging for tips. Check this out. I'm going to give him a $10 super chat. I got him. Man, I'm such a good troll. You guys on Reddit are right. Trolling is fun.
I truly feel that there's disconnect between the games that I've been enjoying
Implement
and the games
rope.
that you guys like to watch.
Equip rope.
Because I've been loving almost all the games that I've been playing. And some of them, like Spider-Man and stuff like that, have done really well. Alan Wake 2 did good. You know, all those games did fine. And then all of a sudden, Mario. No, people were tired of Mario and didn't want to see it anymore and were happy when it ended. Call of Duty, you guys are already burnt out on it, right? It's like, you know, I don't know what else to say, you know? So, you know, let's see. I mean, tomorrow night we'll play it one more time. Maybe we can turn it around, but it's disheartening when I have these goals set for the day. You know, I'm talking about all day, and I'm not even close to hitting them. Sucks.
I know what to say. I know what to do. I don't know, Phil. Put it up to a poll then. Put a poll in chat. What game should I play? And just put in all the games that are on your stupid list. Oh yeah, we got Atlas the Bookkeeper. I completely forgot. We got a lot to get caught up on here. How about this one? Help me out, Atlas the bookkeeper. I got a video to make here.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Snort, snort, snort.
Kogan.
Drip. Snort, snort.
I got the drip. Go. All right, I'm gonna officially say this. All right, because people keep bringing it up, and I keep timing them out, and they're not listening.
Well, DSP, a timeout isn't exactly the clearest way to communicate something, and ignoring it isn't either. I swear we just had this talk the other day when you were talking about people spamming the same thing over and over in chat because they think that you didn't see it. You don't make it very clear when you don't want to talk about something. You'd rather either ignore it or just give them the lean-in manual, and they're supposed to just get the hint, I guess. How about you just address your audience and tell them up front that you do or don't want to talk about something? It's really not as complicated as you make it.
Apparently, a new documentary was just made about me by someone named Turkey Tom. I know nothing about Turkey Tom. I can't say anything positive or negative about them. But I'm sure maybe they'll want to hear what do I think about their documentary.
I honestly doubt that Turkey Tom gives a shit what you think about his content. Maybe it would be a little different if your channel wasn't actively dying more and more every day and you actually put out good content yourself. But unfortunately for you, that's not the case. So like I said, I highly doubt that he gives a shit what you think.
I'm not going to watch it right now anyway. I'm busy. I'm super busy with my gaming season, with all my normal regular shit. I've been purposefully staying away from drama this year on purpose to keep my
next year though, it's up in the air.
Okay, so I want to say this up front. I've not seen the documentary. I know nothing about it. I don't care. All right, this is not a slight against this person, Turkey Tom or not. I don't know who they are.
See, and that's not a difficult thing to say. I don't know why you didn't just say this up front when people started to talk about it. Just say that you don't know about something. Say that you're not interested in talking about it. Say that you're not even interested in seeing it. Because once you effectively communicate something like that, the only actual reason that people would continue to bring it up is to troll you, and then that is made clear. And then you can actually do something about it.
And I don't want them to think that like, oh, I'm talking shit.
Yeah,
about
he's gonna watch it.
I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's good or not. I don't know how valid it is.
Ew.
You don't know how valid it is? I don't think you get to determine how valid it is. Turkey Tom does not need you to verify the validity of his content at all. But it's not like it matters how good the Turkey Tom doc actually is to DSP. Because regardless of the quality, DSP isn't going to find it valid anyway. Every piece of content that doesn't shine his own ass is just another troll hit piece as far as DSP is concerned.
That's disgusting. I'm sorry about that. I have no plans on watching it right now. Okay? So it's that simple. You know, I'm not going to watch it. Maybe I will watch it in the future, but right now, I'm just going to relax and enjoy games and do my thing. I'm too busy to care about drama right now, and I made a commitment to my audience this year. I would stay out of drama. I'm staying out of drama, all right? In the future, maybe I will watch it and react to it. Maybe it will be something to do. Some people would like to see that on my React channel. I have zero plans on doing that, okay?
Yes,
he has zero plans of doing that, but maybe one day we'll watch it? Then it doesn't sound like you have zero plans, you moron. No, but he's clearly too busy, guys. It's the hardcore gaming season. He can't bother to watch something that might actually be interesting. He's way too busy shoveling out his boring-ass gameplay every single day to the internet. See, this is just another one of those examples of DSP not taking an opportunity and running with it. A new documentary came out about him. Whether it's good or bad, it's still hot, it's fresh, it's new. People want to hear him talk about it. People want to see him react to it because it is about him. He could even try and address any inaccuracies that he sees in the documentary. Heavy air quotes on inaccuracies. But instead of striking while it's hot, instead of taking advantage of something that was laid in his lap, he's just going to continue to do the same thing that he's been doing. Boring ass gameplay streams that less and less people are showing up for by the day. But then he has the nerve to get on stream and then ask why his numbers are down, why people aren't tuning in, why people aren't engaging, where the support's at. It's because you're not giving content that people actually find interesting. You're not taking advantage of situations. All you want to do is get paid for the same boring ass gameplay day in and day out, and people aren't there for it.
So there you go. It's that simple.
It doesn't sound simple. It just sounds like you're waffling.
I'm sure if it's someone who I don't know about, the entire thing will likely be all about negative stuff. It will not actually highlight anything positive or anything like that. It'll probably just be the usual reiteration of slander stuff, right?
No.
So he's
What
outright
slander?
admitted that he hasn't seen it, doesn't know who Turkey Tom is or anything about his content whatsoever. But he's just going to go into the assumption that it's all going to be negative. Where's DS positive? Why don't you give anybody the benefit of the doubt? I mean, given DSP's history on the internet, of course it's going to be negative. But it just seems really shitty to me to immediately write off somebody else's stuff as negative and slanderous when you haven't even seen it yet. But it's DSP's fault that every time that you try and look up something about his past or his history on the internet, that everything that comes up is negative and toxic. Because everything that he's ever done has been negative and toxic. It's not a coincidence that everybody that looks into DSP walks away with the same conclusion. And despite what he may claim, it's not because there's a secret cabal of people out there that are plotting against him and making sure that his life is as miserable as possible. The reality is that when normal people look at DSP and the things that he's said and done on the internet, they all just come to the conclusion that he's kind of a scumbag and a shitty human being. I just said this on my past stream. Even if you take DSP at his word and believe the things that he says and go entirely based off of the stories that he tells, he still doesn't look good. He still comes across like an ass. The stories still don't add up, even though he's the one telling them. That's why you have to be dented to be a DSP fan. Because anybody with a fully functioning brain can see right through this guy and the lies that he tells.
It's probably what it'll be. Reiteration of what the haters say and what the negative shit says. That's always my assumption when it comes to one of these documentaries. So what's the point, right? What's the point of of caring about it?
I mean, if it's wrong, you should be able to debunk it, right? But of course not.
I will just say this, all right? There's one thing you always have to understand about people who do these YouTube documentaries, all right? Not once has one of these YouTube documentarians contacted me. Not once. Not once have they said,
They don't have
we'd
to.
like your input because we're doing a documentary about you. We'd like to ask you questions and see what your answers are, see what your take is on this or that. Not once.
It's not common practice.
If you're not going to talk to the person, or at least make an effort to talk to the person who you're doing the documentary on, is it really a documentary?
Yes.
Right?
Well, the short and simple answer is 100% yes. It's still a documentary if they haven't contacted you. But everyone knows at this point that it would be a waste of time to try and contact you about something like this anyway. And after your behavior on the Side Scrollers interview, nobody would want to talk to you regardless. You made it very clear that you're not interested in telling the truth. You've made it very clear that you're interested in weaseling out of everything that you can be held accountable for. You made it very clear that you're interested in spinning your web as intricately as possible and trying not to get caught up in it. And besides you just being a lying coward, you talk shit about every single person you've ever interacted with. So why would he even bother interacting with you?
You're not even going to try to attempt to get any information from them whatsoever, right? Zero. Like, that's pretty ridiculous.
Just imagine. Maybe Turkey Tom was like, I'm about to release this documentary. I wonder if Darkside Phil would be interested in me asking him his input ahead of time. And then you go to his streams and he's sitting there being like, I don't want anything to do with these fucking drama people. I don't want anything to do with the drama. I just want to be left alone. You see, they try and rope me in, they try and goad me, to try and rope me in and try and talk to me about this stupid drama. I don't want anything to do with it. And Turkey Tom sees that and he's like, okay, never mind. Like, I thought about contacting him to get his input, but then I tune into his streams and he's talking about how he doesn't want anyone to even talk to him. So I guess never mind then. And then you put out the documentary and DSP is like, can you imagine putting out a documentary and not even trying to get a hold of me ahead of time? It's like, yeah, it's the vibe you put out there, man. Snort.
Now, how is it that there's so many people who want to do these documentaries, but no one reaches out to the person who's the
Because
subject?
you tell people you don't want to talk to anyone.
It's probably because you're a liar, DSP, and why would they want bad information straight out of your mouth? Especially when there's so much evidence that'll instantly prove you wrong. They could just not waste their time and use the information that they have because it'd be way more accurate anyway. And then they don't even have to deal with your attempt to pignatize them.
It's pretty crazy to think about, don't you think?
No.
You know?
No.
But
you
again,
literally say you don't want anyone to talk to you, and then you're surprised when they don't.
What would be covered? Probably all toxic, negative stuff, right? Will it talk about all the positive stuff about how I used to be one of the prominent YouTubers, and until it was This Is How You Don't Play, that people actually loved me?
See, and this is why it's not worth anybody's time actually talking to you about this kind of thing. Because while I haven't seen the video in full yet, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be mentioned in there because it's kind of the start of your history. But it wouldn't necessarily be described like that because you're lying even now. Because even when people did like you and you were making money hand over fist on YouTube, You still had people who didn't like you. You were making low effort content. You were still abrasive, unfunny, and unentertaining. And that's why you can never please this guy. Because even if you bring up the positives about him, as little as there are, even if you do bring them up, you do have to address the negatives that come with it. Like,
yeah, even if you're like, and then he got 4th place at Evo, but he said that he was the #1 American player. It's like, even when you bring up the positives, there's something negative about it that he did at the same time. It's like, yeah, he got 4th place, but he claimed to be #1 in America because the people who beat him were Japanese. It's like, wow, that sounds like a really shitty, stupid thing to do. It's like, yeah, well, you wanted me to bring up his most memorable moment, right? Well, you got to take the good with the bad.
I just did. But the second you go to do that, he's going to be unhappy with the product. Because if you aren't misrepresenting exactly what happened like he is, it's just going to be slanderous in his eyes.
Right? Would it be? We'll actually focus on the fact that there's this insane obsession with lol
White gold,
and that they have tried to destroy me at every turn for 15 years, yet I'm still here and I'm still making a living and I still have a positive following and I still
no, you're propped up by literally one person, and if he goes away, you can't pay your bills.
Because all you have to do is look up Dark Side Phil, and every single thing that comes up is negative, toxic, and drama-filled. And a lot of it is his own content, because he is those things himself. And it's always so cringe when he tries to talk about how insane it is that people are into lolcows and lolcow culture. Because I get that it's not exactly his cup of tea. I think he's too close to the source material, if you know what I mean. But just because you're not into something doesn't make it insane. There's a variety of things in this world that you can be interested in the same way that some people are interested in learning about murderers and cults and things. People are interested in these weirdos online who document their entire lives for the internet. In the same way that I love trash reality television, I love keeping up with DSP. Because you never know what the next shenanigans are gonna be. You never know what the next arc is. You don't know what the next bag is. But of course, I don't think that it's necessarily insane to follow a lolcow like that. But like I said, because DSP's too close to the source material, obviously he's not gonna find it very enjoyable. And just like everything, if DSP doesn't enjoy something, automatically it's the worst thing on the planet and nobody should be interested in it at all.
We'll talk about all the positive changes that I made in the last 5 years to change from stop being that toxic person I used to be and instead be more interactive and fun and put out quality content. How I've rejected doing drama content. How I've rejected being involved with other drama content creators. I don't want to go down that road. I want to make quality content for my viewer base, as big or small as it is.
But you haven't made any positive changes away from the
that's
toxicity.
why no
You're
one
still just as
contacted
toxic as
you.
you've always been. You're not openly racist and sexist in your jokes anymore, which I guess is a positive. But there's still undertones of it even in the jokes that you make now. And every once in a while, you do make an outright racist or sexist joke. So that's not exactly a glowing review. You don't push out quality content either. You push out garbage content. That's pretty straightforward and simple. I can't say it any simpler than that. And you can claim all you want that you're not doing drama content anymore. It doesn't make it true, because you do drama content every week when you name drop other content creators and talk shit about them. This very video is drama content. You haven't said a single positive thing about what Turkey Tom's video could actually be. You've done nothing but assume negative things about it, and you haven't even seen it yet.
Will it address any of that? Or will it be, oh, look, it's exactly the same fucking toxic shit that every other detractor has talked about for the last 10 years. Everyone in a row, right?
No,
every topic everyone already knows
because they're
about.
just making all
Let's
this
just
up.
reiterate and regurgitate, right?
No.
I hate to say it, but yeah, if people are saying it's like a toxic name for the documentary, then you know that's what it is. So of course, why would I waste time on it?
Chink,
right?
Derek.
If anyone ever wanted to give me a fair shake,
No,
right? That'd be nice. But that's it. That's not what these people are out.
I disavow Twitch. Don't get me in trouble. But yeah, this is the classic.
Chink, Derek. I don't know what that means. China?
Whatever that was. It's we're using the other definition. It was like something to do with armor. You know, Twitch.
They do. They're out to spin it in a way that makes you look bad, so people get the clickbait view, the drama view, right? That's what sells. That's exactly what sells on YouTube, is the drama, right?
Is that why you
There is some truth
do
that
it?
drama sells on YouTube. I'm not gonna deny him that. But I honestly think it would be huge if somebody made a positive documentary about DSP actually trying to defend him and point out the positive things that he's done. The problem is I don't think that anybody can genuinely do it, because when you gather up all of the things that he's done and you look throughout his history, you just can't spin it in a positive way. Meerkat even had the funny idea of trying to sell DSP, like as a positive thing, trying to spin all of the bad qualities of DSP into a bunch of marketing buzzwords and positivity. That alone is hard enough to do for a skit, but imagine trying to do that in a documentary. After you have all of the evidence and documentation of everything that Phil's done on the internet and all of his behavior, and you go through all of the footage, I genuinely don't think there's a person on this planet who can watch all of that and sift through all of that and then come away with a positive view on Phil at all. But I truly think that if someone could do it, it would do numbers, because everyone wants to see the kind of mental gymnastics that someone has to do to defend this guy, to genuinely view him in a positive light.
You know?
So, yeah, I'm not going to waste time on it. Like I said, I got too much shit to do. We're in the midst of so many awesome playthroughs, fun stuff, positive stuff to do.
So anyways, I wanted to interview him. I wanted to interview me so we can talk about it.
I've already made the mistake earlier this year of trusting the wrong people, right? I absolutely did trust the wrong people, and I essentially made that mistake, and I'm not going to bring down my viewers to more drama. So,
yes, you trusted the wrong people because they wouldn't let you blatantly lie to their audience and not be held accountable for the things that you've done. If you ask me personally, I think that you trusted the correct people, because people are supposed to hold you accountable. You're supposed to answer for all of your actions.
I'm not going to talk about it. But again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. I can't say it's bad, but I also can't say it's good, because I'm not going to
You just said it's probably bad.
Okay? So you can stop
I'm not gonna
asking.
say it's
You don't need
bad.
to
I'm
bring
just
it up
gonna
in
say
chat.
it's
You don't need to ask me.
probably.
I don't care. I have nothing to do with it. I'm going to be
I don't
playing
care. I
games
just
like
want to interview the guy who made it now, all of a sudden. I hope he contacts me. That'd be cool.
Of course, he had to end it with a little snort at the end. I like that. But was that really that hard to do, to just acknowledge what people were saying and say that you didn't want to talk about it, you didn't watch it, you don't know anything about it? Was it really that difficult, Dave? Why didn't you just start with that instead of acting like a big man-child at the beginning? But of course, he talked about it again on the night stream, so we're going to take a look at that as well.
You know what I would have called it, and this is true, and this would have been more catchy too. A decade of decline.
He
That's what I
loves
would've
this
called it.
alliteration.
Because you could argue that
Don't
my
we all?
narrative is that I started at the top inadvertently. Like, it's not like I tried, but I started at the
You
top.
begged
of the
people to
YouTube
click on the
gaming
ads.
landscape, and literally for the last 10 years, it's been all decline. Absolutely, I would agree with that wholeheartedly, and I think that's a better title, and it rings better. Decade of decline versus decade of failure. You know, there's a difference between failure and just a giant downward spiral of decline for various reasons, and maybe the documentary explores those reasons, right?
Maybe.
This is
I
such
don't
a
know.
strange way to cope. He's going to sit here and nitpick at the title because he doesn't specifically agree with the use of the word failure. I would still say that a decade of a downward spiral is in fact a failure. Unless,
a
of
good
course,
one.
all of this was premeditated and planned and this is exactly what you wanted, but I highly doubt that you're playing 7D chess like that. And if you are, cool, that's great. I just don't really see how it's going to benefit you at all.
But that's not.
Turkey Thompson changed the title to like "Decade of Being a Fucking E-Begging Loser" just to piss him off. Just make it even more toxic as a response. A decade of being a fucking miserable asshole beggar loser with no life and no friends. Just if he complains about that, just make it even more toxic. A decade of impotent micro penis jackass loser with a fat wife. Just make it worse and worse every time he whines.
Clickbaity enough, right? We have to have the clickbait title. So, okay then. Clickbait title away. I get it. That's how YouTube works, right?
It's not clickbait, though, because you have had several failures throughout your decade. In fact, most of the things that you've tried to do in the past decade have become failures. Whether or not you're willing to admit that your entire business is a failure is one thing. But if you really want to play semantics about word choice, maybe he's not talking about your business as a whole in the title. Maybe he was addressing all of the little things that you've done throughout the decades that have failed, culminating in the title, A Decade of Failure. But again, this is just a really weird way to cope.
So you say that's depressing? No, it's not. Literally, it's not depressing to me, and here's why. All right? When I started on YouTube,
It's not depressing,
I
I'm
didn't know what I
happy.
was getting into, nor
I'm
did I
so
sign up for it.
happy.
I wasn't signing up to be one of the biggest gaming YouTubers. I didn't really care. To me, it was a joke. Literally, I've said this over the years. To me, it was a complete joke. I never took it seriously. It wasn't until many, many years later that I started to take this.
That's why he, what was it, Alpha Omega Sin? Alpha Omega Sin called him a rage quitter, and he was like, "How dare you? This damages my business. My business is being damaged by your opinion that I'm a rage quitter. How dare you? I'm going to contact a lawyer." That's what people do when they're not serious. Yeah, sure.
I would argue that until like the year 2016,
People take my footage illegally,
and it wasn't
but I
until
don't take it
2017 that I actually
seriously.
made an honest effort to actually make good content.
And this is a classic DSP move here. Anytime he's doing something that somebody else is criticizing, it's because he wasn't taking seriously. It was just a joke. If he really wanted to, he could do it, you know? Because there's no objective way to prove that he's actually trying. All he has to say is that he wasn't, and that he was just messing around, and immediately all of the criticism is null and void. But why would he be treating his job
I
like
wasn't
a
trying
joke?
to
It's
be
paying
good at
his
Metal
bills. It
Gear.
moved him across the country.
Stupid.
It saved him after he lost his job during a huge recession. He spent all day, every day making content and putting it out on the internet so that he could pay his bills, but he was treating it like a joke. That's not adding up. But let's say that we believe DSP and he was just messing around until 2016 or 2017 or whatever. How disrespectful is it that he spent so long putting out low quality and low effort content to people when he knows that he could have been doing better? That's why I keep saying it doesn't matter whether you do or you don't believe him, because even if you take him at his word, the things that he's still saying are absolutely abhorrent. They're so disrespectful to the people who actually like his content.
Before then, it was just fuck around and everyone watches it and I make money. Like, seriously, that's what it was. But to me, that's not sad, because I like who I am today better than I was back then. It doesn't matter if you argue that, oh, there's 10 years of failure, 10 years of decline. Yeah, but I'm better now than I ever was. My content's better. It's positive, doesn't hurt anyone. It's not toxic.
Oh no, DSP, your content is probably worse in all actuality. The quality, as far as like visually and audio wise, it's a higher quality for sure, but it is far more boring now than it used to be. And the beg segments during it and the whining and crying that you do every single day is just the worst. And you're absolutely delusional if you think that your content is positive, if you think it has no toxicity.
I get to enjoy time with my viewers rather than just put out content for money purposes. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why you would think that that's a bad thing. I'm okay where I am. Unlike these other guys coming out with documentaries about how miserable they are with their lives and everything's fucked up and everything's falling apart. That's literally not happening to me.
But you're constantly on the verge of financial ruin if you have a slow stream. Isn't that what you say, DSP? You're set super far back because you missed 3 days worth of streams or whatever? Your life's not in ruin, but there's some weird stressor behind the scenes that you've been dealing with that you won't let anybody in on, but it makes you act like an ass when you come on to stream? Aren't you the person who's constantly talking about how you need more days off to spend time with your family and how you work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week doing streams or whatever, and how miserable you are doing it, except it's the greatest job you've ever had and you love it at the same time? Isn't that you? Sorry, I must be thinking about the other gouty pig roach that I know.
You get it? Like, I'm happier now and doing better now than I was before. So it's not a decade of failure if you're better off now than you were. How could it be failure? It's actually completely the opposite. Yeah, I don't have as much money, but money is not the determining factor of success in life. If I'm happily married and I like the content now better than I used to do and everything, how the hell is that failure? But that's what I mean, like, they want clickbait. They would just want to believe the negative rather than anything positive. Even though I've been saying ever since, 2017, 2018, I'm happier now than I've ever been. No one wants to believe that. They want to say that's like cope or something. It's not. It's true.
Oh, dude, it's massive cope. You're actually lying. You hate playing video games. You hate dealing with your dents. You're in a loveless marriage. You've got an alcohol addiction. You've got a gambling addiction. You have actually 0 friends to your name. You don't leave your house but once a week. Every minor inconvenience is the end of the world to you, except you claim it's not, and then you talk about it like it is anyway. All you do is beg on stream and tell people how broke you are and all the setbacks that you're facing and how you're the biggest victim on the planet. You'd think that if he was as happy as he's saying he is, and if he was enjoying life as much as he's saying that he is, that it would show in his content. You'd be able to see that he's just genuinely happier. Because back in the day, he didn't sound like he was as miserable. I'm not saying it was good content. I'm not saying that he sounded like the happiest person on the planet, but he did not sound nearly as miserable as he does now. Sometimes you can even hear him having fun while playing a game. How often does that happen now? And I mean actual fun, not clown mode for the stream.
I actually love my life now more than
Oh shit, I was muted. It's like, so why do you cry so much more often? Like, the amount of times he's just broken down in tears has skyrocketed in the past few years. How many times has he broken down and cried in the past? It's like, yeah, okay, he's so happy. He's so much happier than he was before, but he just cries a lot more often. Right, that makes a lot of sense.
Ever before, I'm having a
Literally breaking down in tears.
You know, and I'm doing my best
I'm
to
so
try
much
to act
happier
along
now.
with it. I admit I'm not perfect. I make mistakes all the time, but I'm trying to be a better guy.
I'm so happy. These are tears of happiness.
Better off than all the contemporary lolcows who everyone hates their life. Oh, I'm so depressed and I don't want to do this and blah blah blah. I'm the opposite. I'm literally can't wait every day to come to work. I have so much fun with you guys every day.
Why are you so late?
Why the hell wouldn't I want to do that? Now I get to spend time with my wife and my family. I'm having a great time with my life.
ALT pointed this out on that being said. He says that he can't wait to get to work, but he shows up late to the stream by 20 minutes like every single day. He's just waiting to clock out at the end of every single night stream. Can't wait to just go. Doesn't do any overtime. He spends as much time as possible taking bathroom breaks, standing up, stalling, and doing Q&As because he doesn't want to play the games that he's supposed to be playing. But again, if we decide to believe him, if we decide to take him at his word, why is he not communicating to his audience effectively that he does actually want to be there? Because in every piece of content that he puts out there, it's very clear he doesn't want to be there and he's not having a good time. Why is he so bad at communicating the genuine emotion that he claims to be experiencing during his work? I don't mean to put myself into the equation, but I deal with actual trash all day long. That's what I do for work, and I think I smile and have more fun than DSP does on his streams. And that's just unacceptable. Your audience should think that you're actually having fun. You should be able to communicate that to them because it makes for better content in general. And when I say communicate that to them, I don't mean just tell them that you're having fun. It should be visual. They should be able to just tell by the way you speak, by the expression on your face.
So how is that failure, right? I don't get it. But again, these people all seem to have the same criteria of judgment. Is that because I'm not making the money I used to, and I'm not as popular on YouTube, and people don't know me as well, that's failure, I guess. Okay, if you say...
Yeah, income down, popularity down, viewership down. What other measure are they supposed to look at? You saying that you're happy? That's subjective, and you can just say whatever you want in regards to that. So you're an idiot.
So, if that's your judgment criteria, I guess...
Yes, objective criteria are the ones they're going off of.
I can't really dispute that, right?
Objective,
when
measurable
it comes to the
criteria.
Work you do to make a living, there's about only two things that actually matter about it: how much money you're bringing in, and whether or not you can stomach the work and actually like doing what you do. DSP said himself he's not making the money like he used to on YouTube. That's obviously very clear, and he gets on stream and begs every day because of it. So we covered the money aspect. He's not making as much money as he used to, and we already covered that he doesn't make it look like he's having any sort of fun on these streams at all, and in every piece of content he looks miserable. So if he's not making the money and he's just miserable the entire time, I'm totally willing to call it a failure, because it would be completely different if he was just raking in cash and looking miserable. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do to make the cash, you know? And vice versa. It would be totally fine if he was making almost next to no money, but he was having fun with it and he genuinely enjoyed it. And I know when I say that DSP isn't making the money like he used to, that he is still making like what, triple the average income in the US. He still lives in a gated community. He still has all of his amenities met. He eats like a pig and DoorDashes everything. He's living the life of luxury, really, in a weird pig roach style way.
So you know what? And I know someone will send this to Turkey Tom. So that's what I would have to ask him. If he really is serious about making a serious documentary, right? What's the decade of failure? If I'm better off today than I was before, if I'm healthier,
why don't you watch the video? It might explain it to you.
Successful when it comes to having a following of people who actually like me for who I am, as opposed to drama or being an idiot on the internet, right?
You are an idiot.
Everything is better now, right? Besides my level of popularity, my views are down, and yes, my income is less than it used to be. But literally, if that's it, if that's all that's different, right? Then how can you say it's a decade of failure?
Because those are objective measures.
A decade of decline, a decade on the downward slope. That all makes sense to me. That would, your criteria is based on views and popularity. You're correct.
But if you're willing to say that he's correct, if his criteria is views and popularity and money, then what are you sitting here and arguing the word failure for? Because if his criteria is that, he's 100% again correct and using the word failure. This whole segment is just, like I said, a really weird cope that doesn't make any sense to anybody.
You're absolutely correct. But I'm not... I'm not sad. I'm not unhappy. So how am I as a failure? Everything that I'm doing today is what I've wanted to do. Like, it's intentional of how I wanted things to go and what I wanted to do. So how is that failure?
I meant to fail.
Okay.
So this is him admitting that he's playing 8D chess, I guess. He planned all of this out. He intended to get detractors. He intended for his girlfriend that he moved across the country with to leave him. He planned out the bank leaks. He planned out the bankruptcy. All of it was him. He masterminded the whole thing. It's going exactly as he planned. This is what he wanted the whole time. He wanted to get on stream every day and beg that Mario isn't getting the support. That was it. Mission accomplished. We got him, boys. Success.
It'd be one thing if, like, I was trying to be a top gaming YouTuber and I was failing, and I was trying all the things. I was putting out all the stops. I was using the thumbnails. I was doing the clickbait. I was trying to follow all the trends, and I just couldn't do it. Then that's a failure. I literally am not doing that, nor have I ever tried to do that. So how is that failure? I would love an answer, a legit answer.
But you did do the thumbnails, and you do want to be pushed in the algorithm. That's why you ask people to make sure that they like and comment, because it gives you a boost in the algorithm. It's part of the reason why you chase those day one views, because you want to hop on the trend of the new game that's coming out. You're trying to get as many eyes on you as possible so that maybe you can stick a whale. Saying anything less is goddamn ridiculous.
So there you go. That's what I would ask Turkey Tom. Someone ask him that question. And that's a legit question. I'm not hating on his documentary. I've heard good things about it. I just don't like the title. They call it the decade of on the downward slope, the decade of decline, the has been. All that's
the
correct.
Has been.
Literally all those statements
DSP
are correct,
the has been. You would have been happy about that.
When you say a decade of failure, I disagree. That I think is bullshit. But everything
It's
else,
anonymous.
seems fine to me. I haven't heard anything too overly ridiculous, exaggerated, or negative about his documentary. So.
It says that you blow all your money on
That's gonna do
WWE
it for today's
champions.
video. I really hope all of you enjoyed it. Of course, another big shout out to Snort Hogan and Memology for the clips today. I really appreciate both of them. Thank you, thank you. And a big shout out to all of you guys for watching, especially if you made it this far. I really do appreciate it. I hope to catch all of you in the next video, but until then, make sure that you check out other detractor channels and dive deeper into that, Snortex.
I was trying to make an observation on my YouTube stream the other day. I was like, how could DSP lack so much self-awareness, but at the same time think that everyone else thinks the exact same way that he does? That's what I was trying to get out, but I guess I couldn't really articulate the second part of that. It's like there's no self-awareness, but he thinks everyone else is the same as he is. So that takes some self-awareness to think they're all like you, right? But he doesn't have any self-awareness. It's so bizarre. What a weird, undiagnosed mental illness.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Snort, snort, snort. Kogan. Drip, snort, snort. I got the drip. Go.
Before we get to anything, all right, let's address the elephant in the room very, very briefly. All right?
That goddamn hideous shirt you've got on, dude, that thing looks awful. That's the type of shirt that your dad wears when he's about to go bowling. This dude was really at the store and saw that on the rack and went, oh yeah, that's it right there. And he's probably still wearing his Zelda jammy pants too. I know that small children aren't exactly the epitome of fashion sense, but even they do better than DSP at dressing themselves.
I've already told you guys this. I'm going to say it again. I'm not involving myself in any drama whatsoever.
By the way, I hope I interview him. I hope he interviews me.
It's sad that
I hope he gets in touch with me so we can
People are
interview.
gonna keep sending it to you and keep talking about it because you do keep reiterating on it. I'm sure you guys saw the length of this video. This clip alone is something like 39 minutes long, not sped up. So when he says things like, I'm not going to address drama, I don't do drama content, he's straight lying in people's faces because he spent 39 minutes talking about nothing but drama as soon as the podcast started. It was the very first topic he wanted to get into.
Because every day I get people who keep bringing up drama, whether it's in my stream chat, whether it's they're sending me emails or video comments or tweeting me and saying drama, hey Phil, drama, okay?
It's not what they're saying.
It just seems like more and more people, all right, want to pull me into their drama for various reasons. And in reality, I am someone who, for the majority of the time that I made content on the internet, 15 years, I've tried to stay out of other people's drama.
Well, if that was really your goal and your intention over the past decade, then again, that title of Decade of Failure is still accurate because you failed miserably at that. You take every opportunity that you can to not only name drop other content creators, but to shit on them while you're at it. And that's not just something that you've been doing recently. You did that way back in the day too, talking about PewDiePie and Toby Turner and iJustine. Some of those names aren't even relevant today. That's how far back these go. He's always had a problem with other content creators and their content, and he made that very clear, and he name dropped them and again talk shit about them as long as he's been on YouTube.
I don't go on giant slam-based content shows. I don't do giant react specials making fun of people.
And then a day after, he's like, I hope Turkey Chop talks to me.
I'm not just sitting there laughing at someone's misfortunes. I'm trying to analyze what's going on and compare it to my own situation and maybe give some insight and advice. It's a little different than what a lot of other people do, right?
No.
Yeah, DSP, you don't do all of those other forms of content that everybody else does. You know, the things that people actually find entertaining. Instead, you just bitch, moan, and complain about other people by yourself in the least entertaining way possible in these large rants. And any sort of insight or advice that you would try and offer to these people or give out to the public is absolutely useless anyway. Because not only are you a failed YouTuber, but you also have a horrible track record with actually dealing with the situation that you've been put in. I'd honestly go as far as to say that you're one of the worst who ever do it, because you've squandered all of your money, every single opportunity that's ever been given to you, and you failed to network with anybody in the field. So who the hell would want advice from you?
Now, recently, there's been drama that people are trying to pull me into. All right? You guys don't even know, because here's the thing. I don't tell you guys, because you don't need to know. But there is people out there who are constantly trying to pull me into drama on purpose, because they feel that they can benefit from it, right?
So
if
block
Phil
them.
leaves a soundbite on his show, or if he brings something up, or, you know, just you know, what was it, yesterday? Someone and talked about this, a new documentary about me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I haven't seen it. I have no desire to see it, you know? And then someone says, well, the title of it is very negative. And I'm like, well, then, obviously, I'm not interested. It's the difference between someone trying to do, like, a neutral documentary or someone trying to get clickbait, right?
It's not exactly clickbait if it's an apt title name for the content that's in the video, though. If he's taking a look at your history on the internet, all of it has pretty much just been failures, then a decade of failures is exactly what the title of the video should be. I know you had some weird cope about the word failure not being an apt description of what you have going on, but that's just ignorant and you're fooling yourself. You're just being delusional.
So I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't really care, right? I just don't. And actually, last night I was playing Mario, okay? And someone said to me, you know, that they had seen the documentary and they actually felt like, although there was a lot of making fun of me and stuff in it, that it was more level-headed and it was kind of fair. And I'm like, you know, that's nice that that's the case, that it's not someone just slamming me for 2 hours. At the same time,
And this pretending that people are feeding him information when he's the one who's looking at him.
Right? Because it's drama. Because that's what sells on YouTube.
Phil, did you hear about this? There's this new documentary about you. It's pretty fair. The only problem there is that the title of it seems to be somewhat inaccurate to your current situation. And it's like, all of that, none of that happened. He just saw the title himself and made his own judgment. Nobody told him that the title was negative. That's his own opinion that he's trying to claim was given to him by someone else.
Need the clickbait drama
Right.
to bring people to watch crap.
Such a
Okay, so he
liar.
hasn't seen the documentary. He doesn't intend on watching it. He's not interested, doesn't really know anything about it. But he's saying that it had to have a clickbait title, in air quotes there. Note the air quotes, please. Had to have a clickbait title because that's the only way you can make people watch crap. So outright shitting on the documentary that he doesn't really know anything about or hasn't seen. Awesome, great. DS positivity for you folks. Because this is a no drama zone, obviously.
I'm sorry. It's just the case. It's the reason why you have entire channels on YouTube based on negative documentaries, and you have absolutely no YouTube channels based on 100% positive content.
And that's just outright a lie. There are plenty of YouTube channels where all they do is make positive content. And I'm not talking about DSP fake positivity. I'm talking about actual positivity. And while I'm sure there's a billion examples, the very first one that comes to my mind is the most obvious, in Mr. Beast. I can't think of one negative thing that Mr. Beast has ever put on his channel. Not that I watch Mr. Beast content because I'm definitely not his target demographic, but that man's nothing but a philanthropist who entertains children and does positive content.
Did you notice that? Did you ever notice that there's no flip side of that? That there's tons of drama, tons of negative stuff There's no all positive stuff.
DSP, what about all of the channels on YouTube that aren't necessarily negative or positive, and they just do like lore videos about like Elder Scrolls? What is that? I'd say if it had to go in one camp or the other, that would be positive content. It's just dudes talking about things that they enjoy, the lore of the universe, and other people enjoy the content. That's pretty positive, meaningful, and curated if you ask me. So this whole rant is just stupid right from the jump. You're off to a terrible start. You look dumb. Another example, what about all of those YouTube channels where they like give free haircuts to homeless people and they like listen to their life story while they do it and they upload it? That's pretty positive content. You're treating this homeless person like a human being, like they should be. You're listening to their story. They get to talk to somebody. They get a free haircut. You get to practice your craft. Sounds pretty positive, dude.
Because humans love drama, right? And it's sad, but that's just the case. So make it sound dramatic. Do use clickbait.
Guess
Say
what,
all
Phil?
negative
Your
things,
wife
emphasize
loves
the
drama
negative.
too,
You know, that's
and
what
she's
people
gonna
do,
leave if you
correct?
can't give it to
And
her.
I've been around
She
for 15
hasn't
years, I get
already.
it. But that doesn't mean that I have to involve myself in it.
But you're the only person that's involving yourself in it. Because all you had to say was, I'm not interested in talking about that. Please don't talk about that in my chat or you will be removed. That's it. Took me 7 seconds to say that. The problem's dealt with. Anything further than that could be leaned in manual. But you're the guy who keeps going on these long tangents. You're the one who keeps inviting these people in and letting them know what you actually think while telling them that you don't actually care at all. And that's why they keep doing it, because they know they can bait more and more out of you the more and more that they do it. And it only riles you up more, so you say more and more flagrant things. You're your own worst enemy and everybody knows it but you.
Okay, especially when, as I've told you guys, and the people out there who want to pull me into their drama spheres, okay, will not believe the statement I'm about to say, okay? And that's fine, because they don't have to, because I'm not saying it for them. I'm saying it for me. I am happier right now, at this moment in my life, than I have ever been before, okay? And I mean that.
Yeah, man, I'm sure you are. You've got more JPEGs of sweaty men than you've ever had in your entire life, and that's what makes you happy. You're also drinking copious amounts of alcohol, another thing that makes you very happy. And while yes, being happy should be one of your main goals in life, it's not exactly an indicator of whether you've succeeded or you've failed. Because there's quite a few things that you could get into that would make you happy in the moment, but leave you blacked out in a ditch, and that's not exactly what I would call success. So happiness isn't exactly the only indicator.
All right? Just because I used to be much bigger on YouTube, because I used to be synonymous with YouTube gaming and one of the biggest gamers on YouTube, and you would search for a new video game playthrough and DSP or DSP Gaming would pop up.
See, and these are those delusions of grandeur that you're always going on about. Because while, yes, you used to be popular, you were never synonymous with YouTube gaming. I've said this before, I didn't even know who you were until 2015. I'd never heard of you, never heard the name Darkside Phil, never heard your voice. And I had been watching gaming YouTube videos since 2010. So at some point, apparently you were the hottest shit on the planet and I'd still never heard of you. So synonymous is not exactly the word that I would use.
Just because it doesn't happen anymore, doesn't mean I'm unhappy. Because I wasn't happy being popular. That wasn't what I actually wanted. You understand? When I was making YouTube videos back in the day, all right, the reason I was doing it is because I had passion and I wanted to share that passion with an audience, but I didn't take it seriously. You know, I made YouTube videos for 2.5 to 3 years before I ever monetized them.
That's only because you weren't allowed to monetize video game YouTube videos back then. Don't get on your high horse and act like you were doing something for the greater good and just giving people a content that they wanted for free. Because that's just not the case. If you could have monetized them, you would have. And as soon as you could monetize them, you did, and you took advantage of the system at that. So let's not sit here and pretend. Let's not lie. I got no respect for the lying.
Why? Because it was a fun hobby for me. I had passion for video games. I wanted people to see that. I liked seeing people enjoy me enjoying games and sharing their own experiences and sharing their own passion for them as well. I liked that positive community that YouTube had when I started.
You can still have a positive YouTube community. Every time I go into my comment section, I'm delighted. Everybody is so nice. And I hope in saying that it doesn't invite any bad actors now. But for the most part, everybody is so pleasant and they always have so many nice things to say about everything. Well, everything except for you, that is. Couldn't imagine why that would be.
Now, what I saw over the years, that community went away. That positivity on YouTube turned into a toxic community of people who are just there to tear you down, people who are there to laugh at you rather than laugh with you. YouTube changed over the last 15 years.
You can say that all you want, but my audience loves to come by and laugh with me. It's like the only thing we do around here, I believe. I mean, yeah, we are laughing at you, but they're still laughing with me.
Those first 3 to 5 years were very positive, and the last 10 have just been a downhill climb, or I should say a downhill slope of a lot of toxic people flooding to the site.
Like a failure?
Now, during that time period, all right, I lost
sort of like a failure.
But was it because I failed?
Yes.
Was it because I horribly screwed up? Or was it because I stayed true to
YouTube
myself,
changed. Everyone
and by
else changed
design,
except for me.
I kept making the kind of content that I liked, and because of that, I fell out of prominence with what YouTube wanted.
No, it's because you failed. I mean, there was stream after stream from 2016 to what, 2021, where all he did was talk about how his numbers were constantly going down. He didn't know how he was going to be able to pay his bills. There was Save the House streams. There was Pay the Taxes streams. There was the Fired from Machinima arc. I'm not buying that any of those were pre-planned. I'm not buying that any of those were by design. You didn't do any of that on purpose. You can maybe get away with saying that it's because you stuck to your guns and did what you wanted to do, if by saying that you mean that the guns that you were sticking to were trash content, and that what's important to you and what's meaningful to you is the trash content that you continue to put out. Because if that's what you mean, then yeah, that's why you fell out of prominence, because you insist on putting out trash content that nobody wants to engage with, that nobody wants to watch, that nobody appreciates. And I know that I say nobody, and I don't mean that literally, because there's definitely some real dent heads out there. I mean, there's definitely more of them than you would think, but less than DSP hopes.
That's what happened. In the last 10 years, all right, I went from the guy who was top of the rung when it came to gaming to
No, you
Darkside
weren't.
Phil. Oh, he's that guy who sucks at games. Let's all make fun of him. And then an obsessed community of people who just want to completely try to ruin my life to get lols out of it. Hence the lolcow community. As much as they like to call
That's
me
not
a
what that
lolcow,
means.
there's a community of messed up people that are far more messed up than anything that I've ever said or done in my career. Okay?
Look, there's no denying that when it comes to lol cows, there's definitely some degenerates that keep up and keep track of these people. But DSP, most of your detractors are totally normal human beings who just like to either mess with you or just keep tabs on you because you're so weird. But most detractors at this point are totally normal people who just like to make fun of you on the internet. And I don't actually think that there's anything wrong with that at all. I mean, obviously, I don't think that there's anything wrong with it.
Just the fact of the things that they do, and they think that that's justifiable, right? So
It
here's
is,
the thing.
literally.
Am I much less popular today than I was 10 years ago? Absolutely. No, I don't even get not even close to 1 million views a month anymore across all my channels. I don't even get 1 million views. I'm at like 600,000 views, something like that. I mean, I don't look at it that often, but it doesn't really matter to me either. You know what I mean? Like, for me, it's not a measure of popularity. It's a measure of enjoyment, and if what I'm doing has meaning for my audience, and being okay with what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
But your main goal isn't to be entertaining and meaningful for your audience. If it was, you wouldn't beg so much. Your main goal is to get support at all costs. There's no denying that. That's why it appears so frequently in your content. But I think he covered that base at the end right there where he says, as long as he's okay doing what he does. Because he is okay begging. He's okay getting on his hands and knees and asking for every single dollar from your wallet. Because in his eyes, that's a totally acceptable thing to do as long as he gets one more pull and one more drink of gin.
Like, for example, the content that I put out 10, 15 years ago, I would not like today. You know, the stuff I used to
Is
do,
that why
the
you crack
commentary
up
I
as you
used to
watch
do, all
it?
that stuff, I hated it. Now, I look at it and I cringe.
No, you
But
don't.
that's what was
You go,
popular.
ha, 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 ha. Look, it's a pile of bodies. And then you in the past say, look, it's a pile of bodies. You have the exact same reactions. You laugh at it. You, sure, Phil, we can just see it for ourselves. Whenever you on your React stream, you have to look at old videos of yourself. You fucking lose it. You love your old content.
10, 15
'Cause
years
it's
ago,
you
people
and
wanted
you're a
that
narcissist.
immature, over the top, sexualized, generalized racist stuff. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that you would consider it racist, but just even making a joke about race.
It was over the top racist, you know? Not that I would call it racist.
And it's a bold-faced lie to say that he hated
Whoops.
doing the commentary that he did in his videos in the past. It's definitely cringe. It's definitely outdated. But for him to sit here and say that he hated doing it while he was doing it it's just a lie. Because if he truly hated doing it so much, he wouldn't have talked like that on the internet through text. If he really hated doing commentary like that, he wouldn't have been like that in real life with his friends that he was shooting videos with. He would have just been a normal person. But they all talked like that. They all made those jokes. And there's evidence of that if you go and watch those old East Coast custom videos where they're putting together the joysticks. Him, Howard, John Rambo, they all talk like that. They thought that that was the peak of comedy. And look, I get it. Sometimes with age and with time, you find different things funny and comedy changes. That's totally fine. But don't sit here and lie to me. Don't sit there and tell me that you didn't like doing the commentary that you were actively doing every single day nonstop. Because you're the only person in charge of your content. And wasn't it you that was saying that you weren't taking your content seriously till 2016, 2017? If you're doing a character or you're playing into a bit nonstop every single day for 6 years straight, that sounds pretty serious to me. But again, you didn't hate doing the commentary. That's who you were. That's what you thought was funny.
So when you take a look at everything in perspective. All right? Today, I'm much smaller. I make way less money. This is all true. And the majority of people who know me on the internet know me for negative memes that people have made fun of me with over the last 5 to 10 years. All of those statements are true. So if you wanted to say Darkside Phil is in a state of decline, you're correct. That is a factual statement.
But I thought you were happier
if you wanna
now
say Darkside Phil
than you ever
failure,
were before.
There's no factual justification to make that statement.
I know I didn't say this at the beginning of the video, but this is a completely different day's stream. My last video had 2 clips from the day prior to this. This is how he started the stream. He wanted to reiterate the title wasn't accurate, I guess, but we've already been through this. It's totally an apt title. Whether he wants to agree with it or not doesn't actually matter. Because I think if you ask the majority of people, they would call his business and what he does a failure. And if you ask me personally, anytime that you have to beg other people to make sure that you can pay your bills, you failed.
I am happy. I'm healthier now than I ever was, outside of maybe having a more receding hairline here, as you can see, because I'm getting older and there's nothing I can really do about that. Outside of that,
You get hair plugs, I guess.
Right?
A lot of people do something
have
about
less health
that.
problems, right? I told you guys, I used to be depressed. I used to drink all the time and treat my body like a terrible way. I don't do that anymore, right? I eat way better. I'm happily married. I have a great home life, which I wish I could spend more time with my wife and my cat. You know, and on top of all of that,
pathetic.
all right, I am happier today.
Man, when she leaves, he's
content
gonna
that I
have
put
such a
out
mental
than I ever was
breakdown.
before.
Did you get all that down, you guys? He's not a failure because he's lost weight, he eats better, and now he's married. According to DSP, those are the things that make you not a failure. I guess it all depends on what your definition of success and failure are, but to me, those things aren't even something that I would take into consideration when considering whether or not I'm myself am a success or a failure. But whatever, it's a stupid semantic argument that doesn't matter anyway. It was dumb when he said it yesterday, it was dumb when he said it today.
When I sit down with you guys every day and we have this fun podcast, and we have a react show, and we have gameplay streams of various different kinds. One could be an action-based gameplay stream of multiplayer. One could be a chill stream where we interact and we talk a ton and we're playing a different style of game. No matter what content I'm putting out, I'm happy doing it. I'm actually having a great time. And people tell me there's a meaning behind that.
People tell me...
Despite the fact that
They're
I'm
lying
not
to you,
popular on
Phil.
YouTube anymore, and I never will be again, because the kind of content that I put out is not in line with what YouTube wants. YouTube wants the drama, the clickbait, the viral stuff. Play the hot new game, jump in with other streamers and do silly, nonsensical, immature content and pranks and all this crap. Just keep talking nonsense about people and you will be popular, right? I don't want to do any of that.
You say that you don't want to do any of that, but you keep playing the hot new games to get those day one views to hop on the trending train. You don't want to do any of that, but you keep name dropping other content creators and talking about drama nonstop, even though you claim that you're not. The only thing that you don't do in that list of things that you just mentioned is collaborate with other streamers and be entertaining. Which out of all of the things that you should probably do to make your channel better and more entertaining and therefore make you more money, that would be one of them. That would be like the main one, actually. Being enjoyable to watch is a hell of a start to being an entertaining YouTube channel.
I never wanted to, because for me, it never was about being YouTube popular. I stumbled accidentally upon YouTube popularity. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't by design. It just kind of happened. And then after doing that for about 5 years, I got tired of it. I wanted to change. I told you, by like 2016, dude, I was burnt out. I didn't even want to do the kind of content anymore, which is why I started a whole new channel called KO Gaming. And I tried to do something different for a whole year. And then in 2017, I became an interactive streamer, and I've never looked back. Right? The last 6 years of
No, you
content
did
I
that
put out,
because of
like I
the
said, at this point, almost 7 years,
apocalypse.
has been way more meaningful, in my opinion, than anything I did beforehand. And that's the God's honest truth.
Whether it was his intent to blow up and be popular on YouTube or not, I don't think actually matters at all. What does matter is that he kind of did become popular and that he couldn't maintain it. Not because he didn't want to, but because he just could not. Because before he was even tired of it, before he made KO Gaming like he said he did, people were already turning on him. People already didn't like him. This is how You Don't Plays existed. Detractors existed. There was many videos of his fans saying that they were unsubscribing and where they were getting tired of his shit. His channel was on the decline well before KO Gaming. And even if it wasn't his intent to be popular on YouTube, he loved it. It was his favorite thing. It made him feel important. He flaunted that everywhere he could. He tried to take every advantage he could of the situation he found himself in, which I wish he would do now, because now he just looks at every opportunity and squanders it. Back then, he was throwing his name on fight sticks, trying to sell those. He made Project 7. He was trying to be some sort of creative actor style. He sold merch. He tried to go to conventions. Anytime he could put his name out there and potentially make more money, he absolutely tried to. And as much as I think that content wasn't good and was actually trash, I at least respect the hustle because it's part of the game. But he said that he got tired of it. That's why he tried to do KO Gaming, and then he found out that he really wanted to be an interactive streamer, and this is way more meaningful. No, it's just way more easy for you, DSP, because you don't have to actually try and do anything anymore. You don't have to do any editing. You don't have to try and be funny. All you have to do is play a game and beg, and you still make the same amount of money. Well, not the same amount of money, but still enough money to pay all your bills and live the life of luxury that you live.
So, for me, I'm enjoying
But he
everything,
never
and
took
I
it
have
seriously, but
a
said
viewer
it was
base
harder
that
than a
likes
Oh man, I might have to turn that down. I didn't think how, like, I tied the burgers to the bit notifications, but I didn't think about how the burger rain was it's gonna drown out the TTS. I have to rethink that. No! I love the King Cobra one in there. Like you can. Cheeseburger. No!
No! Papa Vera! No! Not him!
Chris Farrakhan, 100 bits, but he never took it seriously but said it was harder than a 9 to 5. Yeah, how does that work? He never took it seriously, but he hated it, and he was miserable doing it, and he didn't want to do it, but he didn't take it seriously. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. He never took it seriously, but he didn't like doing it. My brain.
My brain just committed suicide.
Doesn't make any sense. Okay, it is 12 o'clock, and I managed to arrange all of the channel names along with all the voiceovers. So I just have these gaps where I put in the clips, and I can get it pretty much done. The only thing I'm missing now are the 7 or so channels that I forgot about. Give More Blood, Lim Fandango, Chaff X Grenade, Ice Yamamoto, Pyro Megadeth, Jason X440, which is inactive, and Nixon Does It, which is one of the videos that we watched today. But I'll get these out of the way, and then I can just add those in later. What do we got here? Channel Point Redeem. The song, Burger. Nice.
in sauce. They completely soaked the sandwich in sauce. Yo!
Meerkat Mob.
Yo! Juicy, tangy, moist, gourmet level burger. That's robust. Safe to swallow. Juicy, tangy, moist cheeseburger. Getting all over my face. Gourmet level burger. Tangy zip, pueril, moist burger. Yummy and robust. Yo! I have gout. Gout is a disease that makes my acid levels much higher than most people's. And so if I eat certain foods, my acid level elevates, skyrockets, and then I get all giant swelling and incredible pain in my joints. So I'm gonna eat this burger live with you today and share what I think about it. I'm sure people are gonna be asking me questions about it. Yo! Juicy, tangy, moist, gourmet level, timed release of flavors. Burger, that's robust. Juicy. juicy, hanging, moist burger getting all over my face. Gourmet level burger. Hanging.
Oh, what happened? Play.
Whirl, moist burger. Yo! Gow, 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 gow. Cheeseburger. My hand is completely covered in sauce.
Always leaves me wanting more. Yeah, nice. Can continue working this video, making good progress.
Much smaller. than
Much
what I used to do, right?
burgers.
But at least people are happy with me. They like the content. They
No,
watch
they're
the
not.
content,
Nobody's
they support
happy
the
with
content,
you.
correct?
Everyone hates you.
So, that's the truth, and that's all that
That's the
matters.
truth.
It doesn't matter if you have 1,000 people who really like your stuff or 1 million people who kind of like your stuff because you're popular and they just casually watch it. It's all the same. As long as
No,
you're
it
happy with what
isn't.
you're doing, you feel there's meaning to it, and hey, you make a living doing it.
It doesn't matter if there's
All right?
a small
I'm
amount of
not
people
striving
or a
to
lot of
be
people who
giant
like you.
YouTube
It's all the
success or anything
same.
like that. I never
That's
was.
such,
All right?
that's
And
a
I
definition of cope.
Cope and seethe as much as you want, DSP. We all know that you wish you were popular so you could make as much money as you think that you deserve. That's why you constantly name drop anybody who's bigger and has more money than you because you're jealous of the amount of cash they have. That's all you care about. We're well aware. Keep coping, keep seething.
Now, earlier this year, with
It doesn't
all this
matter if there's a
toxic
lot of
nonsense
people who
about
like
all over the
you
internet, I
or
chose to
not.
do an interview.
It's the same.
All right, and I shouldn't have because I told you guys I'd actually
Such
decided not
cope.
to do it, and then I kind of got goaded into one.
Quit lying, dude. You were not goaded into an interview at all. You wanted to do an interview. You were excited to do an interview. Not only had you talked about previously being interested in finally doing an interview with somebody and that you were trying to find the right person to do it, but then when it finally came time to do it, you hyped it up shortly before it happened, and then you showed up on the show and you genuinely seemed excited and happy to be there. It was only after you realized that they weren't interested in all your lies that the mood changed. And even then, after the interview actually ended, you were still satisfied with the way it went until the next day when you heard that they were reading the super chats that they were given. That's all they had done, was they read the super chats and they talked about what they had experienced talking to you. So don't lie, because nobody coaxed you into doing an interview. You were happy and excited to do it, and that only changed after the fact.
Which that's my fault, all right? And although the interview served its purpose, which was, if you ever want to hear about any of that nonsense and my answers to the nonsense, watch the interview. My answers are never going to change because those are my answers. That's my truth. I spoke it during the interview. And if you don't believe it, you don't have to. But that's what I had to say about those nonsensical topics. And I'm done talking about it. And in truth, it worked. Because since that interview, although a lot of people didn't believe it and or just made slander content out of it, at least the interview exists and it's done. Right? And we moved on. This year, I was able to move on and say, I'm not bringing that shit up anymore.
DSP seems to be very satisfied with the idea that he did a terrible interview and now there's a definitive place where you can go watch him lie straight through his teeth on camera. He's satisfied with that. He thinks that it's a good thing that this interview served that purpose. Because that's all that was really accomplished there, was you got to watch him try and lie his way through every single question and dodge everything. And be a coward when Keemstar came on. That was pretty cool, I guess. I don't know how he can be so delusional to think that the interview served any sort of positive purpose whatsoever.
We're going to be able to relax. We're going to be able to enjoy gameplay. You know what I'm saying? And we had a good year. A lot of that drama stuff went away. Now, there was more drama as more people tried to pull me into their vortexes of shit. You know, I tried to branch out a little bit. People have been telling me for years, why don't you do like a podcast with other YouTubers and stuff? And I had an opportunity where I was contacted by other YouTubers. I didn't reach out to them. They reached out to me to say, hey, would you like to do a podcast show? And I said, yeah, I'd be interested in it. And we never really talked specifics or anything about it. And then what happens? It blows up in my face. Somehow I get to be made out to be like a villain or something, when in reality, I was just in talks about possibly doing a show, and they decided to go a different way because they wanted to make money, right? I didn't make that decision. They did.
And this is definitely some revisionist history because it was originally Keemstar's idea to have all three of you do that show anyway. But somebody didn't want to work with Keemstar, whether it was just you or some of them. That was the issue. But it was still his idea that you guys were trying to take. And then when they finally started discussing the money, they realized that Keemstar was going to pay them a pretty penny to do it. So let's not act like this was some sort of original idea that they came up with and came to you with, and he was never involved, and it was just out of the blue that Keemstar was all of a sudden there. Because it was his goddamn idea, you thief.
You know? So that had nothing to do with me, but yet constantly being tried to pull into the vortex. constantly talking about me.
The
Constantly trying to
vortex.
say shit about me, right?
I wonder
To
where
go
you got
and
that
say,
term from.
This is what these people do because they have nothing else to do. They have no content. They have no validity to anything they do. They're only pertinent when they're causing drama. Get it? So they don't have a fan base of people who actually like find meaning. It's just, well, what's the next drama today that you're creating so we can laugh at it, right? It really is the lolcow culture of how do we cause problems for people so we can laugh at the problems we caused, right? I don't know how that's valid. I don't know why that's allowed on YouTube, but it is. It seems to me like pretty toxic, damaging, very harmful content. But it's allowed constantly for some reason.
It's always so cringe to me when he tries to act like he's better than anybody else. The dude will lie, cheat, and scam his way into any dollar possible. But because he thinks that he doesn't involve himself in any drama, which straight up just isn't true, he thinks that he's better than everybody else. Going as far as to say that he doesn't know why YouTube lets it on the platform and that he thinks it's toxic and damaging. If YouTube really decided to take a hard stance on drama and name dropping other content creators and things of the like, your ass would be gone in an instant. You would be one of the first people to go, I promise. And I don't say that because he's the most guilty of it, not by any means, but he's the most grating when he does it. Nobody likes when DSP does drama content. It's not entertaining in any fashion. It's just miserable and awful on the ears. It makes everybody upset all the time.
And I hate to say it, but you know, people.
That's a good point. Like, he'd be gone. He'd be the first to go.
Right? I've done my.
I don't get why YouTube even allows it.
Involve myself or my audience with this. Why? Because I don't want to bring people into this anymore. After that interview, I got so much feedback from my audience telling me, please don't do this stuff anymore. You know what I'm saying?
No, they didn't say
we
that.
Don't want to have anything to do with this
they said
because
that you
we like watching your positive content.
You bombed
we
and
like
crashed.
watching fun stuff, right? That's what we want. We want gameplay.
It's
we want
true.
you reacting to fun clips from the internet. We want, chill streams. We don't want
to
hear about how the next person is insulting you and now you have to insult them back and this personal insult about behind the scenes shit. None of this matters.
Yeah, it probably made them really uncomfortable to see their cult leader called out like that and caught in his web of lies. But they're so far into denial that they couldn't accept what the truth actually is. It's that you're a liar, that you were being tangled up in your web of lies and that you looked bad. Instead, it just made them uncomfortable because they thought you were being ganged up on and
Yeah, it was funny. Like, after the interview, he went back to his hug box and he was like, so, what'd you guys think? And they were all like, it made you look really, really bad. And he's like, no, it didn't. I thought it went great. What are you talking about? And they're like, you looked really, really bad. Like, you look like a liar. Like, it didn't really go good for you. And he's like, nuh-uh. Like, what do you even know? I was there. You weren't. So I was there and I said it's good. So who are you to say that was anything but good? That's how it was. It's literally what happened.
Treated, and that's how you want them to feel. That's why you
what makes you think it went badly when the person who was there said it went good? Like, how can you say that? How could you possibly say that when the person who was there said it went well? What are you talking about?
Constantly tell them how they should feel about detractor content,
I guess he
how
didn't
they
really
should
want
react to things,
our
what
opinion.
they should think when they see certain things. You've conditioned them to think like this so that you're never in the wrong, you're always in the right. So while it might not even be true that a lot of people gave you this feedback, shout out a lot of people in chat. Maybe they did because they're so indoctrinated at this point. And when I say they, I mean your true dents, not the LARPers in the chat. No respect for LARPers.
I still feel so bad because I know from like the months of like March, April, May.
What was that mental breakdown?
I still.
Not the LARPers in the chat. No respect for LARPers.
I don't know. I don't know.
True dents, not the LARPers in the chat. No respect for LARPers.
I still.
Man, it must be such. It must be such torture inside of that brain where you're just, That's the kind of holes that you get in your brain from just massive alcohol abuse.
Feel so bad because I know from like the months of like March, April, May, this was all
must be so
drama
miserable.
that people were constantly embroiled in because of my bad decision, right? It wasn't until I'd say when Street Fighter 6 came out in June that finally
and he's
got
in
that
this
momentum back.
constant
There was so much
state.
going on in gaming and people wanted to see me play Street Fighter 6 and everything. That kind of went away, right? But now every once in a while,
I don't know.
it rears its ugly head. Oh no, someone made a documentary about Phil. Oh no, someone's trying to talk shit about Phil on a show and all this and all that. All right?
Trying to talk shit? What does that mean? How do you try to talk shit and not succeed at it? Man, I failed at talking shit.
to stay out of
This
nonsense.
is hard.
So it's this simple.
I just
all right?
stumbled over my
Don't
words, and
bring
I
it
was
up,
just like,
because I have nothing to say about any of your drama or your crap.
I mean, obviously, he has nothing to say on the subject. That's why we're only halfway through the clip, and he's already gone on for 13 minutes after being sped up. Again, this whole rant is 39 minutes long clipped. So we're about 14, 15 minutes into the rant at normal speed. And he's just now in the middle of the rant saying he has nothing to say about it. Quit bringing it up. That's the end of the discussion. And that's just the classic DSP behavior. He'll tell you how much he doesn't care about something or how he's not trying and it doesn't matter. But that's all he wants to talk about. That's all he's got on his mind. That thing that he apparently doesn't care about at all.
The reason that they are trying to talk about me is to get a rise out of me, which then in turn gives them more content. You understand? They want to find something
wow, how
that they
fascinating.
think is going to get my goat.
I
is
didn't
going
think
to
about that,
incense
but this
me,
guy's
get
just
me
like,
so
he's on the
angry or
ball.
agitated, right? That then I'm going to respond in a negative way, and I'm going to give them the attention they want because it's a vicious circle. If I respond, now they
Wow,
have
what
something else to talk
brilliant
about. They have
insight.
more content to respond to. And again, that's exactly what happened with the side scrollers earlier this year with that interview.
And that's exactly what's happening right now as we're 14 minutes into your rant and we're only halfway through. I don't understand how he's not seeing that this is exactly what people wanted. I don't understand how he's completely missing what's happening. It's like he just can't help himself. Because deep down, DSP is clearly just as much a drama hound as everybody else on the internet. He just likes to pretend that he's not so he can act superior about it.
They made a really toxic, negative show the day after the interview. And it worked because not only did it stir up all my haters, but then I responded to it and now they have more content. And then they have more content. And all year they tried to goad me. Every once in a while, let's bring them up again. Let's poke them again. Let's keep poking them and see if we can get them to say something so now we can have a whole show.
I mean, it's one of the biggest things that they've ever done. It will probably remain that way. And you're never going to do anything about it or say anything back. So why wouldn't they keep poking at you? There's no repercussions for it. If it brings them attention and it brings them money, it's just free money to them. DSP, you should be sympathetic to their plight. You love free money.
I mean, there was a show, no exaggeration. One morning, someone had casually mentioned to me something about the interview again, and I had mentioned it again or whatever. That day, Stuttering Craig sat on his stream. He had no content to do that day. Nothing. So instead, he sat on his stream and said, I'm going to sit on my stream until Darkside Phil invites me to his show. What? When? First of all, when?
Because you were talking shit about him.
It was a gameplay stream day for me. I hadn't spoken to him. Why would he be on my show?
Because when you talked about them that morning, you talked all sorts of crazy shit about them, about how they only had you on to make money and it was all about the money and that's why they did it on their stream, this, that, and the other. So he told you during the interview and he told you then, and that's why he sat on his stream waiting for you, because he said he would go to your stream. He would put that money in your pocket to prove that it was not about the money and that instead it was actually about talking to you and confronting you and calling you out on your bullshit. Now, I don't agree that it was a good look for him. I honestly think it looked pretty desperate. He should have just moved on with his day and kept calling you names. But don't sit here and act confused when you knew exactly what he was doing. You knew exactly what he was asking for and what he was trying to prove, and you didn't give it to him because that's exactly what it would have done. It would have proven that he was right. Instead, you just acted like a coward, like you always do, because you're a coward.
Nice. This video is making good progress.
Showed up to watch him sit there and do
I'm
nothing.
liking it.
It's what I mean. They're literally name dropping me.
It's going to be a good addition.
Attention, you understand? Which is hilarious because I'm nobody. I'm not a big prominent guy anymore. I haven't been in many, many years.
No, but it's completely ironic that you would be upset with people getting any sort of notoriety from name dropping you. When you're king name drop, you name drop everybody under the sun. Anybody that you slightly don't even like their content, you're telling everybody exactly what the problem is with it and why they shouldn't be as popular as they are and why it should be you instead. Except recently when it would have been convenient for everybody else if you actually did name drop a content creator, those ones that you were watching their streams and saying how much worse they were than yours. But of course, the only reason that you didn't name drop anybody there is because you didn't want anybody to actually go to those streams that you were watching and actually compare and contrast it with your content because you knew you were talking out of your ass.
I'm just someone who likes to stay in his lane and play games and chill with my audience, and that's it. I want nothing to do with this documentary, this podcast, this drama, this crap, this nonsense, and all of this, right? So it's funny because now this documentary just came out about me again. People are like, are you gonna react to it? No. I promised you guys, right, that I would stay out of it. That you guys don't want me to jump back down that rabbit hole because all that's going to happen is going to bring more drama, more nonsense, more negativity, more toxicity, and it's going to derail us from the stuff we love doing. Instead of sitting here and playing games and enjoying what we're doing and having a good time together, it's going to be constant, oh, this person said this about you, this person said this about you, this is bringing it up, this is bringing it up, right? So that's why I'm not doing that, right?
Well, DSP, you've gone back on many promises that you've made to your audience before. So let's not act like this would be a new concept. I mean, you did just bail on that Halloween event that you were supposed to do at the end of October, for Halloween. So let's not act like promising your viewers actually means anything to you. And you literally got paid to make Project 7 again, which you didn't do. So we can just add that to the list of things that you were supposed to do for your audience and then didn't. And I can say it till I'm blue in the face. This whole making a promise that you're not going to do any drama has already been broken. You were never going to do that because you talk about drama every single week, nonstop.
And listen, I get it. Drama can be fun, correct? It can be. Every once in a while, you want to razz someone, you want to make a joke. That I understand. I don't mind the fact that people bring up the name DSP or Darkside Phil in a razzing way all the time. People mention my accident. People bring up something stupid that I did, at one point. They bring up the dumb meme. All of that doesn't matter. It's just stupid, right? It doesn't affect my content. I get to keep making what I love, and my audience doesn't give a shit about that stuff.
Oh no, buddy, you actually care 100%. That's why you block anybody and everybody on.
I thought you said anyone who talked about you jacking off on a live stream made Cat cry, but I guess forget about that. Now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it makes Cat cry. Who cares?
On Twitter who's basically ever mentioned you.
Okay.
You're absolutely terrified of anybody who knows of you in a joking manner.
But where it becomes hurtful is when someone's entire agenda is to basically tear someone down for personal gain, right? Obsessed to the level of obsession, correct? That's where it gets dangerous. And there are people out there who are absolutely obsessed with me because they feel that they could get something more out of it if they were to keep bugging me and doing shit, that they could get something out of it, whether it's more content for their channels, whether it's attention, whether, again, get me to name drop them and or say something so now they have another topic to talk about today, right?
If he's talking about the detractor channels as a general thing, I just don't think that that's true because the detractor channels are going to continue to exist and make content on you daily anyway. Because they don't need to harass you. They don't need to do anything because all they're doing is point and laughing at normal you anyway. There doesn't have to be some special arc for people to point and laugh at you. If he's talking about people like Keemstar, Keemstar doesn't give a shit whether or not he has content to make. He just likes to mess with you because it's funny. At least I think that's why he's doing it, because he's petty and he likes to piss people off. That's what he does. He doesn't care about the money anymore. Why would he?
So there you go. So with all that being said,
hey, shout out that being said, unrelated, when's my episode, guys? Come on.
All right. That's why, if you're wondering, well, I don't get it. Phil is really missing out on an opportunity right now. A documentary just came out about him. He can easily react to it. He'd make tons of views and money. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not about making the views and the money. I'm not. I'm about enjoying the content I'm putting out, covering the games. It's the busiest gaming time of the year. Why do I care about people making drama content now? Why would I ever, right?
He's so concerned about his bottom line dollar amount every single day on stream, constantly talking about support, constantly asking for more support, more tips, more members. But the second that he has an opportunity to actually cash in on something entertaining and get more support, more members, more viewers, more this, more that, more push in the algorithm, he absolutely squanders it and isn't interested in doing it at all. I mean, that shit just doesn't add up to me. How are you going to sit there and beg your fans every single day to put money in your pockets, but the second that you can make money on your own and actually do something that will make people want to watch you, you just spit in its face?
If we're bored and there's nothing else going on, right, and we have some time to kill, maybe it's worth a look. That's not what we're doing right now. We're in the midst of the busiest gaming season. I'm behind on games because I was sick. Now is not the time to drop everything to start talking about bullshit.
Yeah, but those games are always going to be there. You can always go back and finish those. They're not actively running away from the snort fort. I know that your den-headed audience is only interested in video games the first week they're out, but that's not normal and should be rectified elsewhere. This is an opportunity that is actually going to go away because in 6 months, when you finally take a look at this Turkey Tom documentary and it's not hot anymore, you're going to be upset. This is what you guys wanted. You asked for this. Where are you now? And nobody's going to be there. Of course they're not, because you missed the opportunity, because you didn't get on it while it was hot, because you're too slow to do anything.
You know what I mean? There's people out there who right this moment, I'm not kidding you. There's, let me put it this way, because here's the thing. For every one thing I tell you guys publicly, you can assume there's 10 times more than that going on behind the scenes, but I'm purposefully not mentioning it.
That doesn't make any sense.
Literally everything I say. I'm serious about that too. I'm not exactly.
So when you say you have a shooting pain in your back, we can assume that there's 10 shooting pains in your back. So when the tire gets taken off of your car, we can assume that 10 tires were taken off of your car? I mean, you can say that I'm exaggerating, but he just said that he's not exaggerating. So I have to take him literally when he says that. Okay. 10 tires were taken off of his car, not one of them. Wow. Breaking news. Duty, make a video.
Exaggerating. Every time I mention,
He's not
there's one little thing
exaggerating.
that happened, there's probably 10 times more going on behind the scenes that I'm not bringing up. So,
Okay.
what do you guys
So when Jasper puked on his bed, we can assume that Jasper puked on his bed 10 times.
know about? Well, you know there's a documentary. You know there's people trying to pull me into shows and stuff. To
Right.
try to
That
get
makes
attention from
sense.
For those little things you know about,
Uh-huh.
there's about 10 times more going on behind the scenes of people trying to get my attention, trying to get me to interact with them, trying to get something out of me. It's happening constantly. All right? From every avenue possible. I get bombarded on a daily basis by fucking people.
Then
trying to pull
block
me into
them
shit.
so it
I
doesn't
wish that
happen
was a lie
anymore.
or an exaggeration. I really wish it was, but it's not.
Okay, but it doesn't actually matter. You're a public
is a
figure,
lie.
DSP. Of course, people are going to be trying
If you
to
don't
talk
like people
to you,
getting
get
in
your
touch with you,
attention,
block
pull you
them.
into things, DMing you on Twitter. Nobody cares. It comes with the territory. There's very seldom time that these things actually matter, and it seems to be like you talk about the ones that are actually important. All those other ones are superfluous. They don't matter. Nobody cares. Nobody's asking to hear about those. No one wants to hear about every single DM that you get, especially the ones from Derek. Please. So you can quit throwing your pity party, because nobody wants to hear that shit.
All right? So I just want you guys to understand that it takes a lot of effort when you constantly are being bombarded by people from every direction. And just, the funny part is, some people are really nice. Oh, well, we're going to be nice to you, and we'd like to give you an opportunity if you would do this with us or come on our show with us and do this. And then some people are outright nasty. If you don't do this, we're going to do this to you. And if you don't do this, we're going to threaten you with this and that. It's just crazy. It's crazy how people behave differently to try to get what they want. And they never do. Because if you haven't noticed, guess what? I don't involve myself in any of it. Have you seen me involved in any of that shit?
Yes.
I mean, DSP, you are inadvertently bringing yourself into it right now by talking about it for this long. So much so that I had to make a video about it because it needed to be addressed, because it was actually ridiculous that you went on for this long to begin with. So you can sit there and act all smug and throw your shoulders up in the air like, oh, I really proved them, but you've proved nothing, but you're an idiot. Congratulations, I guess.
No, because I refuse to. I'm not going to become a toxic person, a drama person. I refuse. I very well could. I could change all my content right now to be just like these other fucking people. And I could easily tear them down, just like they try to tear me down constantly. But I don't play that game. I don't want to. That's not who I am. I wouldn't be happy being that kind of person for YouTube, because I don't like hurting other people, regardless of if I get over doing it or not.
But I'll say it for the 100th time, DSP, you do make drama content. You know you do. Quit lying. But you couldn't do it like them, because that would actually require you to put in some sort of effort. You might even actually have to edit your videos to be entertaining to a larger audience. And heaven forbid you actually have to put any effort into the content that you make. I mean, the dude doesn't even own editing software. How could he edit a video? Like, DaVinci Resolve isn't free or something.
At one point, I'll be honest, when I was younger and more immature, I did find pleasure in that. I did. Tearing down others. You can feel good about yourself by tearing down others around you. You can do that. And I've felt that personally. I have felt that in my
I'm so much better now. I never do that, except for when I do. But that's what I don't want to do.
a level of like enjoyment.
And I've changed since then, and it's so much better than I was back then.
I don't know. It's kind of messed up, right? But, and I know because I've had that feeling before.
And that's just cringe to begin with. You should feel bad for that, because that's embarrassing. You tearing other people down and making fun of them to make yourself feel better is cringe. Now, tearing other people down to laugh at them because it's funny and it makes you laugh is a completely different story. And that's what we're here for, folks. We're here for the lulz. I don't need to laugh at some old man on the internet to make me feel better, to make me feel like my life actually means something, because I actually do things in my real life that mean things. This is just fun to be had.
But as I grow older and I get more mature, I don't want to do that. I would much rather be a person who, like, everyone can live and let live, and everyone can live and get by, and we don't all have to stomp on everyone else around us to get ahead. Like, there's
so many pre-streams. He comes on stream and is like, me and Kat were watching this streamer, and he's like popular and stuff, but I don't get why. Like, he didn't do anything better than I do. In fact, he sucks. In fact, they were really bad. He was really bad at the game, and I'm better at it. And me and Kat were like in total agreement. There was like no disagreement whatsoever, and we were like, "Yeah, Phil, that's stupid shit. Why that guy is popular and you're not." So, anyways, I'm just like sitting here, just scratching my head, sorta, and I'm like, "What?" It's like that's literally him trying to bring someone else down to make himself feel better. Literally, yeah, that's what I used to do. I'm so much more mature now.
enough going
Okay,
around.
Cartman.
There's enough people on this planet. There's enough space on YouTube for everyone to coexist, and then I have to constantly be at each other's throats to get over. You know what I'm saying?
You
He
say
says
that
this, but
now.
not a couple of days ago, somebody brought up the Toby Turner drama from way back in the day. You know, when he was on a Madden commercial and it was advertising his YouTube channel, and DSP called him a direct competitor. DSP sees and talks about every single content creator on the YouTube platform as direct competitors. So it's just nonsense when he says that he thinks that there's enough space for all of them. If that's the case, then why do you constantly talk about everybody else's content and compare it to yours and act like yours is far superior? Where is the live and let live in that, DSP? But of course, I know when you know that he's just talking out of his ass because he's saying the things that he thinks will make him sound more mature, more respectable, like he's actually a good person.
I don't want to be that kind of person. So
Well,
that's
you
why I
are.
stay out of this shit. I want nothing to do
Another
with it
example of
at all.
failure.
I want absolutely no involvement in any of their shit. I just want to be left alone and left out and do my own stuff for my audience. And that's all I aspire to. And again, that's why when I see a documentary and the name of the documentary is 10 Years of Failure, it's like, no, you could say 10 years of decline. You could say 10 years of, of falling out of prominence, 10 years of ridicule. All of that makes sense. 10 years of failure? How is that a failure that I'm happier today than I've ever been? I make content that I want to make. I stay out of drama because I don't want to hurt people, right? How is that failure?
Semantic garbage. I'm not even talking about it. Mods, crush his skull.
I don't know how anyone could justify that and say it's failure. My business is still working and running. I'm still making a living doing it. I still love what I do. So how is that a failure, right? But if you're someone who's desperate for content and you constantly have to rip other people apart to have that content, I would argue that's more of a failure than anything else. If all you can do is rip other people apart to make $1, you're a bigger failure than someone who's way smaller than you but loves what they do and doesn't hurt anyone to make that living.
But DSP, it's probably the
You're a
content that
leech
they
and a
enjoy
parasite.
making. It gives them a living. That's the content that they want to do for their audience. Their audience finds it meaningful. Hell, the content creator might even be losing weight, dude.
That was a very sneaky, slimy way to say, like, hey, Turkey Tom, you want to make a video on someone? Make a video about Keemstar. Yeah, make fun of him, because he hurts people. Call that failure, not me. It's like, we all know what you're trying to say, you fucking stupid bastard.
Dude, he might be eating better. How the hell are you
I'm
going to
pretty
tell
sure
somebody
Turkey
else
Tom
that
did
they're
make a
more
video
of
on
failure
Keemstar.
than
You would know if you
when
watched
it's not
his
even true based on
content,
your own
moron.
criteria here. That's why you trying to change the definition of what
Let me
success
check.
and failure looks like as far as a YouTube channel is concerned is a waste of everybody's time because
Yeah,
it
of
doesn't
course
make
it did.
any
5
sense
years
when applied
ago.
to any sort of
And
situation.
then 2 years ago.
That's
And then
my
3
take,
months
and
ago.
you can disagree with that, and that's perfectly fine. You know what I mean?
Then a year ago.
You know? And by the way,
No.
because some people are saying, oh, now he's ripping up Turkey Tom the documentarian. Actually, no, I'm not.
No,
I'm not
no.
even speaking about
No.
him. I'm saying all these people out there who say shit like that, who say that, oh, you're just a failure and all that. I'm not a failure. I'm happy with who I am.
Yes, you
that's,
are.
That's a success in life. I used to be depressed. When I was bigger on YouTube, I was a depressed mess. I was drinking. I was unhealthy. I
Do
hated
drink
myself,
now.
and I was
What about
only
the
getting by
event
by
where you
pumping out
drank?
millions of videos a day. You know what I mean? Okay, maybe not
You know what I
millions, but you
mean?
understand what I'm saying. Like,
You
that was a
understand what I'm
miserable
saying?
existence.
Nothing bad,
Today,
though.
I'm
You're
happy.
agreeing with me.
So that's not being a failure, right? Nothing is falling apart. The sky's not falling, and we're having a good time. So how can you say that that's a failure? It's just it's misinformation.
He's
for the sake
butthurt
of
about the
clickbait.
title of the video.
And it's
Clearly.
prominent on YouTube. So I'm not surprised. You know, I'm not surprised.
It's not misinformation at all. But DSP is also the king of not being able to communicate effectively with other human beings. He constantly misuses sayings and words, and it makes it completely incomprehensible to the average person. For example, what person on planet Earth thinks that when you tell them that you're being honest with them, that you just mean you're being serious? Not that you're actually being honest and telling the truth, just that you're being serious. You want to talk about misleading misinformation? This is it right here, champ. You don't know how to effectively communicate, so I'm not going to take your definition on words. When you think that gobsmacked is actually godsmacked, like you just don't know words.
But I'm not going to get myself pulled into that vortex. You're not going to see me reacting to the documentary. No, I don't care. that
Yeah,
every
we
day people are
will.
trying to pull me
We
in.
will
What are
definitely
talking
see
about
you
on this
react to the
show? You're gonna be on
documentary.
this show and this, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter what they say. It's all white noise to me. It's just the same shit that I've heard for the last 10 years of people trying to pull me into their drama vortexes. And I told you back earlier this year, I learned my lesson. I've stayed out of all of that shit, and we've had a good year this year. Let's stay on that track, okay? Okay, so that's why, why I still bring this up today? Because look what's going on. The documentary just released. Everyone's talking about it and wants me to talk about it. I have nothing to say.
Again, he has nothing to say. He had nothing to say 10 minutes ago, but he's got nothing to say now, too. It's like we're looping here. And he also said that he had nothing to say on it the day prior. And literally in my last video, he wasn't interested in talking about it. That's why he was talking about it then, too. So he really has so much to say about something that he doesn't care about and also claims to have nothing to say on the matter.
I'm not going to watch it. I don't have time for it. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not slamming it. I haven't seen it. You can't.
This is going to age really, really well, Phil.
I've learned my lesson in that regard. From back in the day when I used
to make fun of age like every other statement you've ever made.
And when I finally played it, I was like, I get it now. Well, that was really stupid that I slammed it. I used to make fun of the Down the Rabbit Hole documentary. Oh, anyone who makes a documentary about me is terrible. Then I actually watched it, and I was like, it wasn't ill-intentioned. You could tell that there was some misinformation in it. But it wasn't ill-intentioned at all.
Because you were lying to people for years.
I actually feel like he was trying to do a legit documentary about me at that time, you know? So I don't know. I haven't seen the documentary. This is a new one. I don't care to. I don't want to get toxic again. I'm trying to stay away. So I hope that people understand that. And even Turkey Tom, I hope he understands that. It's not a slight against him that I don't want to watch his documentary. I promised my audience that this year I would stay out of the drama shit. And I am going to stick to that commitment. I'm not going to go back on it all of a sudden because there's a chance for personal gain. Okay?
And some of you in the comments on my last video were saying that 100% he already watched it. His ego wouldn't let him not watch it. He's lying through his teeth. And that might be the case. Maybe not for the first clip in that video because that clip was from the stream that started about 45 minutes after that doc even came out. So I doubt that he actually saw it in that amount of time. But maybe he saw it during his break before the Mario part of that video. But I really try not to assume things about the guy that I don't have actual concrete evidence for if possible. And I understand that's not always the case. I don't actually have concrete evidence other than his bank leaks about his drinking problem, about WWE champions. But I really try and go based off entirely what he says. I try and take him at his word because, again, even if you take him at his word on things, it doesn't matter. He still looks and sounds stupid. He makes a fool out of himself by himself. All you have to do is try and follow his train of logic and instantly you see all of the flaws. It's all topsy-turvy, upside down all the time.
So, thank you for understanding. And again, you know, there's other stuff going on right now, people trying to pull me into their toxic shit, and I'm absolutely positively not going to pay attention to it. I don't care. I really don't give two shits what's said. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to say as clearly as possible to the entire internet right now. I don't care. All right? You can say whatever you want about me. You can say as much nonsense. You can bring it all up. It's this simple. I'm happy with where I am in my life right now. Everything, you know, is good. So
everything is, you know, yeah, sure, Phil. Everything is, you know, that makes sense.
Their own bullshit and nonsense. It doesn't matter who you're talking to, what you're saying about me. None of it matters.
None of it matters. He just wants it taken off of YouTube.
We really are looping. This is the third time we're getting the I don't care, it's all nonsense, I promised my audience speech. But I do think that he's directly referring to Keemstar there when he says that I don't care who you're talking to, because this was after the Keemstar tweet talking about that she's coming on the podcast or whatever.
That simple, all right? So don't come to my streams bringing it up. Don't try to derail this shit. You know what I'm saying? If I see it, it's gone. That's always been the rule.
That's what you do when you don't care about something. You kill it.
They don't know what's going on, so they say, "Hey, Phil,
you destroy it. You eliminate it. You eradicate it. That's how you really show how you don't care.
Chat who fucking brings that up? I don't want to do that because there's people who don't know that.
You shoot it with a gun.
It's always been
of apathy.
That I don't.
You shoot your apathy missiles at it. You're like, I don't care.
I got games to play. I got a react show. I basically got to get back on track after being derailed because I was sick. I got shit to do. I don't have time.
I have video games to play, dude.
Everyone else around me. They could do whatever they want. I can't stop them. I don't really care.
You gotta love how he says that he has things to do, like playing video games. Like that actually means anything. But also his job is to talk to his community and his chat when he's playing the video game. So whatever they're talking about is pretty much what he should be talking about, isn't it? So that doesn't make any sense.
But, you know, their stupid their stupid blurb, the next thing they could talk about, that Phil mentioned, you're not getting it. I don't care. You know, I'll just say right now, I don't even want to hear about any of it. All right? I literally don't want to hear about any of it. I don't care. These people they don't exist to me, you know?
Hey guys, did you know that DSP doesn't care? Did he tell you that he doesn't care yet? Did that come across that he doesn't care? If I wasn't actively looking at the screen, I would have thought that the video started over at this point because he's just on loop.
I got shit to do.
It's called autism.
So thank you for understanding. Thanks for listening to the segment. Had a little something to get off my chest here today.
I had to get off my chest because I just care so little.
That people are constantly trying to pull me into. I'm just done with it. And, you know, don't want to hear it. Stick it to my guns. Sticking to what I promised and committed to you earlier this year.
So Phil's done talking about it. He said, thanks for listening to the segment. That's the end of it. We're going to move on positively. He's sticking to his guns. It is what it is. He doesn't care.
because people already, well, I can't believe Phil's not going to address this and that. No, you can't believe it. Then you're deaf. I've been telling you all year I was done with it, right?
Done with it.
That's why.
I'm done with it.
I lied. We're totally not done. He's obviously going to double back and start talking about it again. I did cut out the part, though, where he starts talking about his shirt collar being uneven because, honestly, I just don't give a shit, and neither do you. And if you did, you don't now because I said so. Sorry.
All right. So we're going to move on to the next segment of the show, but I have to blow my nose. All right? So if you can bear with me for a second, I'm going to blow my nose. But before I do, to end the segment, all right? No drama anymore. You know, as it has been all this year. I stayed out of it on purpose. I'm not going back on that now. Doesn't matter who's making a documentary, who's bringing up bullshit and saying nonsense and, you know, threatening me with shit, because that's the other thing, too. Conscious people threatening me and saying stuff.
God, sometimes he's just the ugliest person on the planet. People weren't threatening me the way he gets into the microphone. Oh my God, what an insufferable bastard. But it is really funny to me that he takes every tweet that Keemstar sends his way as a direct threat. I don't even think there was anything vaguely threatening in Keemstar's last tweet. All he said was that some lady was going to come on the LolCow live show and DSP wasn't going to like it. There's no threat there. Just stating a fact that somebody's coming on the show that he might know.
I literally sit here and all I do is play video games and enjoy relaxing with you guys on a daily basis. What am I doing to warrant threats against
He doesn't
me?
stream daily.
Right? What have I done? Who am I really a threat to that you're threatening me, right? Are you really that threatened by my existence?
No, DSP, nobody is threatened by your existence. You're being delusional again. They don't have to be threatened by you in order for them to threaten you in the first place. That's just stupid. Besides, how could anybody be threatened by a 41-year-old alcoholic man with extreme muscle atrophy?
Just think about how crazy that is. I am just a little Joe Nobody on the internet with of stream following of a few hundred people. A few thousand people watch my videos on YouTube every day, right? Very small time, correct? But I'm happy with who I am. There are people out there that I live rent-free in their heads that they have to constantly bring me up and try to pull me into their drama. What is that about exactly? That really drives me nuts. How exactly does that? I just don't understand it. How am I involved in any of it? How am I important enough? Why would you even bring me up? It just...
For fun, you bozo. Everybody has a good time clowning you. That's why they constantly bring you up and point out all of your flaws and every lie that you tell. Because it's fun to do. For some people, it is more complicated than that. Some people do take it more seriously than that, but not everybody.
I just don't get it. I really don't, right? That someone would actively like threaten me publicly repeatedly. Threaten me. I'm going to do this to him. I'm going to do that to him. Haha. What? What?
You're gonna do this? You're gonna do that?
Exactly.
Wow, Phil, that sounds crazy. Man, I can't believe it. The guy was gonna do this and he was gonna do that. Oh, I mean, I would call the cops if I were you. Officer 911. This guy said he was gonna do this and he was gonna do that.
It's just bizarre behavior.
Man, yeah, you're right, Phil. We're gonna send all officers. That sounds crazy.
You got problems.
He was going to do this and
God,
that?
Shut up. It's just cringe. This is harkening back to when you said that Evil AJ needed the white coats to come get him because he made a "this is how you don't play" of your content. Sorry, DSP, as a public figure, everybody's allowed to critique you however they see fit. And you don't get a say in it whatsoever. You can think whatever you want, but you're just being ignorant and stupid. But it's definitely cringe to even insinuate that somebody needs to be locked away or needs some sort of mental intervention because they like to laugh at you online.
You should be moving on to other more important things that's going to actually get you some kind of level of attention or interest. No one, I'm like yesterday's topic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a prominent dude. You know, Turkey Tom making this documentary about me will get him a little bit of attention, but certainly
like 1 million views. But yeah, sure, that's a little bit of attention. Whatever.
I'm no one, man. Nobody cares. You know.
I
Yeah,
mean, you can
that's
say
why
that all you want, but there's an entire detractor sphere that now knows the name Turkey Tom because of one documentary that he did. Because I'm sure a lot of those people didn't know who he was beforehand.
Just my audience of people who've been with me along the way. I'm so happy to have that dedicated audience that have been with me through all these times and all this drama bullshit. And
this video is going well. I like how it's turning out.
Right? That's what it's all about. You know. So it's just crazy to me that anyone would care. You would think with the way that people talk about me and behave around me that I'm like some insanely polarizing, toxic dude who every day on stream, all I'm doing is constantly causing drama and insulting people and saying inflammatory things.
I mean, you're doing that right now.
Because that's exactly what happens every single day. You'd be lying to say that it wasn't. Constantly deriding your audience, constantly begging, constantly calling them out and publicly humiliating them, constantly name dropping other content creators, going out of your way to talk about on your day off, watching other people's content and calling it bad. Every news topic you cover on DSPN is something negative that you want to get irate and angry about. And of course, as always, I'm responding to this clip the day after it happened, so I watched the podcast from today, and I think that he spent 30 to 45 minutes talking about how the Game Awards are absolutely horrible, and they don't make any sense, and they're not objective, and they're stupid, and the wrong people are voting on them, and the wrong games get voted in. He couldn't find a positive thing to say about them at all. And I want to self-correct because I know that I just called it a podcast, and we all know that it's actually just a pre-stream. That's my bad. Mea culpa, mea culpa.
It couldn't be further from the truth, you know? With the stuff that we do every day is fun. It's fun gameplay, being silly, razzing games. Yesterday I had fun yelling at the netcode of Modern Warfare 3. You know what I mean? Today we'll have fun laughing at clips from the internet.
That was fun.
It's a good time. It's not anything ill-intentioned or anything that you would think would get anyone upset. But these people get upset. I don't know why. I can't understand it. All right? Anyway, now allow me to blow my nose and then we'll move on. It's not anything ill-intentioned or anything that you would think would get anyone upset. But these people get upset. I don't know why. I can't understand it. All right? Anyway, now allow me to blow my nose and then we'll move on.
He introduced blowing his nose 4 minutes ago and then proceeded to continue to rant anyway. Amazing. But that's going to do it for today's video. Hopefully you all enjoyed this little part 2 to the Turkey Tom thing featuring Keemstar. And as usual, this extra long clip was brought to you today by Snort Hogan. So of course, big ups to Snort Hogan for the clip. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And of course, thank all of you guys for watching, especially if you've made it this far. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch all of you guys in the next video. But until then, make sure that you check out other detractor channels and dive deeper into that Snortex.
All right. This video is going to be so good. I'm going to be very proud of it. It gives every single channel that I know of a nice summary and a good clip of them. It's going to be super long. It's going to be like 2 or 3 hours, but everyone who watches it is going to get a good healthy dose of what this community is all about and why I like it so much. So I'm feeling good about it. There's one more Atlas the Bookkeeper video. I wish I could go for the full time, but I actually need to leave probably by the end of this video. Bummer. I have an appointment though. Be back tomorrow though. Full shift.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort, 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 tug, drip, snort, snort.
And then flash into a gameplay segment, then flash back to bike riding, then
All right,
flash back to
so,
gameplay.
Without watching the whole video, because we're not going to watch the whole video, all right? What are everyone's opinions on Scott the Woz?
Well, since you asked, DSP, I'll gladly tell you that I quite enjoy a Scott the Woz video. I don't watch him now nearly as often as I used to, but there was definitely a chunk of time not that long ago where I was watching a lot of Scott the Woz videos. I think they're really well put together and he makes me laugh. But knowing you, DSP, I'm sure that you have something negative to say because you can't say a positive thing about any other content creator in the history of the internet. I really do struggle to find a time that you have ever complimented another content creator.
All right? Honestly, I feel editing skills, decent. His commentary, decent.
Bold of DSP to say that somebody else's editing is just decent. The dude hasn't actually edited a video in literally years. And when he did it, it was always god-awful. He did things the strangest way possible. Often not even resizing images during editing or overlaying things properly at all. And the audio balance was always pretty egregious as well. But of course, what can you expect from a guy whose entire shtick is that he does raw, unedited gameplay, as if that's some sort of category that people are actually looking up and wanting to see. Not only does every single Scott the Woz video have a better pace than your videos do, DSP, but his jokes are also funnier and done with better delivery than anything that you have ever said. So again, it's really bold of DSP to say that his commentary is just decent.
Everything decent. But I would say, I mean, this is a 6-year-old video. For 6 years ago, do you think this video warrants 3.6 million views on YouTube? What is special about the video exactly?
DSP is always so jealous when he talks about anybody else. It's amazing, isn't it? But if that's a genuine question from DSP, why this video got 3.6 million views, there's a couple of factors that go into play, and I think it really is only a couple of factors here. The first one being people actually enjoy Scott the Woz's content. His content is fairly decent all the time. It's very consistent, and people do genuinely like the guy. There's no problems with him whatsoever. If he's not your style, he's not your style, that's for sure. But for most people, he's inoffensive and comes off as a genuinely nice person who who does funny content and is enjoyable to listen to. He also routinely breaks 1 million views on his videos, so him hitting 3.6 on one of these videos is not absolutely absurd of at all. Hell, just 5 months ago, he got 3.3 million views on the Wii U video he did. So 3.6 isn't exactly out of the realm of possibility for him. The video is also 6 years old, so it's had plenty of time to get the amount of views that he's seeing right now. And the final factor, as far as I'm concerned, is the title of the video is the worst games of all time. Now, that is kind of clickbait, and plenty of people have done videos like that before, but you know a lot of those videos do just get a lot of views. So when you combine all of those things, no, I'm not surprised at all that this video has 3.6 million views if it was posted 6 years ago. That all adds up to me. DSP, you can be as jealous as you want that it was him instead of you, but none of your content has ever held a candle to a single Scott the Woz video.
What is he doing differently that makes him stand out? That makes him better than other people who do these kind of countdowns? Honest question.
Well, DSP, if you bothered to look anything up when you were actually asking a question, you would realize that he doesn't just do these style of videos at all. But of course, we're all aware that you're allergic to using any sort of search engine whatsoever, even though your phone is constantly in your hand. I know that's only for WWE champions.
Double M says, entertaining videos but flat humor. Even his recent videos are flat. Right? He's cool and chill. Not bad for 6 years ago, but sucks for now. It's called a personality.
Ooh, the dents got him with that one.
So here we go. I'm just asking questions. I'm literally just asking, what do you guys think? Right? Like, I don't see anything. Like, I'm watching this video. I can't point out a particular negative. Right? I can't. Like, I don't really see anything wrong with the video. At the same time, it's kind of bland to me. Like, to me, I watch this and I'm like, okay.
My first thought after hearing him say that is, well, DSP, how do you feel about your own content? What's your genuine reaction when you watch back your own content? But we've actually seen what his reaction is, because it seems like every single week on DSP Reacts, somebody sends him his own footage. And he has 3 different reactions to it depending on what it is. He either gives it the 1,000-yard stare and skips through it, because even he can't be bothered to watch his own content. He'll get embarrassed and start cringing and talking about how he would never do that style of commentary anymore, and it's so dated, Or the third and final thing that he does is he turns on clown mode. Now, this is the most obnoxious of the 3, if you ask me. He'll start obnoxiously laughing at his own jokes that aren't funny. And the laugh is the fakest thing I've ever heard. But I think that the real point here is that 3.6 million people are allowed to watch an okay video. It doesn't have to be something extraordinary for it to get 3.6 million views. There's plenty of videos on this website with well over that, and they are also just okay. They're also mediocre videos.
So it's a countdown of the worst games on Metacritic. He's not really adding much commentary or anything unique that you wouldn't hear anywhere else. I mean, he could very well just be reading right off of Metacritic, right? Like, I wouldn't even know. And I don't know, like, I don't get it. What is it that makes these certain people popular? You know what I'm saying?
Charisma, comedic talent, interesting video ideas, in-depth knowledge on a subject, interesting takes on topics, a unique way of speaking, general likability, consistent uploads. These are just a few of the things that go into making these people popular, pretty much all of which you lack. But honestly, it is quite insulting that you're sitting here questioning why people do and don't get popular. Because honestly, it's none of your business. Whether it was because of something they did or if it was just the right time, right place like it was when you were popular. It doesn't actually matter. Based on what you say, the only thing that should matter is that they have an audience that is entertained and finds meaning in their content. So I don't know why you're sitting here and questioning why Scott the Woz is popular or why anybody is popular for that matter. Aren't you DSP, the man who stands alone on his island of one, who lives alone? Those were your words, not mine. Why does it matter to you any why other people are and aren't popular?
I'm curious. What made him become so popular? Because this is what happens is over the years, I just make my own content and I'm on my own business, right? I don't pay attention to everyone else on YouTube or nothing. You guys know that. I don't really give a shit, right?
No, DSP, you're lying, or at least only telling half of a truth here. Because while you might not pay attention to other people and might not give a shit half of the time, the other half of the time you absolutely care. It gives you something to complain about. You see a headline and you pick up on it and you just have to talk about it. And then you act like you know everything about the subject, like you're an expert or something.
And then other people just become popular. Like, everyone knows Scott the Woz. Scott the Woz, he's such a hot guy on YouTube. Scott the Woz, the next up-and-comer. Scott the Woz, millions of videos, or views every video he puts out.
He's such a hot guy.
Right?
What the fuck? Bill, you're
That's
married.
great,
Calm down.
But what again?
He's such
what
a hot
stands out
guy.
about this? If you were to say what is the defining factor that makes Scott the Woz good on YouTube, what would your answer be? This is the first video I'm ever seeing, and I'm saying it's solid. Like, it's a solid video to me. Like, it seems like it's solid editing, solid pacing, commentary is flowing, right? But what exactly makes him Mr. Popular?
Well, DSP, I would hope that putting out genuinely solid pieces of content consistently for multiple years is enough to make you Mr. Popular, or whatever you want to call him. I mean, he's not doing like Dr. Disrespect numbers or anything, but he does have a fan base and an audience that wants to see him because he is a likable, entertaining person who puts out solid content on a consistent basis.
Can anyone explain? I genuinely would like an answer. What do you guys think? Because this is the first video I'm seeing. He got big from Reddit.
Why does he have to say everything so strange? He got big from Reddit. This dude actually can't ever sound like a normal human being when he says things.
His recent videos are a lot more trippy. He likes to destroy stuff. It's more edited and animated. He made a whole YouTube movie around the reason he has a blue border around his videos. But what, you didn't answer the question, right? What is it that made Scott the Woz popular on YouTube? Why did he blow up? What about his videos makes him stand out and makes him popular? That's my question.
I'm honestly not sure what answer DSP is looking for and what would satisfy him at this point. Him making solid videos is not enough for DSP. Him making edited and animated content isn't enough for DSP. Getting popular off Reddit isn't enough. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why someone would bother bringing up the movie that he made about why he has blue borders on his video thumbnails. But to me, that seems like a sign that he genuinely enjoys what he does and is having fun with it. And maybe that's the real answer. Maybe people can just see that Scott the Woz is having fun when he makes his videos, and that's why they find it so enjoyable. I know that's not something that DSP can necessarily relate to, but it does make a huge difference in the quality of content that gets put out.
I'll see if anyone else wants to. Literally, no one's answered it yet. So, see what I'm saying? Like, and this is the weird
already
thing about
gotten a
YouTube.
lot of answers.
Like, you could look at stuff that's popular and be like, okay, so what is it? Why is it popular? Sometimes I swear things on YouTube get popular for either luck or popularity, or just the algorithm hits it, right? And the next thing you know, they're just popular forever. They never leave. With me, I never hit that level of popularity. I was popular for about 4 years on YouTube, but I never hit that level of like immunity. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a level on YouTube that when you hit that level of popularity, you'll never decline because you're so big, it doesn't matter.
I genuinely don't know who the hell
That's
he could even be
insane.
talking about at this point. What YouTube content creator has
Like, that's literally not the case. That's not even the case for, like, big Hollywood celebrities. Everyone has a fall off. Like, look at fucking Alec Baldwin. Look at fucking, like, even, like, Nicolas Cage, in a sense. Like, he's a workhorse. He does videos, like, every month. Or, videos. He does movies, like, every month. I mean, sir, he's definitely not as big as he was. But he's had like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, nobody has immunity. Everyone has. It's always a challenge and a struggle and a competition.
Has ever gotten so
It's this weird, just like fantasy he has.
So big that they were immune to the fall off. They got literally immune to declining numbers at all. Because thinking of the biggest YouTubers from yesteryear, most of them don't even make content anymore. And if they do, they get a pittance of the numbers that they used to. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely content creators who have been
Yeah,
around
that's
for
a
a
good
very
point.
long time and
Like,
have held a steady fan
Nicolas
base and
Cage has a
audience,
lot
and their
of-
numbers
lot of
consistently
crazy
look great. But
possessions
those
and-
content creators are still putting effort into their videos. They're still putting out content that their audience wants to see. They're still enjoying the content that they're making, and that again shows through in their content. It's not because they became immune to the fall off. That doesn't exist. That's never happened to anybody. I mean, who's talking about Ray William Johnson, Fred, or Ryan Higa? They used to be the biggest content creators on the platform, and they basically don't even exist anymore. Well, that's not exactly true. I know that Ray William Johnson still does content on TikTok, I think, but who actually cares? Come on now.
And if this guy has millions of subscribers and he's getting 3-4 million views a video, it doesn't matter what he does, he's going to be fine for life. You know what I mean? Like, he'll always be popular on YouTube. But what is it that made him stand out, that made him so popular? No one can answer, right?
DSP, there isn't just one answer on why he's popular. A lot of people like him for a bunch of different reasons. And people have given you multiple reasons in your chat and you're just bypassing them, or you're reading them out loud and going, that doesn't make sense. I don't get it. What are you saying? This is just a waste of time segment because no answer is gonna satisfy you. Just move on. Quit shitting on content creators that you have no right to shit on.
His videos are more down to earth than most gaming content at the time. A more legit old school YouTube feel, and it blew up. Then someone says, oh, his popularity is his comedy and slapstick humor. You realize the two of you just contradicted each other, right?
I wouldn't say that necessarily. You can definitely have an old YouTube vibe and still also do comedy and slapstick humor. I mean, a lot of old YouTube videos were comedy slapstick humor, were they not? A lot of old YouTube videos are actually skits, aren't they? So DSP doesn't even know what he's talking about.
One person says, oh, he's just down to earth. He's a solid YouTuber. Another person says, oh, it's slapstick humor, over the top comedy. So the two of you who are fans can't even agree. Do you see my point about YouTube? Like, this is the weird thing about YouTube. There's things that are popular. No one can explain it, but it just is.
No, DSP, two different people explained two different aspects of a content creator that they enjoy. It's not that nobody can agree and nobody knows why this person is popular and what made them popular. It's because everybody has a different aspect of something that they enjoy. Two people who are into cars don't actually have to enjoy the same aspects of cars. One guy might like to race and go really fast in the car. That's his favorite part. But one guy might actually just like the specs of cars and working on them. He's like a gearhead. He likes to do mechanic style content. That doesn't mean that nobody can agree on why cars are popular and why people enjoy them. It just means that two different people like two different things about the same thing.
But everyone knows Scott the Woz, so we got to go watch this new video and give him 5 million, 7 million views. But no one even knows
How does
what's
one
popular
person
about
give him
it, right?
7 million
And
views?
DSP thinks that
Doesn't
he's
make
the
any
smartest
sense.
person on the planet. He knows better than everybody else. He acts like everybody is just some sort of sheeple that's just going to watch whatever everybody else is watching because that's the popular thing to do, and that they don't actually enjoy anything that they do. They just do it because other people are doing it. And while those people definitely exist, and I would never deny that, it's absurd to me that he thinks that everybody is always doing everything just because it's popular, and nobody ever actually enjoys the things that they're doing except for him. He's the only guy that knows how to actually live his life without conforming to everybody else's interests.
YouTube's a weird thing, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, it just makes
And
no
again,
sense.
I'm
You can
not
have all the
saying
talent in the
negative
world
about
like
it. I
me,
think the video's
Ree.
solid, but if you were to ask
And
me,
you still have to beg
why
for
do you think
money.
this video got 3.6 million views, I couldn't give you a single answer. There's tons of people on YouTube the same level of quality who don't get those views.
Talking about me, of
Okay,
course.
Let's continue.
Well,
Naturally.
DSP, did you ever consider maybe it wasn't exactly this video that made Scott the Woz popular at all? And that maybe those 3.6 million views are a bunch of people just checking out his older content because they enjoyed his newer content? And maybe they didn't enjoy this video as much as the other ones, but they watched it anyway just to check out his old content. Did that ever cross your mind? Did you ever take that into consideration? Or did you immediately just launch into jealousy mode and want to talk about why you don't understand why he has as many views as he does and basically how it should have been you instead? Because that's exactly how this comes off. You didn't have to say that, DSP. Anytime you talk about another content creator, it always just sounds like you're jealous, like you wish it was you instead. Why don't people enjoy your content? Why do they enjoy this instead? And in case you couldn't tell by the title of the video, today is a double feature. So get excited to talk about something completely unrelated. Finally, we can stop talking about Scott the Woz now.
And by the way, I'll answer this because some people have been asking. Everyone's mentioning the shirts, right?
He said that some people have been asking and everybody's been mentioning the shirts. So is it some people or is it everybody? I'm already confused. And let me know who these people are because honestly, I'm sick of it. These shirt segments are god awful. Quit talking about your clothing, DSP. Nobody cares. You're supposed to be playing video games. I thought that's what you take pride in doing. That's the only thing you care about is your gameplay. And it seems like we get these goddamn shirt segments every day. I'm sick of it. Mods, you know what to do.
So basically, I have like two different kinds of clothing that I've been wearing in the fall. The first are like nice button-down shirts, right? And those are nice. They look nice. It's something you would wear out when you're going out or whatever.
Yes, if by going out you mean going out to the bowling alley on a Wednesday night. Especially that one from the other day with the vertical stripes. That's got to be one of the most hideous things that he's ever worn.
The other shirts I've been wearing are ones like this. This is actually a sweater from Uniqlo. I told you guys before I moved to Washington State, a store had opened up in my local mall in Connecticut. It was called Uniqlo. It's a Japanese designer clothing store. And at that point, I lived in Connecticut. It was very cold in Connecticut all the time, particularly during, the winter months.
And then he manages to sneak in talking about the weather in Connecticut. Who are you explaining that it's cold in Connecticut to? Who doesn't know that on the northern east coast of the United States during the winter, it gets cold? It's pretty self-explanatory if you live in the US. And if you don't live in the US, I don't know why you would give a shit. But that doesn't stop him from telling this story multiple times. Because this isn't the first time that he's told us this story about buying all of these shirts before he left Connecticut because he was preparing for it to be cold. I know that I haven't covered it specifically, but just because I don't cover things doesn't mean that they don't happen. That's why you should go watch Snort Hogan. This is a free plug for Snort Hogan. Or go watch live over on Raw Phil.
So I went there and I spent a lot of money. This is back in the day, you know, when I had a lot of money. I was a YouTuber. I was making tons of money back then, not like today. And basically, I went there and I bought a whole wardrobe. I bought, like, I'm not kidding, like 10 of these sweaters, right? And I bought shirt, like form-fitting shirts and all of this.
See, and I don't know why he wanted to tell this story again, because it makes him sound just as ignorant and bad with money as it did the first time. Because when he was making buku dollars on YouTube, he thought that it would be a good idea to go to a Japanese designer brand clothing store and buy an entire wardrobe. I mean, this guy sounds like an absolute baller. This is probably the same DSP that was filling his condo up with statues at the time.
Now, here's the thing. I didn't care how I looked. Back then, I wasn't on camera all the time, right? I didn't give a shit. So I just bought whatever I wanted to wear. I didn't care about what people would say about my looks or whatever.
Take note of what he just said. He just said that he wasn't on camera, so he didn't care about what he looked like because nobody was going to see him anyway, and he didn't care about his looks. Because it's going to be relevant here shortly.
Right? I didn't care. Now, here's the thing. Uniqlo, as you can see, is not thick. Look how thin that is. You see how thin this is? It's a very light sweater, but it is a specialized technology where it's like very small threads, and it form fits to your body, and it's incredibly comfortable and soft and warm. It's all about comfort and warmth. That's what Uniqlo's about. They even have shirts that are like very thin shirts. Excuse me. They have shirts that are very thin shirts, but they keep you warm. They call it like heat tech or therm tech or something like that. It's a unique technology.
Again, this is not the first time he's told this story, and this is not the first time he's talked about ThermTech or whatever. And every time he does, he sounds like such a dork. Actually, it's called ThermTech, and it's a unique technology to keep you warm.
So, no exaggeration, right before I moved here to Washington State about 9 years ago, I bought like a wardrobe of these Uniqlo clothes, right? And then I moved out here, and I changed everything. Like, everything changed. Like, I started, you know, only wearing t-shirts and stuff, because out here it's a lot warmer. It's more moderate weather out here than it was in Connecticut. In Connecticut, it was always super cold, snowy, icy winters all the time. And rather than having the heat blasting, I would wear clothes like this all the time to stay warm. So
So long story short, you wasted a bunch of money on clothes that you weren't going to need because you were going to be moving shortly thereafter anyway, but you spent the money regardless because you're horrible with money. Glad we could clarify that. I don't know why it took you so long to say that. Oh, I know. It's because you had to find a way to talk about ThermTech or whatever. Because for some reason you just enjoy talking about it. It makes it sound like you actually know something about anything.
Basically, I had this wardrobe of clothes, all right? And some people are like, well, I don't understand because when he wears the button-down shirts, he looks good.
No, that's a hard disagree. I think the button-down shirts are terrible. You look stupid. You look like you're taking yourself way too seriously for the job that you have, which is an internet content creator. You look like you're about to go to a work event. You look like you're going to go bowling with your friends on a Wednesday. You look like a single dad trying to impress the local cashier at the Fred Meyer. Moral of the story is you look too self-serious and stupid for what you actually do every day. I don't actually think there was anything wrong with just wearing t-shirts. If you're cold, you can wear a hoodie or something. I think that's what most content creators do anyway. They just wear casual clothes. I don't know why for you all of a sudden it was some sort of big to-do that you got dressed every day. And even then you don't even actually bother getting dressed because you still wear the jammy pants all the time. I mean, we wouldn't want to wipe the earwax on anything else. That would ruin those pants instead.
But then when he wears shirts like this, oh, it's not flattering or whatever because he actually has pecs.
No, DSP, you don't have pecs. Not at all, brother. What you got going on there, they call moobs. Those are man boobs. You're looking just about as busty as Chris Chan right now. You might want to think about investing in a sports bra, or at least something to bind them bitches back, because those tight-fitting shirts definitely do make you look quite busty. And I don't mean that in a good way, because you're not supposed to be busty as a male-style human being.
Right? Oh, and you could see, oh, look, I see his nipple through the shirt. Do you really think I care about this shit?
And of course, there's the classic
Apparently.
hope, guys. He doesn't care. He doesn't care so much that he talks about what shirt he's wearing on every single stream. He goes out of his way to tell you what shirt he's wearing, but he doesn't care. He's talking about it right now and making it a big deal, but he doesn't care. DSP, you should care what you look like when you're on camera every single day. Your nipples should not be visible in your shirts to your audience. That is kind of unacceptable. But if you're gonna go out of your way to continuously have a face cam throughout the entire stream at all times, you should at least be some sort of flattering to look at. And I don't mean that you have to try and doll yourself up and be something that you're not, but you do have to wear clothes that are at least vaguely flattering. But instead, if you want to continue to just not care what you look like, just get rid of the face cam. It was never a necessity anyway. Or here's an idea, genius. You can just rearrange your setup to have your camera only show your face and the top of your shoulders so that people can't complain about your man boobs.
Dude, I'm 41 years old. I'm not a fucking fashion model. I'm comfortable in my body. I don't care about this stuff at all.
So according to DSP, being 41 years old is excuse enough to just dress in horrible clothing that nobody wants to see on camera every day for your audience. And if you're so comfortable in your body, DSP, then why did you even bother bringing it up at all? Because just like people who are truly happy don't have to tell everybody that they're happy, people who are truly confident in the way that they look and okay with their body don't have to tell other people that they're confident with the way they look and okay with their body. I think that it hurt your feelings when people are talking about it and saying that these clothes look unflattering. But if that's the case, the answer isn't to complain to everybody on the internet that they said mean things to you and that you're actually totally okay with it. The answer is to actually do something about it. Either change clothes, get better clothes that fit you properly, or turn the camera off or reposition it so this isn't a problem anymore. And do you remember when he said that he bought these clothes because he wasn't on camera and he didn't care how he looked and it was just so that he could be comfortable? Now he's older and he is on camera, but it still doesn't matter to him and he's just trying to be comfortable. So what was even the point of saying that it was because he wasn't on camera?
I care about comfort. I have these clothes that I've had for a decade, literally not worn, right? I want to wear the clothes that are comfy and warm because I bought them, right? Why do I give a shit about how I appear? I'm not trying to be a model for you. You understand? I'm just like you.
No, DSP, but that's the thing, though. You're not just like everybody else. You're not just like us. Because we do not have a face cam all day long. We are not visible to an audience of people on the internet all day long. I can't have any issue with anybody if they want to make their content while sitting around in their PJs. The only thing that I can ask is that they don't turn their webcam on and let everybody know. It just makes you look like a slob, like you don't actually care enough about your content to get dressed. And in that same vein, DSP, I don't care what clothes that you want to wear that you find comfortable. That's totally acceptable and fine. Just don't have your camera on if it's gonna accentuate your tits. Because just like in real life, I'm not interested in another man accentuating his bust for people to look at. And I don't think that's exactly a hot take to have.
I'm a gamer. I'm playing games. I'm trying to enjoy and be comfortable in my own skin and in my own home when I'm playing these games. The people who say shit like that about someone's physical appearance are fucking weirdos. If I'm okay with my own physical appearance, right? I'm totally fine with it. Why wouldn't other people? Why are people so weird and obsessing over it?
Because it's a piece of your content. You should be attempting to make every single piece of your content the best that it possibly can be. And if people are giving you the critique and criticism that they don't like the way that your clothes are fitting you, they don't like your appearance, you either need to do something about the clothes or you need to do something about your camera. Or you could do something about having man boobs in the first place. But I don't think that that's something that you're gonna even look into at all. But like I said, it's not like a face cam is an absolute necessity for your content anyway, DSP. In fact, it would probably be made better. Then people couldn't make fun of you swaying. They couldn't make fun of your hairline or your new haircut or your patchy goatee or your terrible clothes. They couldn't make fun of you picking your earwax and wiping it on your jammies. They couldn't make fun of you picking at your nose all day. So actually, I'm starting to think that maybe we should just get rid of the camera altogether. Actually, completely scratch that because I need to see you chew your water. That's like my favorite part.
Because they're the ones that are fucked in the head. They're just weirdos. They have weird, perverted, disgusting thoughts. And they should, there should be fucking chastised for that, rather than say, oh yeah,
we can see your man tits. Oh my God, you're such a pervert.
With a normal build.
What?
Right? No, I'm not skinny, but I'm also not fat. I got like kind of a mid build.
Nah.
I would definitely not call what you have going on there exactly a normal build. In fact, somebody left a comment on my video recently, and I believe that they were quoting Lefty when they said it. You were simultaneously suffering from atrophy and obesity at the exact same time. And I can't think of anybody off the top of my head who has a similar build to you at all. I mean, I did already compare his bust size to Christian, so I guess that's one comparison there.
I've actually lost a lot of weight in the last 2-3 years. I lost like 20 pounds. I used to be around 220.
No, you
230.
didn't.
I'm up 200 pounds now. And I fluctuate between like 195 to a little over 200. That's my average body weight now.
Okay, yeah, he's an Adonis. Okay, I'm gonna have to bounce. Making good progress on this video. Going in and adding in clips and footage. After the recaps, I got Steve the Dead, got a bunch of people, got Meerkat, Fantastic Mr. Sam, WPIG. Just going through one by one, adding in the clips. They're all working really good. They're all really good at showing off the channels. It's very, very flattering, very complimentary. I can't wait to finish. But I don't know. I think I might want to do gaming tomorrow, or I might want to stay back to making this video. But we can go. Wait, how about Tevin? They both look like they're doing a pre-stream restream, so we can go check that out.
Most stuff is closed on the Thanksgiving holiday.
Thanks, everybody.
So if I'm going to have a day where I run errands like going grocery shopping or getting pet supplies or anything I need to do that day, I have to do the day before.
May the good blood guide your way. Thanks everybody who hung out. Thanks everyone who stopped by. See you later. We can go hang out at Tevin's chat. Have a good one.
So he's gonna have 2 off days.